Good morning, everyone, from Louisville at the annual Utility Expo, the largest event for utility and construction professionals. And there really is no better way to start your morning than an AEM panel on underground infrastructure. I'm Merrick Gutman with the Brookings Institution, based in Washington, D.C., where your federal government is still wrangling over the oft-discussed infrastructure bill to put resources into addressing underground and other infrastructure assets. So it's better to be here in Louisville with people who are every day getting up and doing the work of making that infrastructure happen. I am joined by four of those leaders. First is Jason Andringa. He's the president and CEO of Vermeer, an industrial and agricultural equipment manufacturer, and also the chair of AEM's Infrastructure Vision 2050 Task Force. Also Kevin Smith, general manager of Ditch Witch and a member of AEM's Infrastructure Vision 2050 Task Force. Ditch Witch is really focused on providing underground infrastructure solutions. Michael Gritton, the executive director of Kentuckiana Works, which is the regional workforce development system for Louisville and its surrounding 6 counties. And then Tony Parrott, who's CEO at the Louisville and Jefferson County Metropolitan Sewer District and a board member on U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Environmental Financial Advisory Board. So, earlier this year, we at Brookings put out a report, really a blueprint, a policy blueprint called Rebuild with Purpose that identified 4 major trends or influencing factors around the future of infrastructure, and then 3 kind of categories for response. Those 4 major trends were climate, digitalization, workforce challenges and transformations, and fiscal capacity, recognizing, for Tony's purposes, that 77% of all infrastructure is actually financed by state and local governments, not the federal government, despite the attention that we pay to the federal level. And then to respond, we were talking about promoting better measurement, modernization of standards and systems, and then allowing for greater experimentation. So I just want to put that out there as a context for what we're grappling with around infrastructure this morning. And the first question to you all is underground infrastructure in particular. We focus a lot on roads and transit. What is distinctive about underground infrastructure? It's important for us to take into consideration in the context of overall infrastructure challenges. Kevin, you want to take a start?
Yeah, no doubt, right? As we get started, underground infrastructure, out of sight, out of mind, right? A lot of people forget every day what we do really matters, and I think that's what's so important as we think about it. We're powering people's lives, right, with the work we're doing, building and rebuilding the underground infrastructure. You know, I like to tell this story because I think it makes sense for all of us in this industry. People experience what we do in the first 30 minutes of their day, right? They get up in the morning, they grab their smartphone, right? They look at their latest stocks or whatever ticker. We help deliver that data. Walk to the bathroom, flip on the light, right? We help deliver that electricity. They experience that, right? Go in the bathroom, brush your teeth, right? That water's coming out, we've helped deliver that. They do something else in the bathroom, right? It goes away, right? We help do that, right? So, you know, to me, what we're doing in this underground industry matters. And the problems that have been out of sight for so long, the importance of getting the funding, I think, is what's driving us for the future.
Yeah, just over the last 18 months, it's been interesting as clearly people assume they will have access to water, to electricity, but access to broadband telecommunications is just as much an expectation now. And the pandemic has changed that, and people are attending meetings now remotely, going to school remotely, interacting with the world through broadband telecommunications has become just as much an expectation as other types of underground infrastructure.
You know, when you think about water, drinking water, when you think about wastewater, you think about, you know, stormwater management, flood protection systems. All of those systems are really, as you said, out of sight, out of mind. But when you need them, you expect to have them. The challenge that we have with those infrastructure today is the increased frequency of storm events that we're seeing. Some people call it climate change. But when those systems are not working, it is a detriment to public health and safety. It's also a detriment to the water quality in our streams that are a part of our cities. And so one of the biggest challenges that we have, there's a lot of need. As you mentioned, what's going on in DC right now with the discussion around funding the infrastructure bill is so important because 77% of all infrastructure investment is made by local governments and local communities. And so affordability is a big issue on what we charge folks to be able to pay for that infrastructure. And across the country, there's billions and billions of dollars of need in our cities. And we need Congress and others to support what we need to do in our cities, because one of the challenges we have is that infrastructure, some of it is very old. It dates back to almost the Civil War days. And so they were designed differently, as you said. We designed them to overflow. But now the Clean Water Act says you have to control or mitigate those overflows. So it's a real big challenge for our cities, but we want the community to understand that those assets are just as valuable as any assets that are part of your daily life.
So thinking about that in particular, you mentioned a couple of factors that may be imposing greater pressures on underground infrastructure or greater demands on underground infrastructure. Could you just describe a little bit, are you experiencing in other jurisdictions also that you may be working with, experiencing more of these challenges than you were 10 years ago or 15 years ago?
Well, I'll speak from a flood prevention perspective. We are seeing an increased frequency of intense storm events, and those are really tasking our flood protection, our flood pump stations, all of those things. We have seen major floods in the last decade or so in our city. Before we would see maybe once every 20 years we would see a flood event in our city. But since 2009, we've actually had 5 major flood events in our city, and just in the last 2 years, we've had 3 of those flood events. And so we're seeing the extreme nature of those storms overtaxing the infrastructure that is aging, and we're seeing risk to public health and safety, and also property damage and economic viability of our city.
Well, and you can see it in the latest events, right? When you go down to Louisiana, right, what we've experienced with our national grid, right? When you look at the overall impact to electricity, right, and the move to go underground to support that, what we've seen from the man events out in California with the fires, right? I'm sure you guys are feeling that as well. It's a tremendous amount of opportunity, and people are looking for solutions, right, to overcome that. And it's beyond just that point of simple repair. There's 700 water main breaks a day in the United States, right? Water's an important resource, right? Almost a quarter of what we treat never makes it to the tap. I'm sure you experience that. And so we have no choice but to dig in to fix this for the future.
Yeah, it's a massive challenge, but for companies like Ditch Witch and Vermeer, it's an opportunity that we look forward to being part of the solution. Building infrastructure that's more resilient, more capable of withstanding higher frequency, greater quantities, and really see an opportunity to build the infrastructure of the future in a way that's superior.
Yeah.
So when you talk about that, what sorts of enablers do you need as firms in order to be more responsive to deal with the changing dynamics of changing expectations, and then the dynamics of technology applications or the ability to deliver your solutions?
Certainly this infrastructure bill that might be voted on tomorrow would be transformational to provide the long-term runway for our contractors, the people that install the infrastructure, to know that work is out there and to plan for that type of work and to hire for that type of work going forward. That would certainly be a big step in providing that realization of that vision.
Yeah, one of our, and we were talking about it before we even started, right? One of our biggest challenges that we face in the broader industry, right, is the manpower, the workforce, the available workforce. as contractors have come through the booths, right? Jason, you and I were talking about that. That's the number one thing that is in front of us. And
sure.
until we can dig in and get back to that junior high, middle school, and convince people that this trade, this is a great opportunity to go build a career and engage for the future. To me, that's one of our biggest challenges that we face.
Well, I mean, as the workforce guy at the table, what I would say is we've got a lot of work to do, both just highlighting for young people or young adults that there are good careers in manufacturing and in this kind of infrastructure world, because we have really not done a great job at that in the last 20 years. And if you think about it, you run into a lot of college kids who are now trying to become CSI people because that's what's on TV, but there's nobody working at Ditch Witch who's on TV that I know of in a TV show. Do you know what I mean? So that's partly
just
in the
Kevin.
Partly in the culture, Kevin, it's missing. Right?
is, right.
And then the other thing is, part of what we've got to work on is, in the same way we're hoping the federal government will invest in infrastructure, the federal government has played a lead role in investing in workforce development since the 1960s. But that investment has been trending down for 30 years, and it's been the kind of thing that people have been ignoring. But increasingly, businesses like yours and business leaders like all three of you are saying, where can we get the people? And then remember, we welcome you to Louisville. We're glad you're here. Louisville is the home of Breonna Taylor. Our city, Tony and I know, has had a real reckoning in the last year, as the country has, with racial equity and how do we lean in to do more. And construction and manufacturing, but construction in particular, has a pretty lousy ranking at the moment in terms of diversity of workforce. So we're running a training program with the Louisville Urban League as our partner, that's trying to train a lot more African Americans and a lot more women, because again, construction is missing on a lot of the talents in our communities. So there's that piece that we can talk more about too. But as soon as this bill, if we ever get the bill to go through, the next question is going to be, where are the people going to come from? And without some investment from the federal government, that's going to be a challenge too, because cities don't typically fund it, and states are really strapped, right, and still dealing with COVID.
So Jason, Kevin, could you talk a little bit about what those workforce demands are, where your gaps are in delivering, and then Tony, then you jump in from the public sector side.
Sure. You know, I would say from our perspective, and I'm sure Kevin's seeing the same thing, we're seeing gaps in our workforce all the way through the value stream. So our suppliers, the suppliers of our suppliers, they tell us that their number one need is workforce for a broad swath of good paying, tremendous jobs. And for us, supply chain is our number one constraint, but if we could get all the supply that we need, we would instantly have workforce as our number one need. And then as we talk to our dealers and our customers, their number one need is workforce. So basically every step leading up to us and every step after us, the number one constraint is workforce, and our only bigger constraint is supply chain. But if that were improved, then instantly workforce would be our number one constraint as well. And you know, just to reiterate, you know, these are good, high-paying jobs, and we would love for a broader group of people growing up to be considering careers along these lines.
Well, and I'll just say one thing about that is, culturally, for 20 or 30 years, manufacturing has been declining. And so lots of kids have heard from their parents. My daddy was a 30-year Ford Motor Company guy, right? And my Uncle Danny was a 30-year GE Appliances guy. I'm a blue-collar kid, but as those blue-collar jobs got offshored and shrunk in many American communities, lots of communities sort of turned away from those manufacturing jobs. And so we have a real job to do now to describe to young people and to young adults, there's real opportunity, the jobs pay better, and here's what your career pathways look like. But we have not done a good job about that, so we've got a lot of work to do. I
totally agree.
Yeah, no, I would agree with Michael. I think that, you know, from a utility perspective, internally, we're seeing a shortfall in areas where we're needing folks that have some type of skilled trade, electrical, you know, mentioning Ford and GE and those. We can't compete as in the public sector with the private sector. So we're having to assess how we're going to be able to recruit, attract, and retain those type of skill sets for our organization internally, and then externally with our contractors. As you mentioned, a lot of construction, there's going to be a need to have a lot of workers that are working for our contractors. And so we're seeing the need for workforce, and we've been working with Michael's group and with the Urban League locally to influence the utilization of local labor. Because you mentioned there is a career path opportunity when you think about funding billions of dollars for water and wastewater, gas or electric. I mean, these are career path opportunities for folks. We need to raise awareness. We need to influence training throughout to make sure that folks know that these are viable career paths and they can make great careers and make great money doing it.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the data bears this out. You've got in all infrastructure related activities, you're going to have roughly 25% of the workforce turnover within the next 10 years, whether it's retirements or other factors. And in the manufacturing category, on the decline historically, but there's about 2.4 million jobs forecasted within the next 10 years that are not able to be filled now with the current skill sets. So I guess the question is, fine, we have this problem. You've mentioned one example of how to intervene and try to address this issue, specifically working with community partners. I wonder, from the business perspective, what is it that you are doing and could or need from the public and nonprofit sector in order to help fill these gaps? What very specifically, are there kinds of programs? Are there kinds of changes in HR policies? What will really move this programmatically in order to address the demand that's clearly there?
Well, I think it's two fronts, and I think Jason and I would be very similar of what we're chasing. It's not only what we're doing in the local level, so engagement with the local schools, engaging with the technical schools, building programs and apprenticeships even through our own businesses to develop that next generation. But then we take it a step further because now we're being asked by our contractors, by you guys, that at the end of the day, we have to mechanize more jobs than we've ever had to before because of the gap that's there. So we're leveraging technology not only in our plants, right? The use of robotics and other things to span that, while we're still trying to develop that next generation, and at the same time the solutions that we're bringing to the underground market, leveraging that type of technology to reduce the manpower required for our customers to be able to operate.
And really those changes make jobs in manufacturing more appealing. And we're trying to expose kids at younger and younger ages, fourth graders, seventh graders, high schoolers, to the fact that manufacturing and contracting and doing this work, it's not dark, dangerous, dirty type work, which is what the impression is. Right. It's high tech. It is using your brain. It is doing things that at the end of the day you can look back and say, man, that was tangible, engaging work that makes the world a better place. And exposing kids at a younger age to that, and trying to expose the broadest swath of people possible. Boys and girls,
yep.
Everybody that is in your community to it.
Right.
That's what will continue to hopefully turn the tide, this generational tide that had been going the wrong direction, turn it back toward, these are great jobs, and people who like to work with their hands and people who like to see tangible outputs of their labor, there are tremendous opportunities, working in manufacturing, working in the supply chain, building this infrastructure, just tremendous.
Yeah, the diversity of the skill sets are really, really broad. And to your point, you don't need a 4-year college degree to really come and work for a utility, particularly if you're going to get into the skilled trade area, or if you want to get into operations of our facilities. Those type of opportunities are there. A trend that's going on in water and wastewater is the use of artificial intelligence, sensor technology, and data analytics. Mm-hmm. And so, we are seeing a trend in terms of how we operate our facilities. The technology is changing. Innovation is a big platform for public utilities. And so now that opens up a whole new arena for folks to really engage and work with a utility just from a technology and innovation standpoint.
We found when we first brought in robotic welders at Vermeer that we couldn't find the skills that we needed for people who came with backgrounds with robotic welding. Yeah. So we found that our best robotic welding programmers were long-term welders who were willing to learn something new. Yeah. Now the local community colleges are starting to churn out that skill set, and it's awesome. Yep. But just a tremendous opportunity to take a background in something and sort of upskill it. Yep. And it's really tremendous seeing that happen.
Well, I was going to describe, we were lucky enough to have Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh in Louisville a couple of weeks ago, and we got a chance to take him to one of our high schools, Doss High School, where GE Appliances donated $250,000 worth of equipment and basically built the same kind of mock assembly line that they use to train people before they go to work making appliances inside that high school. And Secretary Walsh said, normally when I walk into a room, kids stop what they're doing and turn around and look at me. But the kids were so fascinated by what they were doing that when I walked in the room, nobody cared because they're really engaged in learning. UPS has built a conveyor belt system at Valley High School. The electrical program now has walls where you're putting electrical up while you're in high school. So there is a way that I think employers, both in Louisville and around the country, are starting to lean in to local schools. They're trying to highlight that there are these careers. So there's a lot of really powerful and good forces happening. But come back to your adult training thing, one of the things that's really hurting workforce boards like mine around the country is that the federal investment in that kind of training has been going down for a long time, right? And we need you all as business leaders to be reminding folks in Congress of both parties that those kinds of investments really pay dividends, not just for the individual that you're helping, but for the companies and the suppliers that you're empowering to make the economy grow bigger. So that's still something we've got to get to, but there are some really good forces happening where companies are leaning in and getting involved.
Well, that was last week. Jason and I was actually up on the Hill, and a major discussion with AEM's Infrastructure Task Force was talking to the lawmakers, and workforce was a major topic, right? In that shift of culture from where we've been. You know, that ability to engage at that local robotics club, right? We do that. I'm sure you do that as well. Our Subside Electronics group, we sponsor them, and they have a great time, right? Competing on a national level, but they're gaining a skill set and getting an exposure. And we talk a lot about a shift in the culture of getting people excited to be back in this industry.
Merrick, I just want to mention one other thing, which is, and I don't know if this is a federal or a state issue, but we run the summer job program for Mayor Greg Fisher here in Louisville, and we're really big on trying to get young people out into work environments that connect to these career pathway things that they're learning in high school. But over and over again, we struggle to get anybody under the age of 18 on a construction site, in a manufacturing company. And so I would just highlight for consideration that we may need your help in changing either federal laws or state laws to allow young people to be in those work environments, because again, they can't know about it if they don't see it. And as soon as they see it, it's a transformative experience, but we're still really stuck with, hey, let me get you a job at McDonald's this summer because you're too young to work in a construction site or to work at MSD. But wow, is it great when we can get them into an MSD facility, right?
The one thing I'll also say, the infrastructure bill also has a component of workforce grants that are going to be administered by EPA. And those grants are going to be earmarked for communities like Louisville and others that have a need to develop younger talent and new talent to be able to work and enter into a pathway of working with public utilities or working with companies within the industry. And we need that to be a part of the infrastructure bill as well, because infrastructure is going to be huge. You know, for every dollar that you invest in infrastructure, it really returns about $2.62 to the local economy. And for every dollar you invest in infrastructure, you create about 3.52 jobs. And so indirect or direct jobs. And so along with infrastructure is going to be a need for workforce. And right now we have a delta, and we've got to address that.
Let me just ask one final question on this, on the workforce issue, which is, what do you think are more enablers to allow you to interact with, whether it's with the community college system, whether it, which is really, that's very fragmented sometimes. The community college system is very fragmented. Or others, intermediary organizations, what would help you as firms to deal better with the workforce support system? In particular, in this question about diversification of the workforce, is there anything that comes to mind that makes it, would it be supportive of that, the challenges that you have to overcome in interacting with the workforce system, outside, of course, of this region where it's all perfect, right? And Michael, same question for you. What would make it a little bit easier for you to work with, you described one instance, work with firms, especially not just the large firms, but the smaller and medium-sized firms that generate so many jobs.
Right.
But it seemed really difficult to have a relationship with, because they're overwhelmed with simply doing what they need to do to deliver their products and services.
Let me defend my business colleagues for a minute and describe the fragmentation that you're mentioning. I was with the 16 community college presidents in the state of Kentucky yesterday, and we're doing strategic planning. And the sad truth is, when the people that work for the community college go out to talk to someone at Ditch Witch or Vermeer and they meet with them, they put their data in a system that's totally invisible to me and everyone that works for me.
Right.
So it could be that someone from the community college goes and wants to talk to Kevin on Monday, and then somebody from the workforce system is there on Tuesday, and somebody from the mayor's office on Wednesday, and no one has data that talks to each other or shares. That would drive me crazy if I were them. So I was pounding and suggesting to my community college presidents, these are things we have to solve. That sort of fragmentation comes about because of where the funding comes from. The federal government funds workforce boards. The states tend to fund community colleges, so they have different incentives and different people they report to. But these are solvable problems, particularly in the 21st century, when you can get data systems to talk to one another. So we on the public side have to get better organized to be able to describe to you, what do we need you to do and where do you plug in? That's the part we can do. What I would say, at least from my vantage point, that you all have to do better is, it's way easier to work with healthcare employers because they've been very systematic about what their jobs are and what the skills and certifications are that they're looking for. And in manufacturing and in construction, we still struggle with the, just give me somebody that will fog a mirror. Just give me somebody that will show up on time, right? But then I send you a bunch of people that will show up on time and you don't hire them, or something happens and the first time they make a mistake, you let them go. So there's some business changes or employer changes we're going to have to get to as well. But that's at least on our side. We've got a lot of things to make it easier for employers to engage with us, I think.
Yeah, I think those are good comments. From Vermeer's perspective, I think we've made a lot of headway in our local community, in our county, and in our state to help the community colleges and the high schools to have a better understanding of the type of skills and traits that we're looking for. Mm-hmm. But it just feels as though that's as far as our influence extends. Mm-hmm. And then we talk to our dealers and our customers, and it's like, what do we do to find people? Well, the community colleges in Iowa and in Marion County aren't going to help. You've got to go to your local community colleges and build relationships. So it is very fragmented, whereas, you can influence the community colleges that have, that are within driving distance of where you're based. Right. But that doesn't seem to extend to a national level at all.
Right. If you look here in the United States, I think one of the things that's different, and if you go back to where our trades really came from, those apprentice programs, right?
Yes.
The people, we've lost that in the United States compared to the work that we do in Europe, right?
Yes.
We don't have the same challenges there because of the way it's ingrained. And
yes.
those people want to be involved, and we flow through it. And to your point, they're far more defined.
Yes.
And it goes to the earlier age that you talk about, right? The ability to bring in someone that's still in high school, mm-hmm. allow them under some kind of internship or apprenticeship to engage and get excited, and then to build a career path out of that.
Yeah, in our utility, we actually just reinstated an internal apprenticeship program focusing on electrical maintenance, mm-hmm. Getting folks into a career path to where they can be a journeyman, or then they can advance on and get their certifications. And to your point earlier, we can be more competitive with the GEs and with the Fords, right. And those. But you've got to be able to build your homegrown talent. And reaching out to the high schools, actually reaching out to the elementary schools, mm-hmm. and letting folks understand that there are career paths in utilities, and even working with the local schools to assist in the curriculum so that folks understand, the importance to the environment, the importance to, dealing with the future in terms of the environment, of the safety of our cities, and getting them interested in making sure that they understand that there is a viable career path. But I think that the apprenticeship piece is something, again, that will be supported by the workforce grant proposal that's in the infrastructure bill as well.
Well, and I appreciate you all bringing up apprenticeships, because what you'll find is almost everyone on the government side is really interested in trying to build them out.
Yeah.
But we're still struggling to get employers to be interested, although the more we have these workforce conversations, the more the topic is coming up, right? And what it does in Europe that it doesn't do here is make crystal clear to a 16-year-old the kind of career path I could build at MSD or at Vermeer, right? Or at Ditch Witch. And so if we can get more employers to do that, all of a sudden you have a much better product to offer young people. You're offering them pathways, you're making it clear where you can go. If they're talking to mama or daddy or grandma at home and they're trying to say, well, why would you not go to college? Oh, maybe I'm going to be getting college degrees or college credit in this apprenticeship. Here's where I can go and the kind of progression I can make. Again, our European friends have just been smarter about that, and we took our eye off the ball, I think, for a generation. But I think we're all trying to get our eye back on that ball quite firmly, and hopefully we'll do a lot of good work together in the next 5 years on that.
Well, that was fantastic, because it combined not just the funding challenge to support what you're doing, but also things that you can do without huge amounts of resources in terms of organizing existing resources and information more effectively, and having a talent industry exchange that is more efficient and more responsive on both sides. I want to go back to something, Kevin, that you started down on, which was the innovation activities in this space, particularly underground infrastructure. Could you all talk a little bit more about the importance of innovation and the ability to be experimental and apply new things in a challenge, I think, Tony, which is your point about rates, about taxpayer dollars, about delivering particular things. The adoption of innovations by the public sector in this category especially seems to be a challenge. So could we talk a little bit about both sides of this of this equation?
Sure. I mean, I think as you look at it from our vantage point and what we're trying to do in the overall industry, it's kind of three major pillars. For us, a big piece is about renewables and how we drive forward with that, how we engage AI and the ability for automation for the future in our products, right, and the solutions that we deliver. And then lastly, that entire connected solutions that we're providing. And if you just break that down for a second and think about it, we're trying to find through the renewables alternative power sources, right? The abilities to be able to do things differently than we have in the past, ways to invent and go at it. It's also in what we do in our fluid reclamation systems in our underground space. How do we do more with the fluids that we have, right, to minimize that impact as a whole? When you think about what we're trying to do from an AI perspective, that ability to automate certain functions, the ability to be able to drive that challenge that we're faced with workforce, right? We're trying to find solutions to be able to do that in others. And then you mentioned it, but for us, that connected piece, the data that's out there, the availability, the number one thing that I would tell you at Ditch Witch and Subsite that we talk so much about is that mapping of our underground utility space, right? That's the one biggest challenge in front of us, is accurate understanding of what's already there and present. The work we do with 811, the work we do with CGA, trying to make sure that the future is about understanding what's in the ground, what condition it's in, right? I'm sure you fight that, right? And then what solution could we bring to offer you to be able to fix that?
To tie on to a couple things that Kevin said, 100% totally agree. Our companies were significant users of infrastructure. We take a lot of pride in the opportunity to build the machines that installs infrastructure. And Kevin and I, our companies, are completely on the same team when it comes to wanting to do it safely, efficiently, and in a way that's appropriate for the long term. So having digital maps of the installation of underground infrastructure so that it doesn't get hit again in the future. I mean, we are so completely aligned on that because anything that goes wrong using either of our machines is bad for both of us and bad for the whole industry.
Bad for the industry.
Bad for the industry, and you think about horizontal directional drilling itself is only about 30 years old. Really, it was the very early 90s when horizontal directional drilling kind of first had its very earliest beginning. And so, we're only 30 years into it, and it has gotten so much better, so much more efficient, so much more cost effective, so much safer over the last 30 years, and it keeps just getting better. And technologies like telematics, which 10, 15 years ago were good ideas, but no customers were really thinking about it. That really has found its day now, where the customers are really trying to optimize the use of their machines and make sure that their crews are using the machines well, so that infrastructure can be installed as cost effectively as possibly and as well as possible. So innovation keeps coming along to make sure that when ditch machines or Vermeer machines are out there installing infrastructure, it's done well and it's done cost effectively and safely.
Yeah, we actually, about 5 years ago, we actually hired a chief innovation officer. And that charge and that program is really to look at how we can not only use innovation internally, but how we can take advantage of the new innovation that may be out there in the industry. Artificial intelligence at our wastewater treatment plants, it does cost money to put in these systems. But when you think about the savings you're going to have with chemicals, energy, and other things, it really pays for itself. And so you become more efficient in operating your plants. And then when you think about new investments, we're getting ready to invest about $200 million in a new biosolids management. But the technology we're using with that biosolids is called thermohydrolysis. And so basically it will allow us to be able to operate the plant off of the energy from the waste in our system. Wow. And then it will also allow us to produce gas that we can sell back to the grid and so make revenue. So those type of innovative things and those type of technologies are going to be the future for utilities.
Did you have to do anything different in terms of your justifications for those kinds of investments that are going to pay off over what I assume is a relatively long period of time, or changes you had to make locally in terms of regulatory action in order to enable you to adopt these kinds of innovations?
Yeah, there's been a real push from EPA to look at innovation in the water and wastewater sector. But locally, our mayor, Greg Fisher, who's a big advocate for innovation and also regionalization and other things, from a business perspective, he wants to see, okay, what is the rate of return, or what is the 20-year pro forma? So you go through and you do that business analysis to make sure that you're doing something that's not only going to benefit you today, but it's going to benefit you 10 years from now, 20 years from now. So it's all part of the formula when we talk about innovation and implementing new technology.
Right. I think that the point earlier about one of the things, again, we featured in the blueprint was that issue about measurement and having asset inventories and both what exists but also their performance. So question just on the digital mapping issue. What do we need to do differently in order to get that done at scale?
Well, it's a major challenge in many cities. Through the Clean Water Act and several other things, it's been driving to document the assets that are underground and get the conditions, right? I'm sure you guys are chasing through that. But it drives, I think, all the way back to the installation piece, right? The ability, when we're putting pipe in the ground, our easements are only getting more and more congested. You know, Jason mentioned horizontal directional drilling is only 30 years old, right? In that early stages. It truly was out of sight, out of mind, right? Go deep and go out of the way, right? And so you guys are dealing with that. But where it starts is with every new product that goes in the ground. We need to be able to map that and get on a common platform amongst the cities and the asset owners, right? That we could truly put that in a way. But it creates its challenges. I'm sure for you guys, one of the biggest things I hear when I talk with the cities is, okay, how do we secure that data, right? What risks is there for homeland security? How do we manage that in our industry as a whole? Because it's an extremely important and critical thing to our future, but it's also extremely sensitive to our nation, right?
Yes, and you know, we're very blessed here in Louisville. We have one of the best GIS technologies called Logic that really kind of drives the mapping of all utilities and gas, electric, water, wastewater, streets, and we have a consortium of folks that really rely on that Logic system, that GIS technology and the mapping that is a part of that. And when you think about the future and the challenges that we have, EPA, as you mentioned, are requiring that you have comprehensive asset management plans with GIS migration and all of that stuff as a part of it. So it is becoming a regulatory issue. And one of the things that I think that is going to be very important from a construction coordination standpoint, all utilities need to be invested together locally in your GIS mapping strategies, because you don't want to be investing in something, particularly streets and roads, and then you make a major investment, and then 2 weeks later a gas company or electric company or water company comes behind and tears that pavement up because they got to fix an asset. So
That doesn't happen.
Yes, construction coordination is very important for GIS.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that going forward, the digital mapping of underground infrastructure is going to be a lot better. But we've got all these decades, in fact, like you said, going back to the Civil War of underground infrastructure, the legacy of that. And one thing both of our companies have gotten much more significantly into is soft dig. So hydro excavation, vacuum excavation. So you can daylight utilities that are under the ground without using mechanical ways of getting at it, by using air and water to get to it. And I just think there's going to have to be more and more efforts to do that and then appropriately map it when those utilities are excavated using vacuum excavation.
Right. We only have a few more minutes. I'm looking back at the audience. Are there any questions the audience members would like to? Great. Come up here. Is that mic live? We're good?
Yeah, what's the legitimacy of Homeland Security, the concerns with that when within 48 hours or 72 hours I can find out what's on the ground anyways? I kind of find that argument a little confusing to me, right? I mean, what's the concern if I can get the paint marks on the ground within 48 hours?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, from a utility perspective, and whether it's gas or whether it's water or whatever, there are challenges because there are issues of, is someone going to take on a major transmission line and try to use that as a weapon for harm to the community? But for wastewater, flood protection, we have huge flood pump stations, and they pump anywhere up to about 10 billion gallons a day. If someone or some of those systems were accessed or some of those systems were violated, 10 billion gallons a day that we're pumping through those pump stations would inundate a city if it was, hacked or we were not able to operate those facilities. So there are Homeland Security, the federal government does have particular assessments and standards that each utility has to go through and come up with a mitigation plan to make sure that you're preserving and protecting those assets so that they are not susceptible to any type of terrorism or any other type of vandalism.
Any other questions? All right. I think just one concluding question to each of you. If you had, setting aside passage of the infrastructure bill, if you had one thing that you would like to have a change in terms of policy that would help you do your jobs better, what would it be?
Well, I'll start and I'll repeat what I mentioned before. Helping us figure out a way to get 17-year-olds into these kinds of work environments would be a major, major game changer for us. We are seeing employers, both in Louisville and around the country, lean in to their workforce boards and their community colleges and their school districts in a way they haven't been in 20 years. So that's awesome, right? But if that kid who's 17 is still stuck not being able to get exposed to these kinds of jobs, I think there's a real culture gap. It's going to be a challenge because by the time they're 18 and figuring out what else they're going to do, they've moved on to 50 other things. So that specific policy change, and I don't know whether it's federal or state or both, would be a major, major help for us because at the moment we're running a summer job program and we have a lot of kids coming out of career pathway opportunities in construction, in manufacturing, and we can't get them on construction sites or in manufacturing sites in the summers. That's a big, big problem for us and for my colleagues who run summer job programs around the country.
Okay. Kevin?
Well, I definitely would support that. I mean, workforce, we talked earlier, is the number one challenge. But I think I'd go back and just talk a little bit about what we were just talking about. Those congested easements that we're in and how we choose as an overall nation, right, to go at that. engagement from the local policy levels of how we can drive that through our different municipalities. I mean, if you look at the overall, what's 860 some independent municipalities and each governed in their own way, right? And we're trying to work inside of each one of those. I think there's, to me, a real opportunity for us to come together and define how do we manage that, how do we collect that data, right? How do we understand and be able to protect the future of our underground infrastructure, and as we're installing time and time again to make it a safe, positive impact.
Tony, you can fix that for us?
Well,
Or you have another idea?
all I can say is that, from my perspective, we had a very good relationship with the federal government back in the 1970s, in the 80s, with the infrastructure grants that utilities used to be able to tax and be able to control the cost to the local community. Right now, we don't have that. As you mentioned, about 75–80% of the funding of utilities is coming from local ratepayers. And so we have got to have some type of sustainable model going forward where there is sort of a partnership with government, federal government and local governments to be able to really transform our utilities, transform our infrastructure, because we are really at a crossroads. Across the country, our infrastructure, the grade that is given to us by the Society of Professional Engineers is a D. And so we don't want to become a third world country. We need infrastructure that's going to promote economic development and promote health and safety to the environment and to the communities that we serve.
So you mentioned in your question that we're not supposed to use tomorrow's passage of the House bill as
Go
our
ahead,
answer,
Jason, go ahead.
but honestly, what would be obviously what would be so great about that is the clarity and the long-term ability to plan that would come with that transformational infrastructure bill. So, I think as we think about making these jobs appealing for a generation plus, knowing that work is going to be there for years into the future would be much more attractive to people to come into the industry, to work to build the machines that are going to build the infrastructure, and actually to work on the job sites to build the infrastructure. So as transformational as the scale financially of the infrastructure bill is, I think just as transformational is the long-term runway that it would represent.
Right. Well, we will see. We'll see what happens tomorrow or maybe next week. Thank you all very much for this great conversation this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
Do you believe that the current one-call model as adopted by the United States is an effective and practical one?
No.
There's an opportunity for one call for 811 to be much more than we are today, but there are some barriers in place today that make that harder to get to. So we could say that some of that is the law, some of that is the disconnect between the different stakeholders, some of that is just lack of knowledge that there's another opportunity out there to pursue, and it really just takes getting together in a room with people who have a similar objective and then hashing out what success looks like around that.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you, we already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory.
You never say never and you never say impossible.
Welcome to Visual Observation, Utility Knowledge. We're going to show you the topside structures or street furniture at our site for 5 different utilities: gas, water, electric, telephone, and cable TV. Each utility system has distinctive features. Although out there in the real world, in some instances, you will not be able to assign a utility structure with a specific utility. There are structures that look very similar to one another. This is true with handholds, manholes, and even some pedestals. Not just here, but anywhere. There are 3 ways to determine where underground utilities are located: instrumentation, maps and records, and visual observation. With visual observation, there is a process of connecting the dots, visualizing where lines are by connecting mentally the appropriate structures with one another. This is important for locating, but it is very important for excavating. For excavators, observation of above-ground utility features will indicate what to expect when the underground line is potholed. Another form of visual observation. With an ever more crowded right-of-way, abandoned lines are rarely removed, so there are many opportunities to think a marked line has been successfully potholed, only to find out later that this wasn't the case. Other times, good visual observation practices can clue an excavator to unmarked or incompletely marked lines. Plus, there are private utilities that are not marked during the one-call process, and knowing what to look for can eliminate unnecessary risk. There are 5 videos to watch before visual observation testing begins. The scenes you see in the 5 basic utility knowledge videos will prepare you for the visual observation testing. Excellent damage prevention is not possible without an understanding of underground utilities and what you can learn about their presence at a job site.
Welcome back to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I'm Jimmy Wang with the Creative Partners, and this is Mark Whelan, my co-moderator with C-SCAN. And this morning's topic is, what good is permanent location information without a plan to share? And we're going to have questions here from the audience. Whoever has questions, please come up here after about 20-25 minutes. And we'll have the participants briefly introduce yourselves and your companies, and then we'll jump right into the topic.
Duane Rodgers from Pelican Corp.
Kevin Weiner with GPRS.
Kelvin Cherrington with Vivax Metrotech.
Justin Larson, XL Energy.
Okay, thank you. So what good is permanent location information without a plan to share? Does anyone want to start?
I'll start. I think we could all agree that it will be extremely beneficial to have some sort of easily accessible database for everyone that housed consistent and accurate subsurface utility data. Of course, there's some challenges to that initially, right, that we'll hopefully talk about today. But the one that comes to mind for me initially is the current need to have some form of mandated standard on the collection of that utility data, and whether it's public or private. I think that would include things like, the types of training that the individuals have to have that are locating it, the types of equipment that you would use during the locations, and the process that you would have to follow as far as that mandated procedure, and certainly a lot of other ones. What do you guys think?
Well, like you say, with the standard, what body holds that standard accountable to where it's then the quality of the information. We all know if there's different, say for coordinates, there's different accuracies out there on the market. So what accuracy we're getting to, and also the quality of the underground utility locate information is something that we say, okay, we have to quantify that first to have a standard, and then everybody can follow that same standard. And it may differ state by state, or is it a federal thing, or around the world for that matter. It really depends what people want.
I see different levels of this too. The fact that we have existing infrastructure, we have that legacy infrastructure that's there. New installs, yeah, it's very easy. As we install them, we should be collecting some kind of data point on them, preferably GPS data point, right, with a X, Y, and Z. But that legacy data, that's the problem. Is how do we get that legacy data? How do you understand it? You can't just dig everything up and find it. In locating, it's an art form. It's a skill set. You need to have those tenured people that know what they're reading and how they're reading it to collect that data. And it's not going to be 100% accurate. It's going to be better than what we have, but we're still going to have that gap of, is this perfectly accurate, right?
But I think the question sort of says, when we have the permanent record, and let's assume that's an accurate record, and so let's assume it's X, Y, and Z, why don't we share the plans? So if we know that we've got highly accurate data, why aren't we giving that data out? And yes, the point's made. New builds, literally, we talked about this yesterday, a lot of new builds, the data that's collected is not given back quickly enough and then given back to the contractors. And plans are not handed out or shared. And so why are plans not shared today? And I get the fact that some of it's legacy and we haven't got accuracy around it, but what about highly accurate data that is collected? And there's so much today being collected, right? Every single day, tens of thousands of holes and sites are opened up, and technically we could be collecting accurate data along those lines. Why don't we share the plans?
Well, everybody always goes back to that Homeland Security and that too, but it's really...
Is it really?
It's really not.
No, it's
not. It's not, because if I want to find out what's on the ground, all I got to do is call.
Yeah.
And they're going to come in and tell me.
Yeah. So it's not.
If somebody who wants to really put two and two together, they can figure it out. So
it's not a security issue.
It doesn't seem to be a security issue. It seems to be maybe the liability side of it. I really think that it leans back on that liability side, because we have permanent records right now, but they're hand drawn, not totally accurate, personal perceptions, that kind of thing. So once we have that other data, I might have found a GPS point right here, and then the next one 25, 30 feet away. What happened in between those 2 points? So in order to do that, I think it has to have that education too, that these are not collected inch by inch, foot by foot. There's a span, because a lot can happen in 25 feet in the utilities.
Absolutely.
Up, over, down, whatever it is. And I think that that's part of the issue of why people are scared to share it, right? Yeah. But on the same token is you take a look at the equipment that's out here. Everything's running on GPS. If I want to, I'm not ever going to be able to take more than that grade cut, because it's going to pull the blade back up.
So play out this. We spend the next 10 years, 15 years collecting highly accurate data. Whatever standard we've agreed on, when are we going to start sharing the data? And who is it shared to? What's the point in collecting highly accurate data if we're not going to share it? So when do we start dealing with sharing the data, and to who do we share that data?
I think first you have to, let's assume that we were able to come up with a system to share it in. And that system had no cost, just for sake of argument, for right now. and we were able to come up with a standard both for the public side and the private side. You know, obviously they might not do things exactly the same in that standard, but let's assume that we had that. A big starting point is determining who's going to ultimately manage this. Who's going to be the quarterback of, you know, running this? What entity? Is it going to be a company that's in? Is it a locating company that does it? Is it a utility company? Is it the government? You know, we'd have to figure out who's going to ultimately take that ownership of getting it done once we figure out what it is.
Why does it have to be a centralized repository? Why can't it be decentralized? I mean, as long as you've got a standard, an interchange standard to move data from the field back to utilities, let's say.
Right.
And it's a standard and everybody adheres to it. And
Right.
I can demonstrate that.
It doesn't need to be one spot.
No, it can
As
be-
long as I and my company share it to who needs it, whoever's company it is shares to who they need it. I don't see the issue with that.
Yeah.
I see that there's going to be some back office stuff that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But at the same token is every state has some kind of one-call law that was built in
Yes.
the 80s where
Yes.
we didn't have this technology.
Yes.
So we got to deconstruct those,
That's
right?
Yeah.
And if we don't deconstruct those and rebuild them to fit the needs that's going to happen and not look at what we're in the present time, but look at what we're looking 30 years out, right? And then we're probably, the guys in 30 years are going to do the same thing that we're doing here.
They should do.
Yeah, is we need to keep updating this. And it's a battle. It's really a battle, and the politics comes into play. And I think that until we can get that broke down and said, hey, the state laws need to be broke down under the interest of public safety, we're not going to vote.
So we've got a standardization, the way we collect data is a problem today. We've got state laws, we've got one-call systems are problems today. Maybe the central repository or not. Once we get through that, who should get the data? Who should we share this data with? And where should it go? How far down? Should it get to the hands of the contractor? Should it get only to the hands of the locator? Where does it go to?
Go ahead, Kelvin.
No,
you just had that look like you had something to say.
You were sitting on it.
No. Well, if you had this accurate data, give it to the 811 system that's in place, that does work. Every system has its flaws. That would be a start point, I think, to do a study to say, let's trial it in one state and see if how accurate the data is. Goes to the locator, for example. They do their job today to mark it out. The ultimate goal is for that excavation contractor to have the same information, all the sensors that's available in technology today and will be even better in 10 years' time. They have sensors on their equipment that tells them, just like the grading dozers that are out there, that says, oh, I'm within 5-10 feet of that utility, stop. A warning comes up in the cab. That to me is a tangible goal to get to in the next decade or so.
But then also to get that point where, as excavators see these utilities, collect that data on it there and verify that the accuracy of the original data that was given to them is correct,
right,
and have that partnership would be ideal. Would be perfectly ideal.
Yeah.
I think that example could work. One of the obstacles I see is when we talk about one call. It's a great service. We're actually a complimentary service to them.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about what they're doing currently, they're focusing on that public side only on probably 1/3 of the utilities, as a majority of the utilities are on the private side.
Yeah.
So how do we get the private utility locating companies and the one-call system together? Because currently it's going to be difficult for the one-call system to handle this whole overall project.
It's a huge undertaking, of which I just think the approach of starting out with a study,
pilot
theory, and then you can expand on that into other public utility sites, and then the big one is the private side.
Right.
Private side, because that has probably been the least located, the least mapped of all of the utilities, or least with records.
And the most utilities.
Yeah, of information.
Yeah.
It's
So
a big task.
When you're talking about the fact that sharing that information, one of the big things that we got going on is the race for fiber, right?
Yes.
And that is all about customers and understanding it.
Yeah.
So how do we get those utilities to understand too that if this is available, it's not for, and we all know it's going to happen, for building your infrastructure, right? It's and trying to be competitive.
Yes.
But we have to get to that point that they understand is some of this is already built, right? We need to play nice in the sandbox, because if it's going to be, if it turns out that it's going to be a battle, that I get this information, I can see where you're weak and I'm strong, and I'm going to take you over. That's going to be even worse.
Yeah. Commercial sensitivities of that
Exactly.
information. Yeah. I guess I'm coming back to, my philosophy is communication is paramount to the whole thing. The 811 industry, through to using the locator, the utility, the 811, the contractor. And sharing plans or sharing data is ultimately another step in that comms stack, right? I can't imagine why we can't give the contractor information, even though we still need locators, we still need, hydrovacs, and we still need utilities to be involved and stuff. But by giving the contractor the information, if we can get it accurate enough, and even if it's not that accurate, as long as he knows the accuracy of that, so once again, come back to standards. So if I could tell, a utility could tell me that it's an A, B, C, D classification, forget about C, but it's highly accurate, it's not accurate, it's not been validated, it hasn't, or it's terrible, like literally I'm hundreds of yards away, I couldn't tell you, I just know there's a cable there somewhere. But if it's an A-type classification, then as a contractor or a locator, I've got a lot of, intelligence around what's really happening.
A lot better off than where you were.
Where you were, yeah. And that can help because it's about the locator and the contractor working together, not against each other, to have a safe dig site, right? So the more information that's out there, I know already utilities in the US are delivering plans, right? So that's happening, and the utilities that are doing that are telling us the damage ratio they're getting is so much lower than what they used to have without delivering plans, where they only located.
Right.
Doing location only gave them damage. Giving the plans back to the contractor helped with, there's now two sets of eyes on this data and on the job site. So the locator doing his thing and then the guy validating it because he's got the plans there as well. Right. It helps in so many things. I mean, the number of retransmits and relocates guys are doing, right? That happens a lot these days on some big projects. I mean, by having the plans out there accurate, helps that process because we're overloaded with locating requests today, right? Mm-hmm. And we need to use the locator the best way we can to help the contractor. But we've got to be able to share that data.
I mean, if you boil it down to right now, instead of looking at the big picture of having all of your data in there, well, let's just say that you bored a gas main underneath the rear and you're 80 feet deep.
Yeah.
You know you're 80 feet deep. Your son told you it was 80 feet deep going in the ground. Now you have a sewer contractor that wants to dig down 15 feet to put a pipe in over top of it. State law says you have to dig within X amount of inches on both sides of that.
That's right.
Most of them down to the depth of excavation. You know it's 80 feet deep, and you're going down 12 feet. What's the risk? There really is none.
There is none.
There is none. So in sharing that data, if you were digging in there and I said, hey, it's 80 feet deep, yeah. And all of a sudden the regulatory bodies come out here and see that you're digging within the tolerance zone,
zones, yeah.
You're going to get nailed.
That's right. Yeah.
Even though I told you, so I can't give you the go-ahead to break the law. And see, that's where it boils down to back to the, we need to break that down.
So that's one of the barriers, right?
Yeah.
One of the barriers we've got to sharing data is the liability, the laws, these things are holding us back, which is, like you said, we need to really update what's happening today for the next 20 years,
yes.
Right? Otherwise, we're going to be locked with all this technology that's coming through. I mean, these diggers outside here, excavators, we can nearly send them three-dimensionally a BIM or PIM model of the site, right? We could do a GPR scan or just pothole and find out all the, and then build a model that this digger can go and dig with, even closer than 10 feet. I mean, it could do it pretty accurately, but we can't do it because we've got all these constraints.
Right.
Yeah. So it sounds like we have consensus that. We should share the data. Do we have consensus on that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So I've taken some points on the major barriers right now, and I just want to go through them and maybe get everyone's thoughts on it. So first, security. I think we have consensus that that's not a real.
It's not a real.
It's not a real concern. I mean, it's a concern of some, but it's not. It's like more excuse than anything else.
Excuse.
Second is standards, quality standards. It seems like we have other business models that have overcome this. For example, Airbnb or Uber or Amazon, you have crowdsourced reviews of not only the product, specific product, but of the vendor, right? So third is, how do we get legacy data? It seems to me that every day we have qualified companies like GPRS collecting legacy data, or other companies, right? So we're collecting it slowly but surely. Fourth is liability. Again, it seems like there are business models out there that have overcome this. For example, Uber, that essentially insures their drivers and their cars and all that, right? So there's some kind of middleman or clearinghouse that makes money from this and also covers some of the liability. And there's got to be a lot of buyer beware of the data you're getting, to the point we made about the reviews, the crowdsourced reviews. Fifth is the system to share data. I know some fine software companies in the industry like Pelican Corp that I'm sure can figure something out with that. So it seems like all of these quote unquote barriers can be overcome and have been overcome by other industries. So how do we get, so it seems like there's consensus that sharing data is good for the industry. These barriers have been overcome in other industries. So how do we overcome these, and how do we actually share data?
When you're talking about gathering data too, if you just take a look at, Kelvin, you've seen how fast the GPS models of locating equipment has evolved within the last 2 years, right? And it's running wild right now. It's a race to see who's going to make the biggest and fastest horse.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, old school model with contract locating and locating is, I got to get the paint on the ground because I got to have that safe for that guy to dig.
That's right.
Once this gets down to the point where it's push button and gather as we go, we're going to see these contracts saying, you're going to have to do this. When you contract out to a locating company. The only bad part about it is you're going to create a Swiss cheese model, right? You're not ever going to capture everything because your locates are never going to gather 100% of your assets unless you take that initiative to get it all. So you're going to have all these little pockets, right? And if you look at a new home, you're going back, there's roughly seven times as a locator.
Yep.
Now, as that data keeps coming in, it should keep getting better and more points as you go.
Yep.
Where's it stored? How's it going to get updated? I think that's a challenge. But I think in the next couple of years here, we're going to see that GPS locating able to gather those GPS points as you locate is going to be like at a snap of a finger.
We already have that. I think the question is, how do we police that system? How do we make sure that it's updated? In your example where you had something at 80 feet and you want to go 12 feet, how do we know that for sure, 100%, that nothing else was put in the interim?
Well, in that example was, I just have a single gas main going across the river, right?
There's definitely nothing.
And I put it in 2 months ago. That's a prime example. But that guy had to hydrovac down, knowing that it's not there, scoop down, hydrovac down, scoop down. And was he breaking the law? Technically.
Yeah. The practicalities of it,
yeah. But it's how, that interval of, the real-time data is there, right? And it is that issue of everybody going to the cloud because they're afraid of their security. Maps can be updated at a snap of a finger now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's how do we get everybody to go there?
Well, and so how do we start breaking these barriers down?
Right.
And that's about, I think, Kelvin, you said, like maybe we start with a state, maybe not even a state, maybe a county.
Yeah.
And you sort of go, well, let's go and run a pilot here to see what this is like if we give this exemption. So we have all the buy-in from the utilities, locators and contractors, and the legislator maybe the state, to say that, well, hey, we're going to try a pilot to see what this is going to do for us. Because if we can collect this data and then give it back out and actually have many people working with the data, is that going to give us a more accurate or safer dig site?
Right.
That's how we have to, and then we can use that model to sort of say, how do we push this? Because every state's going to say, no, not in this state for this reason, right?
Every state commission will
say, well, we're going to do it here, and that's the challenge.
Well, I think to prove the theory in a I'll say a controlled environment over a certain period of time in a certain area, I just see that's the way to go, because you get people's acceptance from excavator, somebody at a job site, somebody in an office that's never gone to the job site, that has a liability at stake or is a stakeholder. Everybody can see the benefit of using technology.
I think that liability thing is interesting. Like Jimmy said, we can we can see examples of that being handled in other industries. And I think if you gave it to the contractor to say, hey, I'm prepared to take the responsibility of this dig site over. So you give me the right information, I know what grade it is.
Yep.
Now I will take responsibility to get the locator in, not you. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You'll find many contractors, I've seen examples in Canada where they do this, where they have these agreements where they will take control of the site and then the responsibility if they hit something. And so, they work in a different way, because contractors can work in a safe digging mechanism. Let's just say we had no plans and we didn't have a locator. Could you dig a site? Could you do it? You could. Would it take me longer? Yes. Would it cost me more? Yes.
Alternative digging methods.
Alternative digging methods, right? So how much more would it cost me? 20% more to do that compared to the traditional methods? Is it worth doing it? Maybe. It's better, because maybe I don't hit anything.
No, I like the idea of getting in front of it. We always talk about damage prevention, right?
Yeah.
Right now, it seems that we're in reaction mode, right? We wait for something bad to happen. You take a look at any of the any of the places that have major catastrophes, or somebody lost their life.
Yeah.
St. Cloud, Minnesota is a prime example. In order to dig within the downtown infrastructure in St. Cloud, Minnesota, as an excavator, you have to go through their class. You have to learn the safe digging practices. You have to learn everything that's going to come with it. So why wouldn't we just flip that script and say, before this even happens, let's take a look at it like cities, towns, before you give a permit, they have to go through, we have to share the data, and they start policing it themselves a little bit.
To Jimmy's point, all of the situations that we were bringing up, these barriers to making this happen, seem to be able to be overcome.
Yeah.
But back to what I was thinking about, and I know your point, I was stating that, who's going to be the quarterback of this?
Yeah.
Let's just say we took Louisville. That's our pilot.
Yeah.
Who's going to lead that? Who is going to ultimately get it started? Because I think we all have the idea. We all agree it has to happen. Who is going to take the lead on it?
Yeah.
So if we were going to do a pilot tomorrow, starting in Louisville, who would run it? Who would be in charge of policing it? Who would be in charge of making sure that everyone was doing things the right way? We had consistent data. Where would it start?
At the 811 service, maybe? Because they've got all the stakeholders, haven't they? I mean, they've got the utilities as members, they've got the contractors using the system and the locators using the system. So is that a good place to start?
You already see that with some of the one call system. They're driving that bus.
Yeah, they are.
They're going. There's pilot programs that are starting out, but they're grassroots. But nobody's really sharing a whole lot of what's going.
Yeah.
Even at that point, we're not really sharing what we're finding yet. But everybody's trying to recreate that wheel.
Everybody's racing to do.
Oh yeah, we got the wheels. Everybody's making their own wheel, right?
Yeah.
But as soon as we start sharing that models from all of these little pilot programs that are already going on that nobody's really talking about too loud yet, because they have all these restraints and these confusions of what really is going to happen, right? But we're all going for the same goal.
Yeah.
That's how do we make it so you can dig safe, go home at the end of the day, and still make money.
And of course, the elephant in the room is that there's certain sectors or part of the actors in this group that feel like they may get compromised. Locators say for instance, we're going to lose out. We're not going to have locate jobs anymore. Well, that's not the case, right? So I think the thing is going through and looking at who are the actors at play. Utilities, it's going to cost us more money. Locators, we're not going to have as many jobs. And then contractors, we're going to take on liability. I think we've got to get those people in the room and start talking seriously about, no, it's not going to be that. It's none of those things. It's all scaremongering, right? You're just scared of change.
Yeah, resistive.
Resistive to change. So let's get in a room and talk about, hey, imagine if we could move this. It's going to be more work for locators, easier for you contractors, easier for you, Mr. Utility. I mean, I'm going to see utilities probably asking for data to come in future contracts from locators maybe, and then maybe even from their subcontractors. Like, why isn't, when the ground's open, the contractor then GNSS, high accuracy across the pipe, across the infrastructure, every single hole they dig.
Check the box.
So locators doing it, that's great. That tells me great, this is where I think it is. Now I open the ground, oh, there it is.
Duane, if I can quickly jump in, maybe is one of the barriers here the word share?
Share.
What I mean is, what if the question were, what good is permanent location information without a plan to sell? So someone who's collecting, because when people hear the word share, they think free.
Free, yeah.
Right. So it's like, some of us are old enough to remember this, it's like the Napster days, right? We're sharing music. No, well, it's free.
Yeah.
So then Apple came along and said $1 per song.
Yeah.
Now it's a huge industry. Now everyone's selling the song. So what if we change the paradigm and instead of thinking, what good is permanent location information without a plan to share? Why aren't we sharing more data? Why aren't we selling the data we have? Why is there no system? Why is there no clearinghouse like Airbnb or Uber that allows people who have assets, whether it's apartments, houses, or cars, to sell a portion of the assets to people who want to buy a portion of those assets? So maybe it's not share, maybe it's sell. What do you guys think about that?
Maybe I'll get thrown off the stage here, but I'll just let. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time I was kicked out of a room, right? Let's take a look at a white line, okay?
Yeah.
White line is a great tool, right? But who's it fall on?
Contractor.
Contractor, right? Who does it benefit?
Locator.
We're talking about sharing information, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. That's cost just falling on the contractor.
Yeah. But imagine if the contractor was paying for the locator. So now I white line because I want a short job, right?
Exactly.
I want a good quality job, right?
Exactly.
And so if you shift some of the responsibilities around, potentially you get a different outcome.
Right.
Because when there's nothing to be gained from either party,
right.
to some degree.
And that's what I was kind of thinking is if you have that responsibility of white lining, but you're going to get this along with it, now all of a sudden we're looking at
but what
little
happens,
cost.
Let's imagine utility, right? You say, okay, I'm going to charge $1 for high accuracy plans, $1, or $5, and low accuracy ones free. So I'll still share the information, but you want to get good information, it costs you $1 or $5. Would a contractor pay $5 to get a really high quality plan from you?
I would hope that anybody that's out locating has that they're just going to give them that high quality.
I know.
maybe that is.
But if you're thinking about why utilities don't do it today, because the locator is going to say, you want me to collect that data today? It's going to cost you another $2.
Exactly.
Or $3, right? If you want me to stop for that extra 30 seconds and collect it. So if I know I can recover that because someone's going to pay for that, does it change the whole model? Wow. Now you have utilities scrambling to get the GPS data. You get locate companies wanting to provide it.
They're already. If I put the paint marks on the ground, they're already grabbing it on the job site, overlaying it on the maps that they have.
But let's say you were able to buy it for $1 or $5 for your example.
Yeah.
Does that mean you still don't need to locate?
No.
Is the data that accurate that you could just pay
Have
$1?
to be verified.
So I think
we're still going to have to come out.
The interesting thing, yeah, of course you are, and that's good, but it's highly accurate data. I've paid for it.
But
He's
you're
got
always
the
working. You
information.
should be working in the future. You wouldn't be working in the past.
Right.
You're always working. There's always going to be a bucket on the ground.
Yeah.
So if you had that data, yes, I would agree that there are going to be times where that paint is going to be very important for certain individuals, certain companies, because we don't have everybody's not playing on the same playing field. Right. So, but you're going to be allowed to be in front of it rather than behind it all the time.
Sure.
Right? Because if I don't need the locates, if I have the GPS data, I don't need to relocate because I know it's over there. Goes back to a state law that says the ticket's only good for 14 days in some states. But I know that I'm not going to be over there. Do I really need it if I accurately know that I'm not digging next to your facility?
It's going to help with the planning side of it, whereas today you're going out there and half the time you don't really know much until it's located.
Yeah, and Kevin, your point about private property, right, is the most unknown.
Right.
And the public roadways are probably the most known. And where all the professionals, all the roadway professionals are working in there and sort of get a pretty good handle on that, and yet it's quite complex. You go into a decision. But that private maybe it's a separate the two things because utilities will only bring information to you about parts of a private property, and after that they don't care, right? It's like meter connection or the water or whatever, and so you got to find everything else, right? That's why you go
once
on.
Once you're past the meter, it's on you.
Once you're past the meter, it's on you. And so who wants all that data? Does the utility want that data? They don't want that data.
Right.
They don't have to. Why? Legislation says they need to. So they're never going to want to collect that data. But repeat, so now a homeowner says, you collect that data, and next time I need to use it, you're going to charge me to get it? I'll pay $5. Or the contractor will pay $5 or $10 to get that data if you've collected it. So I think this model Jimmy's talking about, where you sell data, and maybe it can be separated from this public and private.
Sure.
I think you have to.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. We have a question from the audience. Please name, company, and question.
John Hass for Blighted Companies. What's your thoughts of requiring as-built to be part of contract documents and specifications for projects? Would that help the planning stages? As it sits right now, ASCE 3802 requires requirements for engineers and facility operators to share information to set a quality level D, but what I'm finding, they're not following all those steps, so it doesn't make sense to have as-built part of the specifications and the contract documents. Maybe that'll lead to better accountability for inaccurate drawings and more cost of projects when it goes back to inaccurate data.
Yeah, I think design is another great opportunity where we should be saying it's nearly mandatory to share the data. Like, why? I know in other regions of the world they do that. For a design ticket, they'll pass that ticket across, and the utility will respond with electronic data. It's for design. It's not to be used for excavation, and it builds. So it makes this process of design so much faster. And that's not to say that can't be supplemented with, but I need a locate on this because the quality level is C. You know, it's not been located for 50 years. So
Here's
I've got
a design ticket for a little bit of information,
ticket,
but you might want to have that privately located.
Yeah.
Well, when you're looking at that right now, though, we're at the point that we don't have that standardized data, right?
Yeah.
So if you call in for right now, depending on where you're at, you're going to get that electronic data, right? It's been handed down, it's been drawn and stretched and moved to view properly on a map.
Yeah.
It's not as accurate as what you need to really design it, right? I mean, we can all agree on that you have to have a point where, and a truly good design is having a quality locate.
Yeah.
Prior to that design work, right?
Absolutely.
And what we're touching on with that side of it is the locates are happening, the survey companies don't collect all the data, or the design locates are spread out so far, right? So they're not just your typical 3-day wait or 2-day wait. They're 14 days or 15 days, whatever they are. So phone comes in today, marks. Electric comes in a week later, and they're not collecting all the data. And it becomes a challenge because then all of a sudden they're trying to design a job in the middle of summer. But I think in some of the states that we're looking at where you can upload a ticket to their system or get a ticket, but you can upload your plans, all of that where it is available for a utility company to see, we got to get them to take it and go, this isn't just a locator job, this needs to go to our designers. What are we going to have in the way, right? Because it seems that there's two different tracks here. The one is actual to get the locates on the ground, and the other to design. But the one call system's so great that everybody thinks that that's the right process. It's not. It's actually two different roads.
Yeah, two separate. Yeah.
All right, great. We have another question from our audience. Please name, company, and question.
Sure, thanks. Brian Harris with USA North 811, the one call center for Northern California and Nevada. I want to take it back to sharing, and I agree with Jemmy's point. Sharing doesn't necessarily mean free, and selling is probably a convenient way to kind of overcome that. But I'm curious what you guys think about if that filters down to the on the boots on the ground. Excuse me. Would that create a barrier to accessing the 811 system? Because if you make it optional, like, oh, you pay the $5 to get better data, wouldn't a contractor, I know we're saying $5, that's pretty low, but wouldn't that create a barrier to, well, I don't need the extra cost on my job, I'm not going to do that? Or if it was mandatory, you have to pay to have this extra data, then they just wouldn't even get the locates or bother with 811. What do you think about that? Would it create sort of a barrier? Should the share potentially be free mandatory in a sense, or do you think selling would, create any issues.
You certainly wouldn't want to create a situation where, because of a small fee, they're just not doing it. And I certainly agree to that. But at the same time,
But do you need that data on every job?
No,
You don't.
maybe not.
You may not need it. I mean, putting in a cable TV drop to a house, I don't need it. I really don't. I mean, I just need to know where the line is. Stay off that. But if I'm putting up a high rise or if I'm developing a site, that's valuable data to me.
And, depending, I mean, there's all problems associated with, breaking the ticket down as to who's coming in. If it's a homeowner coming in, they can still do the current process, right? It goes off, it gets located, and they don't pay anything. But a professional contractor, maybe working the road, he's going to say, yeah, I can take the free service. The free service is I wait my 72 hours or a week to get a locate done because there's so much tension at the moment for locates. Or I pay my $5 and get some data, and then I can wait as well. Maybe there's a combination here.
But it might not even have to be a pay service. Maybe it is the fact that if you want to get that data, you're going to have to, lack of better terms, maybe jump through a couple other hoops to work with me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to provide me with the maps. You're going to have to provide me with the precise digging area that you're working in. And then along with that, we're getting that communication from the locator and the excavator and the utility companies. But along with that, you get all of this, right? So maybe it's just a barter.
A barter system, yeah.
and then depending on the level that you want, some people would jump through those hoops, some people may not, some people may, in the pay example, buy that initial data. And some people might need both, where they get that initial data and then they have a private utility located.
Correct.
So it just depends on the job.
I mean, what's interesting today is utilities are sending out locators, and then contractors are going and buying their own locators to validate the stuff that utilities do. And why do they do that?
Great for business.
Because the quality of the locate maybe by the utility is not as good as they want, right? They want a much more highly accurate locate.
Maybe you're not working with the right people.
Well, maybe. So maybe that combination of things is where some people say, yesterday we were talking about going above and beyond the legislation, right? Whatever's normal. And a lot of companies are saying we do that. We sort of take
we already do it.
We already do that. We go way above and beyond. We go and we have our own guys, or we use a third party to come and locate what are utilities located as much as we can.
And the unique thing about that, we're talking about changing the things, everything, right? What's the matrix for a utility company? Tickets per thousand per damage, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you have all of these other people doing private locates and doing it just as well. They no longer can have to hit their matrix, right? How do they judge what they need to do? And that's a little bit of a challenge, but I see, if you had a paid service where here's the data, you're responsible for it, now that liability is lifted and shifted, and they can focus on being damage prevention, not reaction, right? And I think,
well, it goes hand in hand with white lining and then accurate data, and then now the locator can do a much better job, right? Because what happens today, you get street to street, and you're locating. What I've got to do this whole street? Yeah, you got to do the whole street. That's what the tickets for. But really, what I needed was 20 feet by 30 feet out of the front of this, and across the boundary by 2 feet, and that's what I need. Oh wow, now I can do that job much better because I'm not doing the whole street. So it's a combination of white lining and this, locating, accurately, so getting the right data in, so we can utilize the resources we've got better. And any contractor will pay to accelerate that process. And if it means sharing data, buying in my own locate guys, white lining to sort of tell you exactly what we want, that's what we should be heading towards.
Right.
And they'll pay for it. I reckon they'll pay for it. I mean, I can tell you, rest of the world,
yes,
they pay for it.
Yep, and it's such a nominal fee amongst the whole job.
Yeah,
it's
it's irrelevant. Yeah, it becomes irrelevant. Yeah.
Taking it back to the liability aspect, I just want to get your guys' thoughts on what way you think that should actually play out. So say, taking the example that this data is available, it can be purchased by any of the stakeholders that need access to it. Where does that liability fall, and how should it really be handled?
Well, it's, liability is one of those things that shifts. It can be shifted. It depends if you want to take on that liability. And once again, I'm seeing, like in Canada, as an example, contractors are deciding to take the liability on. They're working with utilities and saying, no longer is it your locator, It's me and my locator, and so I'm not working as a contractor against the utility and the locator, because when something happens, that's what's happening. I'm working now with the locator to make sure that we don't hit your infrastructure, and if we do, we own it to a degree. So I'm going to have my safe digging practices, I'm going to have my locate guy there, we're going to do this properly, and less damage. And maybe I still damage stuff, but I damaged stuff in the past.
Right.
And now, but it's less. So now I can cope with this, and I'm prepared to accept it. And contractors are taking that liability. So, if you give a contractor a choice with the current market space, wait 3 days or 4 days or 5 days or 6 days or 7 days to get your locate, right? Or I can take it on now, do it myself, take the liability and get it done, and I can do it this afternoon. Imagine that. Wow, I can roll my crew and not have to wait, and my crew gets hampered by remarks or whatever it might be. I think some contractors
Duane,
will take the responsibility.
you look at it, we're looking at that giant scale project,
Yeah.
but you look at every utility company, right? There's a lot of them out there that if you're installing utilities for me,
Yeah.
you're locating my utilities, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, that contractor is accepted 100% of liability.
You've got
If
it already.
he messes up the locate, he's at fault.
Yeah.
If he messes up digging, he's at fault.
Yeah.
So it
It's
drives
already-
better practices, because now all of a sudden I'm going, I got to make sure I have the right locators in place. I got to make sure that I have the excavator, the right guy putting the shovels in the ground. And I also got to have checks and balances to basically verify that the locator did his job. Maybe, and I've noticed that they take the extra couple steps.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, yes, they called in for the locate. The guy comes, or his guy comes out there and locates, and now he goes to excavate it. He's not just going out there and throwing a shovel in the ground. Now he's got a checklist. He's walking the job site. He's got the maps on hand. Is everything there?
It creates it increases the accountability for
It does.
sure.
It increases the accountability.
And what you're saying is, Justin, they've already got that responsibility because of the fact they're a subcontractor to you as a utility.
So what's the difference? Like,
To some
go
degree,
back to
the only thing is now if they take on the whole job site, they're now taking responsibility for the other utilities as well, right?
Exactly.
And that's but then they probably have that to some degree anyway.
Right.
So maybe there's not as much a barrier as we think.
No, great question, but it seems to me that this liability issue is another one of those that it's more an excuse than anything, because other industries that, think about it, before Uber did it, a lot of us would thought there's no way anyone could do this because the liability of having driving a car for a service, that's just off the charts liability. And now it's like most of us can't even believe we even thought that was a problem, right? Thank you. We're out of time for this roundtable. Thank the panelists. Can we give the panelists a quick round of applause, please?
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
For those on a live stream, we're going to continue in 15 minutes.
Thanks for helping me out, guys.
Nice to meet you.
Dwayne,
good to see you again.
You did fine for the first time. Next time, do I get to take a goes first?
The future of this industry is going to be completely different than it is today. I believe that this is one of the most exciting times to be a part of this industry because we're at the moment where this big breakthrough and change is about to happen. I really believe that. Technology is moving as fast as it is, and the culture is moving, and it's catching up with technology. 5-10 years from now, there's going to be a zero delay between when the excavator wants to dig and when they have the information that they need to dig safely. So the future of the industry is going to be around delivering accurate, precise information to the excavator in real time so that they can dig without damage.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you, we already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory. You never say never and you never say impossible.
Welcome to Utility Map Reading. In this training, we aren't going to show you how to read a particular utility's map. Rather, we are going to focus on the intent and spirit of utility maps. No matter the utility company, there are approaches to maps that are shared by most, if not all, utility companies. There are 3 ways to find underground lines: instrumentation, visual observation, and utility maps and records. Utility maps are no less important than the other 2 when it comes to finding underground lines. Maps can reveal things that visual observation cannot. And at times they can explain why locating signals do or don't do what is expected of them. There's a couple of things to know about our 5 map reading videos. North is always at the top of any map you see. We use compasses on our images to make sure you know what direction you're looking. In the end, you'll need to be able to look at things in the field in other directions than facing north. So you'll need to do the same thing in these videos. Drone footage is the best way for you to learn map reading. After all, a map is really a downward-looking view. We've used the appropriate locating colors to show you where lines are actually located. One thing to keep in mind is that a utility map is not the same as a Google map. Part of utility maps, though, are streets and street names. That's where they are like Google Maps. But utility maps often present roads as named rights of ways. Think of it this way. Public utilities are located in the public right of way. And lastly, not every line a utility owns is on a utility map. Sometimes information about these lines are only on service cards or service records. We are only going to provide training on maps, but we wanted to acknowledge that a utility has records and information in other formats than what we are able to show here.
So talk to me, AJ, about what we're showing here as a proper tolerance zone exposed. What's the point of this and why do you do it?
So people get confused sometimes with the tolerance zone. What we have here is the full tolerance zone is exposed. We have 18 inches on both sides of our mark from grade to our proposed bore depth underneath the utility. If we're going to drill underneath it, we want to see rod reamer product. So we have full width exposed down to our bore depth, and we're going to see everything go by. We ain't going to have to worry about hitting anything. We know what's underneath it. We know what's there. We're safe to drill. So this scenario is, we go straight down, we find our mark, we go straight down, we find our utility at that mark. We think, okay, we found our utility, we're safe to drill under it, over it, whatever. No, we're not, because we didn't expose that tolerance zone fully. We didn't go 18 inches on both sides. We didn't go to our proposed excavation depth. All we did was spot that utility. That can't do that.
At that point, I can't confirm that's what was actually marked or not.
Exactly.
Right?
We don't know if that's what we're looking for. It could be a foot over this way, foot over that way.
And this, unfortunately, is the vast majority of the potholing we do see, is this cone potholing, which leads, again, to sometimes damages, whether it's inadvertent, whether a locator made the mistake and it marks were off, or there was just another line, to your point, that wasn't mapped or anything else. That's the whole point of opening the earth up a little bit more, to build in a little bit of a safety zone for you, right?
Right.
Because it's all about, you don't want to damage something, but the reality of it is that you want to go home this afternoon, right?
Yep.
And so that's why this cone spotting, while it gets an eyeball on something, you don't know what you found yet.
You don't know what that something is.
Right. Okay. So what about not exposed?
So this scenario, we just went our 18 inches on our both side of our mark down to where we found our utility, something like that. But okay, so you think you went 18 inches, you found your utility, you really didn't, because if you're going to go underneath that, you need to expose to your excavation depth, your proposed depth. Which if you're going under that, you don't know what's underneath there. There could be, here's your line that you found the top of. The live one could be directly underneath it and you could hit that going by.
Well, so your expectation is on proper potholes, I can see my rod go through and my reamer and product come back.
Yep, rod reamer product, that's our motto. So
if I don't see all that, I didn't pothole properly.
You didn't properly expose, correct.
So in this scenario, again, we do see this a lot where they go down till they find even just the top of a cable. They call it good and don't realize there's actually 4 wires that are stacked, taking up a foot of elevation.
Absolutely.
They go to bore under it with a foot because they're not going to have to ream to come back, and they end up hitting it either going in or coming back.
And that's when we find a lot of damages on the pullback.
Right.
And that's when you hit most of your stuff. You might go by nice with the drill head, but that reamer's a lot bigger. It's making a borehole, and that's when you hit something.
So depending on the job,
would this be happening while the rig's warming up down the street, or would you be out there a day ahead of time? When would you project to?
A little both. Our crews try to get out there a day or so ahead of time to get everything exposed. I mean, say the drill set up at one end of the block, we might have a couple at this end of the block, so just so we could get rolling in the morning and expose the rest of them. But yeah, we try to get out there ahead of our drill rig and get those exposed.
With that perspective, is there times where you actually end up having to go idle because you're having a problem due to either rock or soil, or you're still going and you just haven't found the bottom?
Sure, absolutely. And there might be something that we think we found, but we might then do our sweep and trace something else out and say, let's hold on, let's try to find that just to verify it and make sure.
Right. So that idle time, though, you still find a value to that, because it's still cheaper to idle than it is to, again, end up digging into something that could either cost a lot of money or harm somebody on your crew.
It's safer, it's more cost effective, and it's just the right way to do it, just to find everything you can in the ground.
Right.
And not find it the right way, not the hard way, we say.
And even with all the best efforts, potholing everything accurately, you still run into the scenarios where, unfortunately, something might not have been marked. You might not even find it on a sweep because it may not be the best conductor in the world.
Right.
And damage can still occur.
Right.
But the goal of what you're trying to accomplish with that proper pothole is that those are the exception to the rule, not the rule.
Exactly. So we feel if we expose everything properly like that, we've done our due diligence. We try to do our best and do it the right way.
Excellent. Thank you, AJ. I appreciate everything you guys do out there.
Appreciate it.
Much.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I'm Jimmy Wang, the moderator, and my co-moderator is Colin Miotti from USA North 811. And the topic for this roundtable is artificial intelligence in damage prevention. And we're going to have questions from the audience after about 20-25 minutes. Before we have the panelists introduce themselves and their companies briefly, I'm going to define artificial intelligence, just so we're on the same page, as simulation of human intelligence processes by computer systems. So please, if we can have everyone introduce yourselves and your companies quickly. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Ron Albergo. I'm with Pipeview America. I am CTO, amongst other things, so a little bit of my wheelhouse.
Matt Wolf, Impulse Radar. We're a GPR manufacturer and president of the Americas, and also shareholder and owner of the company.
Gary Schafer, radio detection. I lead the Americas region for the company.
Mike Martin from C-Scan. I'm the president, and we make electromagnetic locating devices and mapping software.
Great, thank you. So AI in damage prevention, what's the role? How does your company use it? What's the future of it?
Well, for us, locating, inspecting, did you define it, by the way? Did we do the definition?
Yes, definition of AI, simulation of human intelligence processes by computer systems.
So a simulation for us is we're working on having AI be able to be the eyes and ears of our inspections. So we do have human eyes and ears currently that watch in quality control and quality assurance hours, but we're also going to have an AI here. It might be done by the time I get back to the office actually to test out. So it's kind of like a new toy coming up here for us.
So like robotics type AI, what kind of work
It's all software based. So it's 100% software. It's going to start with just literally filtering through videos that our inspection teams do, trying to grab things both visually, but there's, our inspection team audio, they voice things out too, so they'll be trained on certain things there.
So rather than having a human analyze all the data, have machines do that for you.
We're gonna, to start with, we're gonna do both, but yes.
So this is for leak detection or corrosion or both?
It's more for cross-bore inspections.
Okay. Interesting. I understand. And you have, I think the most important thing, when you get into AI, you're looking at big data sets and large volumes of data, and I think that's where the advantage is, and to at least where we see it. There are everyday occurrences with, when the moderators asked me earlier, it's like, well, you're using a 2D GPR system, and you're using it, and there's a lot of this stuff on the screen. Is there a way to pull that data out, make it easy for the interpreter?
I'm sorry, guys, we have some technical issues. We're going to pause for a second here.
Okay.
Thank you.
With what?
We have,
your mic went out or something.
We have technical AI issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we ready? Okay,
are we
sorry,
back?
Please continue.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Where was I? Well, anyway, there's two lanes that we look at in the GPR industry for AI. One is the everyday user, small data set, you're in the field. That to us is probably a bit more complex than people would think, because the way radar data, you look at it, and we had a discussion prior to this that radar data is very chaotic because we can see everything. So to be able to just have a machine learn what a utility is from a tree root to a brick or a cobble, and we have companies that already have that they can see a hyperbola and say it's a hyperbola. Well, that doesn't really solve the problem. The problem really is you have to say it's a utility. And then on another lane, we have robust 3D imaging, which we are doing very well with a high-speed array that we have, and we get beautiful 3D images. So I think that gets a little bit less complex. But then it goes back to the fact that we get a lot of data very quickly, and that's where AI would help us. But I can tell you, I would say we're at the infancy of being able to solve that problem with GPR data right now. There's a lot of work to do. And one other point I want to make is you need a lot of data and a lot of input from machine learning, especially with radar data, any data. If you look at text, it's easy to do AI for text because you can take and scan millions and millions of volumes of words and symbols. But with GPR data, it's not that easy. So it's just.
Yeah, well, what you said about the role of AI being with large data sets, I think that's about right, and also multidimensional data sets. So it's not just simulating human intelligence, also extending the capabilities beyond what human intelligence can process. So if you're looking at a problem and it has more than a couple dimensions, the human brain it doesn't have enough working memory to solve those problems. So humans are very good at finding patterns in things. So an AI can do the same thing, but it can look at much more complicated data sets, integrating many more sources of data. So if you have a problem, like when we're making electromagnetic locating devices, we can extend what we're doing beyond what a traditional locator does, which is looking at a frequency at a time. So we may design a device that's using hundreds of simultaneous frequencies and being able to integrate massive amounts of passive data in addition to multiple different channels of active data, and also incorporate different types of characteristics of the signal that a human, the conventional locating devices, giving a signal strength, there's an auditory response that corresponds to something relating to it, and in many cases the user's actually swinging the device. So these are the only very few spare inputs that the user's getting. An AI could handle so much more, and it's going to be really important for trying to do things, especially in highly congested environments, and as we crowd more and more utilities up against each other, trying to distinguish amongst them, and then also detect things that are maybe unexpected.
And I think interpreting the data at volume much more quickly than a human brain could do that. And I think with all the data coming now, you're combining the GPR data, the locating data, the magnetometer data, all the data that we have about what is underground and how to pull that together and actually interpret what the utilities are, what the utilities aren't. to put that in front of a human, I don't think we're at the cusp of not having any human involvement, but to really analyze what that means, because there's so many inconsistencies underground that aren't a specific pattern, and we have to make that adjustment around the industry. The other part that I think is really interesting, and some people are starting to look into, is how to take some of the mundane tasks that happen every day that are very human intensive today. You know, I've heard a lot and seen a lot about robotics and what a robot could actually do in the field with a technician, as an example, whether it be electromagnetic locating, GPR work, or in the field actually functioning as a machine gathering data that can be pulled back together for a human to interpret. But I think that interaction with a human being is going to have to exist for quite some time.
I agree 100%.
You know, to piggyback on that, safety is another place that we have it. And like, if you think about it, you have a fleet manager, a safety manager, or both, right? But those people can't be on all your fleet. They can't be everywhere, right? So we have another form of AI that's actually built into machinery. It's cameras. And these are already installed in our fleet, and they basically help identify if someone is safe driving, helps the drivers know 360 if they're safe to back up or to open that door, or whatever. So AI is programmed, and the nice thing about AI, to another of one of your points, is not only is it more efficient than the average human,
right?
No matter how hard we try, but it also doesn't clock out at 5 p.m. So you get that luxury as well. So there's certain tasks that you're not robbing anybody of a job, you're just increasing your company's abilities.
And just to pivot off the job thing, one of the areas that I think has to be parallel with artificial intelligence and how we actually implement that into all of our businesses is an education process. The types of things that people are going to have to know to function in an artificial intelligence world are different than what we have today. Certainly a lot of consistencies with what we're looking at underground, but the expert technician we have in the field today is going to have to learn different skills 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road to really function in a collaborative artificial intelligence world. And I think that education piece sometimes in our industry trails the new technologies, and we've got to make sure that we're driving that in parallel to really educate the workforce.
We had a discussion internally a little bit, because obviously you have to have a lot of discussions about these kind of things. But one of the issues that we raise is that we're in a very high-risk environment with what we do and what we deliver. So we foresee that the machine may, I think, almost augment the process, not solve the process, because if you don't have human interaction, one thing I will say this, and it's maybe a controversial say, but you're going to push liability back on the manufacturers if we interpret the data and tell somebody this is a gas line, this is a water line, and it's at 3 feet. So there's a line there with a human being. We're going to have humans actually validate and all that, because we're not just getting data that's arcane that will not be a public safety issue. So we have to be very careful. So it's a discussion we're having internally. It's like, well, how far do we let the machine actually say, here's the gas line, and here's so many kV line in a street.
Mike, that's a good point, because I do think there are people that I've talked to that assume artificial intelligence is going to replace human interaction. I think we've got to figure out how to make them work together. That there's always going to be a liability issue. There's always danger. We're talking about damage prevention. If we can actually use machines to help us do a better job of reducing damage, we should be using it. But I agree. I think it's about integrating human activity with machines, not replacing one or the other.
I think
shifting the roles.
Yeah, I think what we kind of where we're at is if we can get the low-hanging fruit, the obvious, and maybe the machine can, reduce the workload for somebody by 40%.
Evaluate that survey.
Right, and then the rest is still going to have to be some thought, because the machine won't know that unless you have the input. There's a valve down the street that may attach to it, and it doesn't have the surface. Like in the SUE industry, we call it quality level C information. But you said something. You said as well. It's about data fusion also. If you can assimilate all of that into the data matrix, and let the AI sort out all of that in some ways, and you got something that's years out to pull all that together as big data.
Have you? Are you guys implementing AI at all at this moment?
Somewhat, but not it's not, we have no rollouts, but we have, yes.
So like the way you're talking, a great way to do it and to handle it is like a heat map almost, or like a warning thing. So with our AI that we're implementing on the inspection side, I mentioned already, no humans lost their job, they're still gonna be looking at it. But instead of sifting through the whole video or the whole inspection, there's all right, this is a little blurry, this is maybe not quality. It'll say in this window, it's orange, and then the human can then go straight to it, and they're going to be more prone to then know if there's a thing. So it's the integration of AI with people in the most effective and efficient way.
Yeah, one of the aspects of the AI is when it comes up with a solution to a problem, it comes up with a confidence level as well. So I mean that just happens. A lot of times it's a statistical process that's running under the hood, and it has a covariance that comes out of it, and it tells you whether the AI believes it's a solution or not. Does it fit in a model? Is it self-consistent? And you use those things to try and highlight what you can believe and what you can't. And then some of it is how you present the information that comes out of the AI. Is something like a heat map or whatever you want to do to say, this is good quality information, I believe this is probably okay. Or, get more information here, like look at this another way because we can't figure out what's going on.
And the important thing is the follow-up, because the way AI, what I understand in my research, is that you're training it. Every time you take a decision to say this is. So when you get that person that goes into that and that makes that, let's say, final determination, then validation, that has to be input in the system, because that's how the system has to learn. It has to know that this was validated. You say, the confidence level, whatever, because that's how it works. It has to learn. So that if it doesn't have the input and said this is what it is, it doesn't know what is.
And that, I think, and you kind of hit on it a little bit as well. Another area where I see AI being massively helpful is, what about that tough locator, that tough surveyor, that tough inspection, where you can't quite make it out? There's probably a lot of data. Well, there is a lot of data. There's 811 data, there's other locate data, other contractor data that a machine could help us go find if we actually had access to the data, which is another point, right? But pulling that data together to say, hey, last time we were here, this is what happened, and this is what we found, and we should take a look at this because this changed since 3 months ago. Artificial intelligence can pull all that together into a real good database.
Yeah, I made a point similar to that in a previous discussion, and it also plays along with what I was saying earlier about multiple dimensions of data. So having that historical data, it's something that a human can't do it very effectively in real time. It's a laborious process for a human to go through and validate this result against previous results and on and on. So I think one of the goals of locating is the industry is moving towards mapping. And I think most of us, maybe all of us, believe that creating utility maps is an important part of the future.
Critical.
But I think that one of the aspects of that is you're going to create the map over and over and over and over again. And one of the things that you get to do is you get to validate your maps against previous maps. Did things change? Are they consistent with each other? What's different about it? And is that what's expected? So it lets you flag problems, and it plays into safety. And it's also along with what you were saying earlier about training.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a very different way of looking at the problem.
So Gary, you brought up an interesting point about maybe using AI for the very complex locates, but what about the other side? Maybe we should be using AI more for the very simple, straightforward locates, and then using humans in conjunction with AI, as many of you brought up, for the very complex locates. So for the routine locates, it's like, hey, send this robot locator machine out, just go do it. We don't want to waste humans on it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yep, I agree with that, and I think we'll certainly open up the table, but I do think the simple things that are checkbox items, I think robots and machines are pretty good at that. You can actually do 4, 5, 6 of them at a time and have one person supervising and actually save staff and those kind of things as well. I do think it'll still be important to have, as you said earlier, Mike, like the human checkbox to say, hey, this is good, because machines don't necessarily always react to inconsistencies very well. If you can't think of every inconsistency, and so the simple ones I think would be a really good place to start with any kind of robotic.
Yeah, I don't think if you develop an AI that's good for a task, I don't think there's an off and on. You're just always using it.
Right.
It's solving the simple problems, and it's helping with the more complicated problems.
I think what you're doing with AI is very similar to what we need to get to, and I'll just explain. Because we have like we said, we have the 2D radar systems that we can go out, and there's several manufacturers, and you just mark the ground and all that. But I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have an array system, and this is why it's driving us to AI, but we can drive at highway speeds and do 3D underground imaging right now.
Yeah.
It's amazing, okay?
Yeah, it is.
And we have beautiful software to create a 3D image. But here's the problem now. We now can collect so much data, and some of our customers are collecting 5, 6, 7, 8 miles of data.
Yep.
And this is where we think AI is going back, because you have miles and miles of pipeline, and that's where you're trying to get let's say the drudgery of somebody manually looking through these data. And until we had in our industry a high-speed array, it really wasn't a big deal. Okay, we've had a discussion with myself, one of the moderators, that GPR in of itself in a 2D system is complex, and we'd love to make it easier for anybody to interpret the data or have a machine learn, and we can work on that. But what's driving us is the volumes of data that now we can collect that we couldn't just 5 years ago. And we know that a human's going to sit down and pile through all that volume. It's 3D volume of data. It's massive, and that's where. So we're in kind of that big data environment now, which we've never been in. We know that we have to do something to make it more efficient. Otherwise, you have a person who has to sit and interpret that by hand for hours.
And I would say that's probably more in the complex survey area, the fast and high speed.
Absolutely.
Back to your question a little bit, when I think about even like a GPR survey with the carts you have going, you could have 4 or 5 automated carts that can run themselves as a robot, turn around and go back on a grid. That kind of survey could be done, I think, very quickly and easily in an automated fashion. And you could have multiple carts out there doing it at a time rather than one person pushing it.
Yeah, but the AI part is the actual interpretation. That's just robotics. The AI is what do you do with that massive volume of data? That's what we have to, that's what we're trying to get that curve down for efficiencies, because people want information, right? This is the information age. People want it now.
Right.
So when you get data from the field, we all have customers, and we know the consignment in consulting. It's how soon can you get me the information? And if you're going to have machine learn that, just like your inspection, you've got 27 miles of pipe you just inspected. Who's waiting for the data? The pipeline company, right? Yeah. And they want it today. And the sooner we can deliver, and that's where this big data efficiencies come in, and these are in the machine learning.
Yep.
Anyway.
For me, the future, I know one of the questions was the future, right? Like, where's this going? So the one where we've got right now, eyes and ears, right? It's all about eyes and ears. That's really where they're at, right? We know Siri, Alexa, company, they can talk to.
And they can hear everything.
Yes, and they can hear everything too. Robotics aside, is there a way that they can be the hands too? And talking to my current AI developers, not yet. But you brought it up. It'd be great if our techs didn't actually spend time drawing the maps. Videos came in.
Sure.
And from that video, they see the pipe. Maybe a tech enters the thing, and a map is drawn of what's underground from that. And at this point, it sounds like the programming is not quite there. But I think that's a future as well.
I mean, it's getting there awfully fast. I mean, I think that's definitely a very achievable problem to solve. You can definitely do that. That's very much what we're working on. So,
if you can think about it, somebody's probably working on it today.
Is our great discussion? Is our threshold for AI effectiveness too high? What I mean is, if you think about, if I take a quick example like self-driving cars, right? It seems like our threshold is perfection. Like no one can ever get hurt or injured in or around a self-driving car, or they're worthless, or they should not be on the roads. But we forget, every year about 50,000 Americans are killed in auto accidents.
Yep.
So the human drivers are far from perfect. So the human drivers are here, and we expect the self-driving cars to be like above the ceiling. So in your industries, I get a sense that we have some of that as well. Like we know we have imperfect humans interpreting data, interpreting whatever, but AI is not perfect, so we got to still use the imperfect humans. Do we have some of that here?
That's a great question.
Perfection is sort of a funny concept. It doesn't exist. It's unachievable. It's not just AI. I mean, nothing's perfect.
right.
Even before you get to an AI's processing data. The data itself isn't perfect. It isn't.
Right.
It always has an error metric associated with it. There's no such thing as perfectly clean data that's 100% accurate. So if you're trying to make a utility map, and you're trying, in our case, we're trying to do it with electromagnetic signals. We may also be, so we have electromagnetic signals. A measurement of those signals isn't perfect.
Right.
The model of how those signals were created isn't perfect.
The ground isn't perfect.
Definitely, ground isn't perfect. It's not homogeneous. There's things going on under there. So nothing ever comes out clean. It's never a perfect closed form solution to the problem. So everything has an error metric. And when humans are doing it, it's the same thing. And actually, machines can be much better at understanding how errors propagate through the system. So there are closed form solutions for that. In the field of mathematics, we have answers to the questions like, okay, if I have a measurement and it has this uncertainty and I combine it with this measurement with this uncertainty, what's the total uncertainty of the combination? And you can apply that over and over and over again with more and more data. It just takes computational power and memory to solve it. So perfect isn't really the goal, but there is a concept of optimal that comes into play.
That's right. Yeah. I would agree. I think in a damage prevention industry, it's difficult to not strive for perfection because one damage could really be terrible. And but I think if we can use AI to get better at reducing that, I think that has to be the threshold. It's not going to be perfect. Unfortunately, and you said it earlier, Mike, in our industry, you can't blame the machine for a damage, right? It's going to come back to utility or a human at some level. There's got to be some interaction there. So I think as long as we can use AI to help us get better at preventing damages, I think that we need to continue to push it forward.
The damage always occurs at the excavation side.
Exactly.
The locating side doesn't actually cause the damage.
That's right.
Maybe the precursor to it, wasn't
Exactly.
marked correctly.
That's right.
And that's how the damage ultimately occurred. So the responsibility may still be there, but the damage actually occurred at the excavation point. So our job is to create the best possible information to inform that process.
Visibility underneath the ground.
Well,
exactly.
the backstop.
That's right.
The backstop in our industry to not having damage, and it's not 100%. Even with a vacuum excavator, there's no guarantee because you're only going to vacuum excavate what you think is supposed to be there. It doesn't mean there's an abandon or something you never detected. But at the end of the day, you're right. There's never everything. It's about risk management.
It is.
And there's no such thing as zero risk. And you asked about the threshold. That's a tough question because the threshold the day the gas line gets breached and causes a fire and destroys a city block like Bruno, California, these kind of things happen. The threshold for that it was a horrible threshold, right? So I don't know what the threshold is. But I think it's an education process. I think it's a disclosure process. But unfortunately, we live in an extremely litigious country. It's a fact. And no matter what happens, it always gets the chain of events and the information, how it was transferred, will always wind up having some risk and liability. And the question is, how do you mitigate that with AI? I don't know. We're getting in the new ground, and I can assure you, there's going to be things and precedents set with litigation someday that we'll have to see how it panned out.
There'll be a lot of data.
And I hate to have that conversation, but we're all business people and we know we have to deal with this. And but I think going back, I think still you made a great point that if you take all of this and you take the drudgery of a human interaction out of it, I think it will reduce risk. Just because you also made a good point about autonomous driving. You're right. A machine technically doesn't get tired, because it drove 10 hours and really should have got off the road at 2 hours ago. And there's a lot to be said for that. So even for the tech or the person in the field who may have been out in the field too long or had a bad day, you can have AI kind of remove that aspect of it. So
I think the AI can not only help reduce the risk, but can also help you quantify the risk. So you can understand what the risk is.
That's a good point.
So I think that's an important aspect of it as well.
Yeah, no,
I agree.
I agree. Good question. I like the way you posed that question. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We have a question from an audience. Name, company, and question, please.
Gerald Johnson with USIC. Knowing that we do a little over 80 million locates a year, and I'm glad you brought up the point that you did. When we talk about AI, normally it's focused on things like accuracy. And we know that when we get paint on the ground, it's typically going to be accurate. Our issue is getting to that locate in order to get to the paint on the ground. And we talk a lot about accuracy, but how much do we really invest in efficiency and productivity when it comes to AI? Because the bottleneck typically seems to be in the industry. We have to get to the locate to get it completed, not the fact that it wasn't completed at all or it wasn't accurate. So what are we doing to invest into making that efficiency and productivity more of a product to the stakeholder groups?
Like physically getting to the locate, like getting a technician.
In other words, being more efficient while I'm on
Yeah.
site. How can I speed up that process for the guy that's got to do 30, 40 locates a day?
Yep.
I think there's some obvious ways that it can make things more efficient. For one, starting out a locate process with a quality map, understanding from previous visits, from whatever data sources exist, about what's likely to be on site.
Yeah.
And then the real-time AI that can be running on the device can help point out mistakes, errors. It can help deconvolve complex situations. If you have trouble identifying which utility is which, in a case where they're common bond and co-trenched utilities, it can be really hard to do. The AI can help inform you where to tie into things, and it can try and tell you to make adjustments to your connections. There's a lot it can do because it can process all the information all at the same time.
Mark, I think you hit on a really key point. It's the real-time access to the data and the technician that's on site. And so assuming that there's a technician, as an example, in your question, which is a good question, is not there on an island, so nobody knows that they're trying to find this site or location. They get there. I think the real-time access to data and how that data is interpreted through the cloud back to corporate or to your supervisor, wherever you're at, even getting on site, doing the locate, if there is something that comes up yellow rather than red or green, somebody can ask a question before that technician leaves that site, so they don't have to come back to the site again, because that drives more efficiency. So I think it has to do with combining interpretation of the data through the AI technologies and doing it real time. You don't want to go back in 2 days and refix something that you missed or you didn't quite find the first time. So I think it's that real-time interaction with the interpretation of the data that is really critical, and something that I know certainly a lot of companies right now are working on and investing in that kind of technology.
Well, and I think we kind of also covered it already, because I kind of interpreted his question as a little bit like, how do we become more productive so we can get to some of those? And we've already talked about how the easier tasks, the rudimentary tasks, the ones that are just monotonous and repetitive, right? I know a little bit about USIC, I think we all do, but I don't know exactly what his day-to-day is, but I'm sure there's some tasks that AI could take on and be more efficient that speeds him from that job site to this job site.
Well, I think that's what he's getting at, like even on the interpretation side, whether it's EM or GPR, if you could facilitate a more rapid response, let's say, from the text perceptive, maybe the AI, we look at AI as telling me what something is, but sometimes AI could be really good at saying that something's not. Because we've had these discussions. Because in GPR, what if the AI actually just took the clutter out, not pulled out what you want? And the same for EM, because it's the bad stuff that, if you can remove the bad part of the signal, it makes the good part even more prominent,
More clear,
right? So we have had these discussions, and maybe I'm saying too much. My R&D director is going to watch this and go, Matt, that's enough. But anyway, the bottom line is you can look at it as a photo negative, one side or the other, right? Maybe we're looking at AI not pulling out what we want, take out what we don't want.
Right.
That's another way to look at it, and that makes his tech's job a lot easier because he's not looking at a bunch of garbage. It's gone.
I made this point with respect to our particular devices earlier, but one of the things that we can do is we can process many channels, hundreds of channels of data simultaneously. So if you were trying to clear a whole site, you could hook up many transmitters in many locations and do them all at once. Only walk the area one time. Additionally, incorporate massive amounts of passive data. So signals of opportunity, whatever happens to exist on any buried conductor, also process that and come up with a comprehensive utility map.
Did that answer the question at all? You got a thumbs up.
Thank you. So for AI, is the bigger challenge to more adoption and more usage in damage prevention a technical/mathematical challenge, or is it more human behavioral acceptance challenge?
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I really think it's both.
I think it's going to be acceptance, but there's definitely a challenge, and I'll speak for the GPR industry partially, that we don't have a repository of data. For a machine to learn, it needs a lot of information. So we don't, well, as a manufacturer, we don't have the data, our customers do, right? So the machine has to learn from the data set. And from what I understand from our R&D that's looking heavily into this, you need a massive volumes of data in every permutation you can get. Otherwise, the machine can't learn it. So the only way you can do that, obviously, is we wire into our own customers as they're collecting data in some way we can, but that's controversial in of itself. But I hope everyone understands what I tried to say. We don't have a repository of data for every permutation of a GPR in every soil in the world, every street corner for the machine to see all these permutations.
Sure,
and that's a technical challenge, for sure.
The other technical challenge is actually finding the talent to understand how to build AI and actually drive that. Yeah. The engineering talent is something that is a challenge and is going to be going forward, and also the acceptance of machine interpreted data as acceptable, and I think that's part of that education piece that's really important. But I do think there's going to continue to be talent challenges as we push further and further into more technology-based decision making or insights, if you will, into the data. Absolutely, and we're running into those today. It's really difficult to find. It's very competitive. It's not just the locating, and data prevention industry. Lots of industries are working on these same types of technologies.
Yeah, that'll probably help with the idea about adoption.
Exactly.
Making people more comfortable. We use AI all the time. We don't even realize it.
Exactly.
That's true.
We use GPS navigation to get here. Use AI.
Exactly. 100%. It's a good point. Just to navigate around here, actually.
Right.
I've been thinking about it while we've been sitting here, and in some of the previous roundtables, we're always talking about for the contractors. When are we allowed to get the data for the underground, the information, right? Maybe that's another place when it comes to the data side that AI could be the facilitator, right? So we need to know in this scope of work where it is maybe an AI can decide, okay, you've given me these answers. I can tell you what information you guys can get within. Obviously, there would be security issues, hacking, national security stuff with the underground
and
information.
Data ownership issues,
Yeah, but potentially, maybe an AI is the answer on that long-standing question of how can we get the information as a contractor to, for the underground excavating stuff.
I like that.
Does your company, in terms of AI, do you get more? Are you pushing AI to your customers more, or are your customers demanding AI more in your products or services or whatever? Like who's doing more of the pushing, you or your customers?
From our perspective, we're pushing a lot. We have a massive digitization strategy across our GPR business, our electromagnetic locating, our magnetometer business, pulling that all together into one digital footprint. I think we're trying to push very hard. However, we've got customers that are looking for faster and real-time interpretation of the data. And so it's kind of both ways, but we're trying to push out what we think and what we're learning the need and the benefit to the customers will be. But we've got a lot of customers asking for it, and it's getting more frequent, to be honest, much more frequent.
For us, definitely we always try to be just ahead of the competition when it comes to technologically.
Yeah.
So we're driving it, but in a way, and kind of reiterating what you're saying, vicariously the customers are asking for it because they want faster, they want real time, they want more, and eventually it migrates towards AI.
And they want fewer damages. It doesn't matter if you're a contractor or the utility, they want fewer damages, and that's why they want more and more data and it interpreted better and better mapping. I mean, those are the things that are driving that conversation.
Yeah, I think customers want problem solved. They don't want a specific solution. They don't care so much whether it's AI or not AI.
100%.
As they care. Can you deliver the solution to the problem that they have?
Well, part of it's kind of like you were saying. Well, it's kind of like you just have to have a realization. We're all technical companies.
Yes.
That this is coming. So we have to at least embrace it and see how we can integrate it, right? But for us, it was driven, and somebody just said, it's both. You're trying to be competitive, but your customers always want to be more efficient, and like the gentleman who came up and asked. But what drove it for us is though we developed this high-speed array, and we get so much data, and then you realize you have to process it, and you have to interpret it, and then you have to put it in a map. So it's kind of internal as well, because the speed of what we do and the efficiencies built into our own tech platform is driving it. But what's the point of us driving that? It's because we don't want the customer to have a bad experience when we want to get it goes. It's like a circle. They're all related. There's no doubt. There's a business competitive edge, but how do you get a business competitive edge? You appeal to your customers, right? And what's the appeal? Exactly. We have efficiencies built in our system, so it's all
great. Walking around the show and just talking with the attendees at the show, there's a common thread that it's hard to find qualified workers, skilled workers. Okay. How much of your AI and your products is targeted towards de-skilling the job? And when I say de-skilling, it's not negative. It's not necessarily a negative thing. It's making the job easier, making the usage of your product easier. So, for example, even a calculator, right? Going from an abacus or a slide rule to a calculator de-skilled the job, made the job easier, right? So, do you think about how to use AI to make the usage of your product easier for your customers, so that it makes it easier for them to find workers, which is frankly the number one challenge I've heard from the attendees at the show, the vendors and customers.
And I mean, it's kind of related to the previous question you asked as well. I think our customers are looking for an answer. They're solving a problem, and they want to do it as easily and efficiently and as high quality as possible. Sometimes those three things don't always map together. You have to make them as easy as possible, and that's something that is really critical. And I did watch one of the previous roundtables talking about finding workers and why would people want to work in this industry, et cetera. One of our challenges, I think, as an industry is ensuring that we're driving things like artificial intelligence and the technologies we're working on into schools, trade schools, universities, even probably high schools, where we have skills that people are building, and they find out how fun it is and how interesting it actually is to work on artificial intelligence, to work on data mining, to pulling all these different scenarios together. I think that will really drive that interest in the employees. And we've got a relatively advanced industry. We've got to make sure we're driving that to the exciting things that are happening, because it's not just our industry that has a lot of exciting technologies going on. So I think it's a big challenge, to be honest. I don't know, Mark.
Yeah, I don't really. We're not going to replace humans with any of these technologies. So I don't think of it as de-skilling jobs. It's more just changing the skills. It's the right tool for the right job. If we can take a task and we can make a certain aspect of it that was previously difficult easier by applying technologies such as an artificial intelligence to it, we're leaving the humans to do a job that's more suited to humans. I think it's just choosing, which is which.
Routing them properly, that's true.
I will say on the technology side, on the talent side, it's actually in some ways easier to find people to work on AI than it is to have them work on more legacy technologies. So sort of the people that already have that skill set, they want to work on the hot new thing. So if you get people to do what they already want to do anyway, that's a lot easier than trying to push them into something they're not as interested in.
I agree.
Yeah, and to your exact example of the calculator, so again, I don't want to use de-skill either, because it just feels, I don't know, yucky, for lack of a better word. But
ease of use.
Yeah. But with us, like I mentioned, I think earlier, we're taking the minutia of watching 15 minutes of that video and dropping it down to one. So now, or less, or none, if it's like just totally green, the easy, low-hanging fruit, your words. And now we're talking about giving them different tasks. This brings back to what something maybe even sales a little crossover into sales or something that humans definitely want to interact with humans. I don't think we, need any more of those robot calls about car warranty to move over into our world too here in sales. So, stuff like that. But that would be like a direct example that, maybe they won't need to know and identify everything. So, but they probably need more people skills or something like that. So a little migration is what I would say.
Yeah, I think
But
that's fair.
we have to be careful because we still have to have a person trained, because with AI you have to have good inputs. So if the person's not skilled enough to use the equipment to get the inputs, you still have a skill level that's required, because you're not sending a robot out yet to go ahead and put the electromagnetic locator onto and to get the signal on. You're not giving a robot yet to go ahead and look at the GPR data and see that he's set the settings correctly and do, there's still a skill, because, I won't say it because we're on TV or whatever, but stuff in, stuff out, bad stuff in, bad stuff out, right? So you're still always going to have, if somebody has to go to the site, they have to have a skill level to be trained to know how to implement and execute. Because AI is really, it's a back end, it's not front end. So I just want to so there's always a skill set of humans that are to have to implement for execution versus, did everybody get that?
I get it. I will say, you could do it on the front end.
You sure could.
There is ways to do it, like
even anticipate.
Yeah. I mean, AI is trainable, and it learns. And the current stuff out there, at least software-wise, and I believe robotics as well, are there. For instance, you could train. In our industry, there's also the NASCO words. So there's like inspection words that everybody in the North America use, not just America. And so if you teach that AI what those words are and what those words represent and what it looks like, it actually could be trained like a tech. Once again, we're not looking to replace our techs at all. I'm just saying there is opportunity for the front end, and I think that goes back to the USIC
at least
question.
at least for that consistent stuff, that's easy to interpret.
You could front end remove tasks, not all of them, again, but back to kind of the production quickening that USIC question was about.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, so we're coming down the stretch. I guess final question, predictions on when or how long before AI becomes just far more prevalent in this industry. Like right now, I think this industry it's very labor intensive, right, in the field. And there's always going to be humans involved, but at what point does it become less labor intensive and more data and AI and centric?
I think that it may be already more AI centric than you expect it is already. And I think that efficiency is built slowly over time. So we'll see incremental improvements, and it's going to become more and more common. I don't think there's going to be a day it's like, well, it's the dawn of the AI, and now from here forward everything's going to be different. It's small changes, little things like we talk a lot about risk management models, and do we dispatch to every ticket? Can we clear some without? All that has to do with understanding the risk, and that's one of the rules. I imagine those systems are already running with an AI now. Dispatching, the fleet and getting people on site to locate tickets. That's all happening with AI behind the scenes.
So I would agree 100% with what you said, Mark. I do think that we're already in the midst of a lot of AI implementations today. To answer the question about kind of full acceptance and where it's really mainstream, I think we're probably 3 to 5 years away from actually having the systems that are just day-to-day and consistently doing predicting models and those types of things. So probably 3 to 5 years, but we've got to embrace it, because if it helps reduce damages, that's what we're here for, and we're already in it. So.
Okay, thank you. We got to stop it there. So 3 to 5 years before the Terminator comes back from the future and starts locating. Thank you all for being on the panel and the roundtable. Can we give them a quick round of applause, please?
Thank you, guys. Thank
you.
Nice to meet you.
Those on live stream, please stay around. We're going to be back in 15 minutes.
By the way. Oh, Matt, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I know it was a 4-letter M word.
taught damage prevention. The liability aspect is always in there somewhere, and there are a lot of challenges involved with preventing underground cuts and damages. So I think, people have a tendency to maybe get in a finger pointing type of scenario at times. And it seems to me that part of our responsibility as the One Call is to be able to help kind of bring those entities together and work on a same level platform, maybe to hear out both parties. I think planning is the biggest thing, but I think education plays a big part in that culture, and I think continual education, it's not just a one-stop type of deal where you go out and you say, okay, well, these are your excavation best practices and this is what you should and you shouldn't do. It's kind of a continual thing. It can't just stop after one time. It has to be part of that organization at that point.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you. We already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory. You never say never and you never say impossible.
Welcome to Basic Utility Knowledge. Our goal isn't to teach you everything or even a lot of things about how a utility works. Instead, we want to provide an overview of how each utility gets its product from origin to customer and provide that information in a visual format. There are only 4 products that a utility system transports: electrons, photons, gases, and liquids. It doesn't matter where on Earth a utility is located, it's only these 4 products. Although we can only see the above-ground components of a water or gas system, an electric system or telecom system can be entirely visible in an aerial configuration. It's important to know that whatever happens with an aerial system can happen with an underground system. The area we use for the bulk of our videos is a commercial area with some residential properties. While utility systems use different looking components, it's fair to say that no system in the world is radically different from any other. We're also providing looks at utility systems beyond our area, as well as looks inside enclosures. And we've also tried to show underground lines that have been exposed. No matter what you do in the underground utility industry, learning more about utilities will make you better at your job. Even people who work inside one utility can always learn more about the utilities they share space with in the right-of-way. In many instances, utilities rely on each other to deliver their unique product. Finally, our approach is to provide information in a sort of physics for poets way. Again, the more you know, the better you'll be, no matter what it is that you do.
My name is Tony Barger with Pipe to America. Pipe to America, we do sewer locating and televising for damage prevention. Basically what we can do is locate sewer lines, private utilities for contractors, cities, municipalities, anybody that needs to know where these underground sewers are located at. Some of the equipment we use is this ladder launcher right here. Basically what this machine right here will do is it will travel down the sewer main. We can see where the laterals are at. It will project the secondary camera into the lateral. There is a 512 beacon on this camera head, and we can locate it from above ground and tell the contractor or the municipality the depth, distance, and location of these sewer lines. In the event that there is blockages, roots, collapsed pipe in the lateral that we cannot access from the sewer main, we've got other tools in our toolbox that we can use. Push cameras going from houses, we can pull toilets, we can use it from outside cleanouts. There's multiple aspects of methods that we can use to locate these sewer lines. Alright, so what we got here now, we've got our camera inside this cleanout for a sewer line. Basically what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be televising this cross bore coming through this line. We've got our camera inside the sewer lateral, and on our camera monitor here we'll be able to monitor and watch the bore head go right through the sewer lateral. And this is one of the main things that we want to prevent by locating these sewers to make sure that we're not having crossbores out here. What we have here, we have our SR24 locator. This is what our crews use to locate the camera head. The camera head puts off a 512 frequency, and our teammates will be above ground locating, and they'll be able to pinpoint where the camera is at and give exact depth and distance locations of our camera head. The camera's at the bottom of the pipe.
Okay, so we'll
if
pick
we got 6 inches, and I tell you it's at 3 feet. You'll want to come up a little bit shallower.
Okay, yeah, just give him that, and he'll bring right to it. And then, do you want him over here? How far in does your camera sit?
Well, it's right here. We'll go in there and we'll see exactly where the old pipe's at.
Yeah.
Because it goes PVC to clay. So we want to see basically where we're going to be at. We're basically right there. You can see it right there.
Okay.
So if you want to come right here, that'd be perfect.
At what depth do we need to be at right there?
23, 24 inches.
Oh,
I have a 3-inch ball.
We have a 3-inch ball, so we're right in the center.
2.5.
Oh.
Are you okay at staying at 2.5 feet the whole way?
Yeah, that's fine. And 2.5, they got a centralizer on it. So we want to be at 2.5. Okay.
Good deal? Yep. One of the other neat capabilities that we have is we can remotely Bluetooth into our devices and monitor these things from remote access and see exactly what's going on. If we don't have the availability to see what the camera had seen with immediate access to the monitor, we're able to connect to these things remotely and view the camera.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I'm Jimmy Wang with the Creative Partners, and my co-moderator here is John Chapman with Hydromax USA. The topic for this roundtable is construction equipment's role in avoiding damages. And please, let's have the participants quickly introduce yourself and your company.
My name's Cory. I'm the product marketing manager for Subside Electronics. I've been with the Ditch Witch Factory division for 16 years.
My name is Jason Boer. I'm with TruVac Manufacturing. Been in the business 18 years.
Tim Reiber with Badger Daylighting. I have about 9 years in the industry.
Paul Carrette, inventor of the flag shooter, and we've been around for just over 10 years.
Thank you. So we're going to have a roundtable discussion in about 20-25 minutes. If any audience members have questions, please come up here. So again, the question for this roundtable is construction equipment's role in avoiding damages. So please, anyone feel free to kick that off.
I think when we look at this from this aspect of the industry, whether that's the trenchless industry with HDD, the overall job site, what it looks like, and some of what we hear today is that damage mitigation nonstop. And that's where, partnering, having a conversation like this, the VAC piece of that is a huge element of that, and making sure things are being done properly. And I think whenever we start talking this, that's where us as OEMs have to work together and really develop, the best practices and make sure those are getting done on job sites. So, whether it's directional drilling or whatever that excavation is, it doesn't get shut down in cities today.
You got anything?
Yeah, and I would say I would agree that the equipment as well as the operator both have a responsibility. When you look at the technology advancements just from the locating opportunities that have advanced over the years, from witch and sticks to electromagnetic to GPR to some of the AI opportunities that are coming on equipment too, to be able to link and integrate, the satellite imagery or the GIS mapping data into the equipment can really have substantial impact in damage mitigation.
Yeah, for us, damage prevention starts with the operators and the equipment, obviously, but we need locates to start with too, and following CGA and all the other organizations out there, we've come a long ways.
Yeah, and I agree with all that, but I agree with Tim too that I think the AI side, I think technology is just really going to blow this. It's a great opportunity, right? I mean, there's all kinds of quantum computing and everything else that's happening nowadays that's all going to get integrated. Just because of COVID, innovation didn't stop. It kept going. If nothing, I think it accelerated in many ways. And so I think there's a lot of great ideas that people are learning to collaborate in different ways and working together to really solve some of these problems.
No, I think both of you bring up a really valid point. I mean, the data solutions piece of that, I mean, obviously, being on all these different panels, talking through this, working with the contractors, whether that's the damage mitigation piece of it or even trying to figure out who owns the abandoned lines, things like that we have to work around. Obviously, the locates are a big thing, and getting that done in a timely manner so you can actually get these jobs done. But also the stuff you hit on in the workforce. You talk about the technology piece of that is a huge factor in this. And part of the thing in the panel that just got done talking up here hit on the workforce. And that's something that we spend more time on now than product even, is how we go out there and develop that next generation of workers for this industry.
I agree with the labor shortage. Having the right equipment to safely excavate is, you have to. And instead of having 5 guys out shoveling, having 1 guy makes your more productivity goes up. So it's a big deal right now.
Yeah, and I would say too that with the advent of the technology, integrating it with the gaming aspect that this generation is coming up playing. So, linking in with computerized, screen maps and things like that, joystick controls like they're playing a video game. So, trying to develop the equipment with the end user in mind, and then linking that technology with the subsurface utility information to provide, a visual map for the excavators or the people in the field to know where potential hazards can be, and then develop best practices as contractors to ensure that we are training our people on how to mitigate the risk.
I would agree that also that trying to make the contractor more efficient just by white flagging sometimes, helping the guys doing the locates, helping the guys do their job faster and more efficient is the workforce is what it is, and I don't know if it's dramatically changing yearly, like you said, with the IT, with what these kids know of gaming and everything else. It's a whole different, it's a different ball game. They call it love them or lose them, right? You either got to like these guys or you're going to lose them, and it's an ongoing effort. There's no doubt.
No, that's exactly right. And I mean, to that point, you talk about the technology piece of that. I mean, it's hard to not go to some equipment provider's booth today and not see some type of simulator or VR setup that allows not only to learn something, but also these guys are now saying somebody's coming into this industry and they've been doing it for X number of years. Instead of throwing them on a couple $100,000 piece of equipment, they can set on a simulator and justify that up front. So it has two different aspects to that, but the training piece is obviously the biggest.
And I think that's where the manufacturers come into play too, with the end users, is making sure the training programs are accessible and available, so the contractors don't have to use a homegrown training program.
Assisting the contractors with training is key for manufacturers to do.
Does your company have any existing damage avoidance technologies or systems that you're very excited about, or that you want to talk about, or something that you're working on that you think is very exciting in the context of damage avoidance?
Yeah, so I would start with, obviously, whenever we develop something, for that end user, you look at like the turnkey solution for whatever that offering is. And no matter what it is, we end up all having to work together to provide that and make sure that, we talk about essentially what that job site looks like, and we talk about those best practices. You have to build the equipment around that to where it makes sense for them. And I think something with this industry that's very obvious is the price per foot, things like that's a struggle. And as you continue to innovate new products to simplify some of that, some of it gets so competitive in some of these markets, that's where we see these best practices not being done. And I mean, we can't preach that enough. I mean, we talked about this earlier as far as, the essentially getting shut down on a job because of things like that, because you're not following that, whether it's a utility strike, whatever that is. I mean, this is a very unique industry that a lot of people don't understand. I mean, everybody wants their cell phone to work day in and day out, things like the product we're putting in the ground. But they don't understand the other aspect of what we have to do as a complete industry and make sure those things get done so this continues to happen.
And I would say integrating the multiple steps in damage prevention with the equipment. Right now it's a very fragmented process where you might have multiple contractors all involved in the project, all having a different work set and skill set and training methodology on damage prevention. So it's bringing together all parties in the process, from the locating to hydro-ex to mechanical excavation or whatever skill sets being required. If all of those contractors are working together in conjunction with the owner, that will allow some efficiencies built in and streamline the process and help prevent damages as well.
One of the things that we've seen more lately, going off of you, is when you're vacuum excavating, the pressures, educating the user of the product on correct pressures when digging, because at 3,000 psi or whatever it is, you can still do damages. So we need, as manufacturers and the industry, to educate the users and the contractors out there to correctly utilize the truck safely.
And that's, as a manufacturer as well too, is putting the right equipment on there.
Yes.
If best practice is scale down to 1,500 psi once you're a foot below ground, we should not put, as a manufacturer, a 3,500 psi wash pump on a unit that's designed for hydro excavation. So there's some opportunities where in the design engineering of the equipment can go along with the best practices that are part of the process as well.
Yeah, at Flag Shooter, we're really, really interested in the piece of the coordinates being accurate marks, really trying to figure out ways to do remarks that you don't have to wait 24 hours or to get remarks from the contractor. So we're really interested in trying to figure out that piece of the puzzle to make sure that when a contractor's on site, and if he lost his marks yesterday, and that he doesn't have to go and call in another ticket, that he can go out there with great accuracy, know where to go put those marks, so he can keep the job moving, keep making money.
And that's a great point. And when you say something like that, and that's something we've seen really transition in the last couple of years, is instead of just having the 811 locates, having that, but also the contractors having a utility locator and actually going out and verifying that, but also to that solution where you go out there and something was marked, but it's not now. And that continues to be an issue.
And that's where technology and the equipment could help facilitate that, to where everything's cloud-based now. I located it 2 weeks ago. It rained yesterday. I'm still within my valid time frame, depending on the state. Can I pull up a cloud-based platform on my iPhone and see where that was marked, and use GPS or GIS coordinates to still facilitate without having to wait for the recall and shutting the job down for 48 hours.
And keeping everybody safe, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do your customers request your construction equipment, or either your equipment or someone else's equipment that you know of, to be damage avoiding, or they don't know it's possible and they don't request it? I mean, who is requesting this, if anyone?
So we've got some customers that have in their safety manuals and their job processes set pressures, based on where you break ground, and when you get so far below ground, you got to adjust your pressures down. So some of the technology we put on the trucks is where now, without having to go back to the truck, we can control it through our wireless remote system and adjust pressure and see it. So So we do have some customers understanding that the higher pressures can cause damages. So they have criteria based on their safety manuals that require pressures to be dropped and certain nozzles to be used in the hydrovac excavation as well. Most pipeline owners are requiring a rotating nozzle nowadays too. So there's some additional technology that's been designed and developed to mitigate damages.
And I think that's a prime example. And you talk about something like that, and it varies from job to job of what that product in the ground can take. And to take some of that human error out, the oscillating nozzle is a big piece of that. And you start talking about that overall technology. I think a big piece of that too is, we talk about the damage mitigation piece of this. It's not only understanding what you're doing, but having similar products like what you're describing, because you make it simpler for them to be able to do something like that, so they actually do it. Right. But it's also the knowledge of actually realizing what you're doing as well.
Okay. What needs to happen for there to be more construction equipment that avoids damages, maybe automatically avoids damages or semi-automatically? Is it more data? Is it more technology in terms of more accurate real-time GPS? Or is it frankly demand from customers? What needs to happen for more of the construction equipment to automatically avoid damages?
I think there's an education piece to it. We need to continue to educate the market on safe excavation for us, and so part of it's education, and part of it is, fiscal budgets. To be honest, what they're able to spend.
Education of the customers, or
education of the end owner. To do different, instead of using, mechanical excavation, to use vacuum excavation. There's
so there's not enough organic demand right now, and there needs to be more education so that they know about it and they demand it.
Continuing to educate helps that demand.
And I think it's linking the data too. If we're going out and we're locating, and then we're getting some engineering specs, level A data, and then the mechanical excavators come in and they've got GPS systems. When you're trying to get the grade and things like that, they have GPS data, but that's just giving grade and whatnot. Is there a way to connect that data with, here are the underlying utilities that could be exposed? And you go back to 3-4 years ago in Fresno, where they're just doing a scrape, and they hit a gas line just through years of scraping off, a couple inches here, a couple inches there. They hit a gas line, and there were some significant damages and things like that. So, if that data had been able to link to the GPS system, if that excavator had one, it could have been a trigger, a flag, and say, "Whoa, time out! You're getting pretty close to an sensitive underground infrastructure. So you got to stop and go back and follow the best practices of damage prevention."
Yeah, I'd add with that accurate marks. I mean, we can be sub-meter, but we can be sub-inch pretty easy nowadays. And just like you were saying with the equipment, they can easily do that. And so the more accurate we get, as the more things are getting crowded, as we had an earlier roundtable talking about, how are we going to manage these right-of-ways? Things are getting crowded and more crowded. So any way to get sub-inch and depths to know where that's at as well that's going to help the contractor out and keep everybody else a lot safer in putting stuff in. So.
And I agree 100%. I think that's one thing that, the last 20 years have been interesting. The technology's got way better. Absolutely. The accuracy's way better. I think 20 years ago, everybody's mentality was, we're going to go deeper and don't have to worry about anything. And that's kind of turned into its own problem now, because you're going back and having to do some of this stuff. And, it's not uncommon to show up on a job site where the guys are drilling a 400-foot shot and have 30 potholes throughout that. And just making sure that's done right. But also, you talk about the infrastructure that's in the ground, especially in these bigger cities. We look at the fiber rollout that's going on right now, that's going to be followed by the infrastructure bill that's tied to power and water, sewer, gas, all of that. Today, that's one of the focal points around the damage piece of this is, the fact that there is more work being done now, and we're constantly talking about that education piece and getting those people up to speed. That I think, like right now, us as OEMs have to work together and make sure that these things are getting done. And
to manage all that data
absolutely.
At the same time.
Well, it's very obvious.
And make it available.
We talk about the data piece of this, and the data piece of this is going to be the future. Because it's going to have to get to that point. Because there's going to be so much stuff in the ground. that when we go out to do stuff like this, there's going to be so much work going on that they're not going to be able to keep up. I mean, jobs are going to be pushed out because they haven't had locates, things like that, that us as OEMs have to work together to make this happen.
You touched on this briefly earlier, but the video game generation and the influx of the next generation of workers into the utility industry, how can construction equipment be made to match the new work style as we face an unprecedented labor market and we have less skill perhaps than ever before? How can construction equipment help mitigate that?
You know, from my perspective, getting the equipment manufacturers into the elementary schools, I think, you know, high school or even trade school is probably a little too late to generate that interest. You know, getting in early with the you know, probably, you know, middle school age would be my thought process, is getting them in and trying to see what buttons they're pushing. You know, everybody's got an iPhone, everybody's got an iPad now, so is it touchscreen versus, you know, levers and pulleys that we grew up on, you know, to you know, get the equipment to be friendly, but also encourage the, you know, the younger generation that, you know, the trades are a good job, you know, that you can get out there, you know, look, like the sign says, we're building America, you know, through the network today. But you know, how do we keep attracting that next generation to where, you know, construction, infrastructure, utility work becomes you know, a job that people get excited about?
No, and that's a big piece of that too. And we talked about the simulators and that technology piece of it and how that attracts the younger generation. But also, I mean, when you start looking from that aspect, there's situations now where we're partnering with universities that are starting trenchless programs that are around, you know, the vacuum excavation, directional drilling, utility locating, to help provide that. One of the companies we work with, or the college, is State Tech in Missouri, and they're putting close to 50 people into this market every year out of the trade school. And we're starting to see more and more growth around that. And it's more of that younger generation you're talking about, that teenage, where they can go see that there's a market there and they can go make a good living doing it, and not think of it as a construction industry.
Yeah, and as a manufacturer, we're always looking at, you know, the kids or younger generation that's, you know, playing video games, so remote controls are changing, all that, you know, interface on the equipment is changing to try to attract them and give them something that they're used to. You know, as the technology advances, you know, we need to stay on top of it and keep up with it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all these robotics classes, you look at all the Lego League, stuff like that. I mean, the kids are starting pretty young with some of that stuff, and like you said, it's all programming at a pretty young age already. And boy, there isn't many high schoolers that don't graduate that know how to put their own website out, right? So and integrate in the buttons they can push to make that happen. So yeah, I think all that's just going to continue to progress into in many ways a safer and faster production site.
So is it possible, looking back at the question at hand, is it possible that we will one day get to a point where construction equipment, whether it's a backhoe, a bobcat, a trencher, a horizontal directional drill, or handing my shovel, like if there's some device, some AI, some sensor, I don't know what it is, as it's about to go into the dirt, it tells me don't go, or it prevents me from going into the dirt and cutting that line, gas line, electric line, whatever it is that's right under the shovel. Is that, how far are we from that? Is that even possible, or?
I think that's already here, isn't it? In some
do
essence,
people want it? Yes.
I think the technology's there. To this point, I mean, from a price point standpoint, I think it says technology. I mean, we talk about TVs, phones, things like that, you know, as that technology was developed, the price of it comes down. I think like fiber optic sensing, things like that is already there. The process is there. Some of it's not speed efficient to what's being done is part of the problem. And when you start looking at that, it has to be efficient for them to utilize on the job site to make something like that happen. But when you talk about the FOSA project and things that are going on with it, it's there. They want to make that happen, but they've also got to make it in a price efficient and something simple enough that these guys as contractors can actually go out and use as well.
So some of that's still already here for maybe, I'm guessing, some of the bigger excavation equipment, but it's not on my shovel at home yet. It's probably not on the Bobcat. It's probably, I don't know.
I would relate this to kind of like you look at Tesla and what that battery industry has been able to transition to in that technology and actually get to the performance aspect that they can still provide it at a price point. And I think what we're talking about with that type of damage mitigation, of having that real-time data and knowing that you're approaching something or doing something like that, that technology's there. It's got to improve to the point where it's actually feasible for these job sites.
And I look at it very similar to the automated vehicles, the self-driving vehicles, the self-driving trucks. Is that the future of the industry, where you have a robotically driven excavator that has the sensors and information on the unit to be able to dig without the factor of human error, and then looking at what the scope would be based on the percentages of human error versus AI error. But if you look at the way the auto industry is going, there could be a transition from the mechanical equipment to start focusing on automation through independent operation.
That's a good point. It's a lot of data to manage too.
And I think from that aspect too, when we talk about that, whether it's clear zone and the other things we have to deal with from state to state, and the technology like that, you'd hit on the automobile piece of that, of like lane departure. So you start to veer towards the line, it tells you it corrects back this way. Yep. That's exactly what they're trying to do with that type of technology. But it's just got to get to the point where we can actually utilize it. Because today, a directional drill exceeds basically the type of work being done from a feet per minute standpoint, that it couldn't keep up. You would have already hit it before it told you.
Yeah.
Right. So, and there's a lot to that, but again, that technology's got to improve and keep up with what's going on in the market today.
So I think I heard technology's got to improve. It's got to get faster, more real time. It's got to get less expensive. What else do we need? Do we need more data so that it can get more accurate and more useful? What else needs to happen?
So the data piece of that, and I know we keep talking about that, of it, is not only would it be that it's sensing ahead of time while you're doing that, but if you had that data aspect of it already knew it was there, and it knew you were approaching that you would get some type of feedback knowing that, essentially would be the best case scenario.
And I think integrating the data, right? That's been the discussion topic for several years at the roundtable, is who owns the data, how do we centralize the data so the contractors on site have access to all the information they need, maybe not just the map of the gas line they're replacing.
Yeah. And utilizing that data, and like right now, the only way to safely know what's there is vacuum excavate, so you can run your drills. Is that data going to be available to them? So you're not digging all day long to, right now it's somewhat of can be a guess on unlocatable or problem locates. So if they had that data, they'd be able to be more efficient and dig quicker and be out of there onto the next hole. So it'll affect everybody in this industry once we can manage.
And again, you're going to need something more than sub-meter to do that. Right. You're going to need to be a lot tighter than that.
And we've talked about the amount of infrastructures going in the ground. It's what are the standards for updating maps to ensure that the data that the next contractor has been updated and accurate based on what's new and in the ground.
And how quickly that happens.
That's an interesting segue into something I was thinking about. Here this week, there's actually a product being demoed that provides real-time encroachment alerts when someone is digging near the buffer of a mapped utility, but it's only as good as the GIS data that's been uploaded. And you've kind of touched on that multiple times. We've got to have good data going in. How do we as manufacturers convince the industry that a complete digital twin of buried infrastructure is the next phase in this evolution?
I think a lot of that, when we talk about that data piece of it, obviously that would make it a lot more accurate. But it goes down to what we were just talking about, is that overall level of communication on that job site from one piece of equipment to the next. And whether that's a type of data through telematics or whatever that is, it's all have to communicate from one step to the next, whether that's the locating piece, the vac piece, or the drill piece. It all has to function together to get to that point and actually be able to utilize all of that And obviously, whether it's something downhole, and that even goes back to the owner of whatever that product is on the ground, that if they have the fiber optic sensing or whatever that may be tied to it, that information has to be shared. And that's something that, even like we talked about, having that real-time data would prevent a lot of what we see today.
You have multiple contractors on any given site doing different work, so whatever platform that's on needs to be able to be shared between 5-10 contractors potentially at the same time, and it needs to be updated quickly.
Thank you. So,
if I could add to that real
Go
quick,
ahead,
I was just going to say that, it's really going to be, at the end of the day, it's going to be a dollar thing too, right? I mean, at the end of the day, people aren't afraid to spend money if they're going to spend $1 if they're going to save $2, or $3. But if all of a sudden we just keep saying, here's a great technology, but it's not worth it. It's definitely going to have to come into its value stream to make sure that people are going to actually want to buy it. The mom and pop contractor versus the larger contractor, they're two totally different opportunities there. So.
Yeah, that's a great point, Paul. So it's does the customer value that premium for that functionality?
Exactly.
And maybe right now less so, but maybe in the future as it scales up and the costs decrease, they match at a point where it's feasible for them.
Right. I mean, even if you had a job site and you and in the contract the owner agreed that, hey, I'm going to give you incredibly accurate marks for all your utilities, and so you just need to go back, and if you lose those marks, just go back and remark them yourself, because we've got the technology that you can do that. Well, that contractor now goes, hey, I'm not going to get laid up 2 days every time I got to go do a remark. There's value for them when he bids the project to say, hey, I now have the right data. I can move forward with what I need to move on.
Well, and when you talk about a premium for a product like that, I mean, one thing that stands out, and damage mitigation plays a big role in even looking at the safety aspect of this. Obviously, you'll have a startup company that goes out there and the best practices aren't something they may know even. Right. When you talk about having a shovel, whatever that is on the job site that's not efficient for what they're doing, they start skipping, potholing these utilities, whatever that is. And the first utility strike they had would have paid for the vac that they could have had. So, I mean, it's obvious that once you get into this industry, realizing the possibilities of whether that's a utility strike, a gas line, a cross bore, whatever that is, it's very obvious that you can get in that situation and quickly realize that, one, you could be shut down on a job site no matter what that is. And I think that's where the premium piece of that isn't really a thing whenever you start looking at the damage mitigation and the safety aspect of it.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience here? Please, if you have questions, just come up here. So, Cory, your company already has some of these technologies available. I don't know if you're at liberty to say, but what's the take rate like? Like, what percent of the product's line do the customers choose to pay a premium for that? I mean, I'm just trying to gauge what's the adoption rate right now.
So the adoption rate's extremely high, and I think a lot of that is due to the last 10 years. Like I said, us as OEMs working together is one of the bigger things that you go to one of these job sites and you look at it, and just that overall look, and some of that changes from job site to job site, whether it's fiber work or if it's large gas work. And we talk about the cost of one of these job sites and the usability of whatever they're doing. I think the factor in that is you start developing these technologies. We talk about the workforce being kind of depleted right now and trying to develop it. And it's really hard to be innovative and design new things that have that type of technology into it that still has a user interface that is applicable for them. And just trying to find that commonality. And I think we start seeing this as OEMs across the board, that as you develop these products, that simplicity and commonality are one of the bigger factors today than even innovating something that could be, differentiate you from one to the next. Yeah. But it's almost like we're almost having to build the same product as a competitor because they want to be able to take one product, the next product, and be able to operate both of them. But no, I think that piece of it, the take rate's extremely high now, from the utility locating side all the way down to sewer inspection with basically utility inspection cameras, things like that, just to make sure that this is being done right. But it's that small percentage, like I said earlier, is that when they aren't doing these best practices, they're not following the guidelines of whatever that bit is that everybody hears about. You don't see directional drilling on the news unless they hit something. So, and that's the time that we have to work together and make sure that that's actually getting done.
So, the equipment that kind of avoids damages, hopefully they reduce damages, right? Let's assume that they do. Do they also allow the owner, the buyer, the customer to work more efficiently? Maybe achieve a little higher productivity because there's some aspect of damage avoidance in the equipment.
Yeah, and I would say anytime you have a safe job site, you're going to have a more productive job site. Because what's the first thing that happens when there's an incident? Everything stops. The backlog, the startup, the investigation starts, the root cause, whether it's a minor incident or something catastrophic. There's still an investigation process that starts, that shuts the job down, that, time is money. So if we can mitigate risks as contractors and using the technology that the manufacturers put on the equipment, that can make everybody more efficient, get everybody home safe every night. So it's the combination of the engineer controls, the training programs for the contractors, and then ultimately, the accountability and follow-up through field-based observations to ensure that the field workers and the operators are working to the standard that's been established, whether it's a company standard or an industry standard.
Well, and to that point, talking about that question, there is no single piece on the job site that is preventing damage. It all works together. I mean, it has to. When we start talking about that overall job site, you can think of the locator as being the thing that's telling you where it's at, but it does you no good unless you're utilizing a vac to daylight, pothole that, and justify that. I mean, the directional drills, the type of information that's being given back through HDD guidance gives them that thought process of coming up on a utility, seeing where it's at, knowing where they need to be, potholing it, clearly passing it is a huge factor in that.
So just kind of a blue sky question. Currently on sites, the people are largely responsible for avoiding damages, right? Where to dig, where not to dig, when to dig, all that. Do we generally agree on that? Right? The people right now are largely, almost exclusively responsible. Back to this question. Do you ever see a point in the future at which the machinery, the construction equipment, will be so good at damage avoidance with maybe more data, more technology, more AI, whatever, such that the balance shifts and 90% or 80% or 95% of the damage avoidance can be done by the equipment itself, just from some kind of error proofing.
And I think the technology is there. We just installed some video cameras in our truck that have AI built into them. So it'll tell us if our driver's distracted. It'll tell them if they're speeding. It gives them a couple visual and audible, warnings to say, hey, you're distracted or your lane departure. So that AI starts to understand that driver's habit and starts to create the memory pattern. So we can use the video opportunities as coaching techniques to take a near-miss incident, near-miss situation, and do some coaching and mentoring to prevent an incident or accident investigation. So, we're seeing it in the vehicles, like I said, with the cameras. We're seeing it with the, the auto-driven vehicles. But I think if we started putting some of that type of technology in the equipment as well that are manually operated, there's some AI that starts going. If I'm running yellow iron and all of a sudden, I'm swerving and say, hey, you're veering off center, so you stay in the trench line as opposed to getting over into the right of way and potentially damaging something. So I think there is technology out there. It's how do we communicate the effectiveness of it and then start to get the adoption rate built in to that.
Well, and I hit on this earlier talking about, we only hear about the bad things that happen in this industry whenever something happens. I don't think we give ourselves enough credit, we as an industry, of the millions of miles of feet that are put in every year. That we talked about product being put in the ground, and obviously that's something that we're very efficient at today, and that data and that technology will help us get there.
Yeah, we even currently work with a company that I mean, they're doing wind towers, but they're all autonomous. I mean, they've got an autonomous excavator, they got autonomous bobcat, they got autonomous dump truck. Again, they're in the middle of nowhere, they're in the middle of a plowed field half the time. But I mean, they're learning from all that, right? I mean, so that's already happening on an autonomous level. And they're digging 24 hours a day. I mean, as long as they keep fuel in the machines, they can do that. So to think that, I mean, you already look at the agricultural side, they're talking about autonomous grain carts, they're talking about a lot of different those things. So to say that it's never going to happen, I think that would be a far-fetched. To say that they're going to continue to build on what they learn in those things, absolutely.
So Paul, you think one of the next kind of steps from all the autonomous stuff that you mentioned is autonomous damage avoidance?
It sure could be. I mean, again, the data's going to have to be there, and I think it'll happen to some extent. It won't happen all day one because we're not going to trust it, right? But as it grows, just like if I buy my first autonomous car, I'm going to be ready to grab the wheel. Now, if I'm 2 years into having my autonomous car and it's never made a mistake, I'm going to probably trust it a little bit more. So, I mean, I think it's all going to be a matter of, as Tim indicated, that it's going to be a measuring of how the equipment does, the AI is doing versus an actual operator. I think it's going to be somewhat driven just by the manpower, right? I mean, just that's all going to kind of, you're going to see a lot more automation in certain industries because $7.50 it wasn't making any sense, but at $15 it makes a lot more sense to do more autonomous. So I mean, I think there's going to be a large shift all that direction, and I think it's going to happen very, very soon. I think in the next 10 years, a lot of that's going to really play into a lot of different industries.
Okay. Anyone else? Any questions from the audience? All right. Well, hey, thank you all for this great roundtable, and can we give them the panelists a quick round of applause, please? For those on live stream, we're going to be back at 1 p.m. Thank you all.
Thanks, man. Nice to meet you.
Do they work with you on the back end, though, when something gets damaged? Or do you feel like it's a one-way street?
You pose that question, would that locator back me? I'm not going to back him. So I don't want him to back me.
I guess
If he's wrong and he mislocated it, and my labor lost his arm because he mislocated it, I don't want to back you.
Yeah.
And if he was on the mark and I did something catastrophic with that fiber, it's on us. Accountability. He doesn't want to back me.
Right.
So it's not a one-way street. It's a separate team that has to work together. It's like offense and defense.
I guess
We have to work together.
The system's broken.
Sucks to be you. We already got all these customers.
But you are the problem.
It should be mandatory.
You never say never and you never say impossible.
This is the tutorial for visual observation. In visual observation, we're going to show you everything that can be seen above the ground. There are 7 visual observation videos. Each video is a project that takes in about 2 blocks or so in length. And we're going to show you where one-call marks were made. Our colored lines will represent where paint and flags have been put down by one-call locators. The one-call markings will be blue for water, yellow for gas, red for electric and street lights. We'll use a particular shade of orange for telephone and a bit darker shade of orange for cable television. And sometimes we'll show you new one-call marks later on in the video. These markings can appear after the one-call checklist. Before each one-call mark, we will label what utility you're about to see marked. And before we spin the aerial photograph, the top of the photograph is always north. So in everything that you'll see, there are utilities that are not marked that should be or could be marked. Your job is to identify, through a series of answers to our questions, which utilities are not marked. Sometimes there may be more than one correct answer. Sometimes the marks that you see will have no visible topside structures associated with them. That's okay. These are marks that locators put down, presumably from their locating instruments and use of visual observation and utility maps. So you'll see different shots of our intersections, and it's really no different in the field when you're looking at one part of the job only to turn and look at another part of the job. Once you see it marked, you won't be asked about it, even if you see it unmarked later in the video. Although we show you sanitary sewer manholes, we do not ask any questions about the markings of the sanitary sewer system. We will place compasses to assist you with direction. Pay close attention to the photos that we show. We oftentimes ask, is anything not marked, right after we show you photos. On a few of your projects, you will see private telecommunication facilities. If there's nothing above the ground to see, we won't ask you any questions about that particular utility. On occasion, you'll be able to see above ground features of abandoned utilities. Those utilities will be electrical in nature. You will see circular manhole covers for abandoned transformer vaults. You'll also see square steel covers for abandoned secondary vaults. So with the abandoned electric facilities, the only thing an excavator may hit are the old concrete ducts that connected the manholes and the secondary vaults.
So Subside Electronics, we're based out of Perry, Oklahoma. We manufacture line locating equipment, HDD tracking equipment, and utility inspection equipment. We're a sister company of Ditch Witch and distribute our products through the Ditch Witch dealership distribution network.
Right there. You can see it right there.
Okay.
So if you want to come right here, that'd be perfect.
And what depth do we need to be at right there?
23, 24 inches.
Are you okay at staying at 2.5 feet the whole way?
Yeah, that's fine. And 2.5, they got a centralizer on it. So we want to be at 2.5. Okay.
Good deal?
Yep.
So one of the major reasons it's important to have an inspection of tracer wire after the installation is too many times after or during the pullback of the product in the tracer wire, there will be a fault or that wire will actually pull apart. So in that scenario, the contractor leaves and it's impossible to track them down, and subsequently impossible to actually locate that utility after the fact. So doing a bore and then doing a post-bore inspection of the quality of that tracer wire is critical.
Good afternoon, everyone. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Great.
Thank
Good.
you.
Yeah. My name's David Nura with Utility Resource Group. I'll be a moderator today for our event. And we have...
My name is Tom Hall with Cortera. I'll be assisting Dave in the moderation of the event.
Thank you. So before we start, let's do introductions, please. Starting with you, sir.
I'm Steve Johnston from Boer Construction.
Chris Stovall, Texas 811.
Josh Walker with GPRS. I'm Mark Whelan with CSCAN.
All right, well, welcome, gentlemen. So we have a really, really good topic today. I'm sure it's going to spur some great discussion. So, Tom, if you want to go ahead and roll it out.
Sure. Thank you, David. The topic is how do we get to zero damages? And I don't think that 45 minutes will allow us enough time to complete the discussion, but I think we can certainly get one started here and have some interesting discussion around that topic. So let me toss this out, and I think this is maybe a good way to get the discussion going with the group is, do we feel that zero damage is actually an attainable goal?
I'll start. So, I mean, I think it's obviously a really lofty goal. I know at GPRS it's something that we really strive for. We do see it as attainable, but it is one of those things where we have to embrace the fact that zero damages is not something that's going to be achieved by one company or by one person. It's going to be a collaborative effort between a lot of different organizations and people. So to answer your question directly, is it attainable? And I don't think anything's impossible, but it would obviously take a lot of work and communication and just a lot of collaboration between a lot of different groups. So,
yeah, I would second that. I'd say you have to aim high, or you're never going to really get there. So
Sure.
You kind of start with that, and I think if you consider all the stakeholders and each stakeholder considers their direct impact on how that can be achievable, then that's kind of the best place to start. And from our point of view as a manufacturer of equipment, I think it's one of them things we need to do all that we can to bring technology to market that can improve the process, the timeliness of information, the data that's collected, the validity of the data that's collected, and everything in between to make sure that we can try and get towards that zero damage.
This isn't going to be a very interesting roundtable if we all agree 100%, but I mean, support what you guys are saying 100%. Sure. I'm behind it. I agree that it's difficult for people to accept. Even internally when we talk about this as a team, and we set it as a goal, like this is our goal, and it's our mantra in Texas right now is zero damages, zero waste.
Sure.
We want to cut out both. And when we first started talking about zero damages, the team looked at me like, why are we going to set a goal that's not achievable? Like this just doesn't sound realistic. But why would you set any other goal, right? Like, is there some number of acceptable damages that are okay for so many people to get hurt every year? I don't think is a worthwhile goal to set.
Sure.
So I kind of come from the other side, which is probably why they throw me up here. But zero damages, in all reality, is probably not attainable. You can approach zero damages. You can get very close to zero damages. But having zero damages it's a goal, and it should be the goal. But it's not an attainable goal in reality. You have too many moving parts and too much human error that can be involved. That damages of some sort. Could you imagine just going a week in all of America with all the ditches being dug and all the utilities being dug around? Just go one day, go 1 hour. Zero's not attainable. It should be the goal, and it's what everybody should be striving for, but there's always going to be mistakes made and damages that are gonna happen, and it's all of our responsibility to try and limit that as best as possible, and obviously to keep everybody that's doing this work safe is the ultimate goal. But, I mean, in reality, zero is a goal. It's not.
Yeah. So don't get hung up on the semantics. Like, what do we mean by zero damages? Maybe essentially zero. Like I flew here, and the airline industry is really safe. They don't have zero accidents, but almost. Like it's safer than driving. And, a lot can be learned, I think, from the aviation industry and our industry. Because they've come a long way. Like it really is essentially like one of the safest modes of transportation there is.
Sure. Sorry. I'll go ahead. I'll let you. So, what I'm going to say too, to kind of piggyback on that is, at the end of the day, when you talk about zero damages, obviously the goal, like you said, Steve, is to, we want to keep people safe, and so, even if we have 1% damages instead of 0%, that's still 1% of those job sites or projects where somebody could get injured or somebody could die. And so when we say we're really striving for 0 damages, we're doing that with that in mind. Obviously, we want people to go home at the end of the day safely. And then when we think about, so if you manufacture equipment, we go out and perform locates as do you all. The equipment is never going to be perfect. The humans operating the equipment are never going to be perfect. But if we marry the right people with the right equipment and there's the right level of communication amongst the people that are involved in these projects, I think that's really how we kind of have to approach it and strive to get to that 0%.
So I want to ask you a question, because you mentioned you're kind of on the other side of this, and you have the manufacturer and you're in the locating, and I'm kind of in the facilitation business of it all. You're the boots on the ground. You're the one who would or would not damage the line at the end of the day. What do you think are the roadblocks? Like what are the big, like if we were to focus on 1 or 2 things?
To focus in on 1 or 2 things, I mean, it's probably the pure scale of what we're talking about is probably the biggest obstacle. You're talking about, in today's world, there's underground gas, there's underground fiber optic. It's not just one company's fiber optic, it's another company's fiber optic. There's 3 cable companies in the neighborhood, all their wires are in the ground. It's just that pure magnitude of, again, you scale it to that level and you're more likely to have mistakes happen, or, one map was incorrect, or the locator, got 1 ping on his equipment, and there's really 4 lines there, and things like that will happen. So I think ultimately the scale of what we're talking about is probably the biggest challenge. And the second challenge, I think, is to be from my perspective, it's just not like everybody talks of cooperation, and everyone, I think, at the end of the day does have the same goals, but everyone that's doing this is trying to make money. And when you have that money aspect in it, as a contractor, I'm trying to put pipe in the ground. As a locator, you're trying to clear tickets. As a utility company, you're trying to minimize the cost of repairing your lines and having hits on your lines and downtime for your customers and things like that. So I think that those 2 things are probably the biggest challenge, because anytime there's money involved, I'm going to look at things differently than you're going to look at things, and not necessarily me and you, but the sides of the table are not going to attack the problem the same way.
That's a fair point.
So another question I would kind of pose to the group just to get feedback is, what would it do for the industry or for that pursuit of 0 damages if there were a specific industry standard in place when it comes to locating and actually being able to pinpoint utilities? If there's a specific standard in place that requires the use of certain technologies or using multiple technologies, proper training for anybody who's going to be operating that equipment, if that standard is in place and adopted by the industry, what would that do? What would the impact be?
I think the impact would be significant, and I think to touch back on your point about return on investment, I think that's really what it all boils down to, because what's an acceptable level of damage and what's it worth? And at the end of the day, everybody's going to put a price on it. Could we go out and locate all the lines right now and have no damages? I mean, we could set up archaeological dig sites and go with brushes and unearth the utilities that way. It's not practical, and nobody's going to make any money doing that. So I think if you've got certain standards in place that helps to solve the problem to an extent, but you really need to start bringing technology to bear and try and alleviate some of the stressors that exist. We talk about how many tickets these guys have to do in a given day. It's a significant workload. They've got to get through a lot of jobs. They've got to use a lot of equipment, and they're trying to keep themselves safe. So I think it would be remiss of us, to not bring technology to bear to try and mitigate some of their problems by making their job easier, and have them less focused on worrying about interpreting information, and kind of flip that on its head and say, why don't we provide information? And one of the previous panels discussed AI. I think there's a lot of room to grow there and bring solutions to the market that can essentially determine with a certain degree of confidence whether the utility is there or not, and even alert them to things that may not be something they're looking for in a passive sense or otherwise. That provides a lot of value, and I think that's something that we really need to push things in that direction. and take the burden from, the lowest paid part of the totem pole in the utility locator's hands, and give them more confidence, reassure them, and make sure that they're able to do a better job at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. We were kind of having a roundtable before the roundtable, and I was posing. I think that one of the biggest impacts we can make on damages is to get information transferred to the hands of the person putting the shovel in the ground, or the piece of equipment, the backhoe. Like, if you knew instantly, right when you were ready to dig, where all the underground lines were, you had that data accessible to you right there, and it was good, it was accurate, and you trusted it, then your chances of digging safely go up enormously. Right?
Exponentially, yep.
And if we can facilitate that, like using technology, right? Get it into your hands, and you don't have to wait anymore. You're not, 48 hours or 72 hours or however long it is that you're waiting. You have the expertise and the skills to use that data to dig safely. Are accidents going to happen periodically? Yes, but I think they'll become one-offs.
Sure.
Right?
And I think to kind of expand on all that, it goes back to everybody's willingness to participate and to participate fairly. You don't necessarily want to put everything on the utility companies. You don't want to put everything on the shoulders of the locator. You don't want to put everything on the shoulders of the guys digging the ditches either. But you got to have that cooperation, and it can't just be song and dance. Like, people really would have to commit to it. And with that, the technology piece is ultimately where it's going to go, and that's what's going to solve the problem. Because you go from not only the location equipment, but materials that can be easily located. We're getting away from all those, asbestos lines and things that, are more difficult to locate versus, plug it into a ductile iron pipe or something. You get pretty darn close at this point with that. So once you expand that technology, and with the technology comes more on the mapping side too. If the utility companies, I can only speak for Pennsylvania, but I feel bad for some of the location locators, because I'm with them. They're like, well, I think it's here, but the map shows it over there, and I hooked up my equipment and it's over there, and that costs them money, because now they're spending 45 minutes to locate a line when it should only take them 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
And that trickles down as well. So when the maps and the mapping systems, the GIS mapping systems are
But they locate the line out there. Like, the information is obtained and then it's gone. Like, it's just never used again.
Never used again.
Washes away.
And as an excavator, it's the same thing. Like, we try to let people know, to familiarize ourselves with the people on the utility side, and say, hey, like, you guys had that 8-inch water main marked on the curb line here, but it's 5 feet that way. Update your map. And I can tell you we've done it, and where we found an 8-inch water main that was 8 feet off the mark. We let the utility company know. We went back, and this was a gas main, not a water main, I'm sorry. And we let the gas company know. And I, just from knowing what was going on, we called a one-call ticket back in a year later when everything was paved and restored, and they marked it in the same spot. So it's like, it's got to be that
good,
type of.
Those are all good comments, guys. So we got another question. try to get some other points of view. So really good comments. So if you want to. Okay, yeah. So knowing that we have these barriers, and you mentioned that money, making a profit. It's a business, right? We're all in business to make money, and then you're dealing with the regulatory. So if all things are equal, what would fill those gaps between companies saying, okay, I need to dig because I need to be profitable? So what would fill that gap to say, okay, I need to be more, emphasize my activity, my actions in digging more towards safety and protecting utilities to have zero damages? If you had your own crystal ball here to make things happen, what would that be? What would that look like for your business, and as an excavator and your expertise?
So I'm not sure I follow the question.
Okay, so if you had the opportunity to change,
yep.
Like say, okay, I'm going to run my business and I want to make a profit, but to avoid damages, to avoid digging into stuff, what would that look like for you? How would you create that process or systems?
I mean, ultimately, safety is the number one priority, I think, for everybody. So, as far as I think what you're asking is the profitability is weighed against the safety, but at the same time, you're not gonna risk somebody's safety to make a dollar. You know, as far as from an excavator standpoint, like there's always something else you could do with your guys, you know, and try to contact people to try and get proper things located. But again, it puts a burden on that side of the table. It's a cost that, you know, a lot of them are in low bid situations, whether it's in the private or public sector, and
okay.
You know, missing a day is costing you a lot of money. And sometimes we're, you know, as excavators, we're forced to make that decision. We'll eat the money today, I guess, and hope the gas company comes out and marks the line tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the gap I'm talking about. So if there was a program that could be developed for you to say, listen, I'm going to get paid to do this if I wait more, how would that look like for you to prevent putting a shovel into the ground?
It goes back to kind of our conversation before we sat down here. If there was a way to put that location cost into a bid and have that put in, instead of having every utility company come out and mark their own lines, you know, if we were given the proper information and could do it ourselves and could be compensated, or at least put that into our bid and you know, make sure we're not spending all our time trying to locate these lines, you know, that ultimately would be probably the best solution.
So do you feel that the organizations that are encouraging you to bid on the work is adding that pressure to get things done at a certain amount of time quickly, so you
absolutely
kind of forego?
I mean, any municipality you're working for, they're taking the lowest bid for a reason. They want to pay the least amount of money. So a lot of them are reluctant to spend the time up front to do proper levels of SUE and things like that. And you know, those gaps can be closed for sure, which would help. You know, we've all seen sets of prints that have utilities that are all over the place, and they're not where they should be. And you know, everybody, you know, has a little stake in that, I'm sure. But you want to try and tighten that circle up. And ultimately, if you could have a system where that location was part of the bid and you could put a number to it,
sure.
You know, I think, because then you're putting the excavator is able to kind of hold the sword there and say, like, you know, we're going to be digging there tomorrow. Let's go send our locator guy over there to locate it. We have an issue. We don't. Let's go. Let's dig. And there's so many times where a 811 ticket comes back to you and one company didn't locate their stuff, you know, in the timely manner, and then you're weighing the option of like, all right, well, it's not gonna do anyone really harm if we rip a cable line out of the ground.
Certainly.
So it was a cable company. We're gonna dig. But if you know there's an 8-inch gas main there, like, you're not gonna touch that. So if you had that information more so than just on a set of prints that you knew was coming in from a quality source, it was properly GIS mapped in the beginning, that information was then given to us. I mean, I don't see any reason, because what would end up happening is all these locators would then end up becoming employees of excavation companies.
Yeah, so
you just have that arm of your company.
I'll speak to the question too.
Sure.
So kind of takes me back to what you were saying before, where you had an instance in which, you know, a line was marked by the curb. You found out it was actually 8 feet over this way. And so that goes back to what I was mentioning before about having a specific standard in place or a specific process that has to be followed when utilities are being located. So, you know, if you know that, for example, you take a private locator, which is what we primarily focus on. So when we send people out to a job site, there's a very specific process that has to be followed. We're taking multiple technologies, so we're not just using a GPR unit or we're not just using an EM wand. We're taking multiple technologies and we're utilizing those in conjunction with people that have been trained very rigorously to be able to pinpoint the location of utilities. So, you know, if you can take, you know, let's say one call goes out and locates utilities, but then GPRS or some other private locator who's utilizing that standardized process goes out and locates the utilities afterwards. And then there's also a requirement that you have to receive some sort of a deliverable. So you have to receive a GPS map. Maybe that comes to you as a KMZ file or whatever that may be, but you can pull it up and see what's been located, what's been marked. Like that, to me, it sounds like that would be invaluable to you as an excavator, right?
I would think so, yeah. And like I said, it's that information. I mean, if an operator had a GPS unit in his hand that told him like, hey, you're coming up on a gas main, it's 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, start hand digging, you know? It's a lot of those mistakes happen when things just aren't located properly.
See, I think we can do that. I think we can get there, though. But one of the challenges that I'd love to hear your opinion and yours as well, but you're sticking the piece of equipment in the ground, right? Is let's say we get some utilities to adopt this and say, all right, you know what? More information is better, right? So we'll share our maps with you. The 811 Center facilitates that, and you get one utility's digital map on site. But you still have to wait now for the other three to come out and mark with paint and flags. Would that still be valuable to you? And could that just get things started?
I mean, don't you think that would kind of be a transition piece? I mean, if somebody as a utility company saw, gas company A doing that, and the data supported the fact that kept their line safer, and they didn't have to spend as much money locating, then you would expect water company A to then be like, well, it's not a bad idea. Let's try that. And then, cable company, same thing. I think that, any information is better than no information, but it gets tough. We're not, when we're tasked to be out there putting pipe in the ground or digging around utilities, it's because we have a bigger goal in mind, and that's to, improve the infrastructure or to build a building or to develop a land or whatever. So to try and put all that onus on a foreman who's got a million other things going on, to say like, all right, well, these three companies are going to have, it'll be on this unit, but the other three, you need to make sure there's paint marks on the ground. Like, again, that's going to create a user error. That's, I thought this one was on the GPS. I'm sorry, boss, I'm running around doing it.
I think another thing too, so you also mentioned this, like a lot of times people are going to be reluctant to include the cost of locating in a bid because that could eventually lead to you losing work. By not doing that though, you kind of flip that around and you say, okay, if we don't include the cost of locating and then things go awry and a utility gets hit, it's the same, now your budget is screwed up, but on the opposite end, right? Now people are having to pay for damaged utilities. Who's going to accept liability for that? So I think it's a very valid point, right? You're trying to win work. So what can we do to standardize it to the point where that locating is required to be done so that, people like Steve don't have to worry about losing work because he wants to make sure that his team is going to be safe by putting that in his bid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there needs to be some kind of a standard practice built into the way the contracts are constructed so it allows for that to be captured, and you can then compare an apples to apples bid and say, this factors this in and this lower cost one doesn't, then it's going to need to be done, and it may lead to damages, and this is the superior bid. Even though it's more expensive, it's going to cost you less in the long run. And to the point about the mapping information, I think if you're going on a journey, everyone's familiar with Google Maps. If you don't know where you're going and you're waiting turn by turn, it's going to take you longer, and you can't really quantify how long it's going to take. And to your point on ROI, having that starting point of a map, I could see how it definitely would provide you guys with value, because it allows you to kind of better estimate how long something will take and what's going to be required to get that job done, which leads to better estimates. But I think that type of mapping information, it needs to be revisited. I mean, if you think of like an image and each pixel represents a data point, what we're trying to do here is, I think you just need to keep building upon what's in that map to create a higher resolution, effective image of what's going on. Yeah. And with each data point that's captured, you should be, adding that back into your system and refining it and basically creating a better platform and a better map that has better information, and it becomes more valid information because it captures more things over time. And that's the kind of the way I think we need to look at it, is like just it's keep building and building and building, collect that information every single time, and you'll refine it to being a better and more useful map at the end of the day.
Yeah, almost like it's a marathon, not a race, right? Like you want to ensure that, you know, in 20 years, people aren't sitting down at a round table still having this discussion, ultimately, right?
Yeah.
So it starts now.
Somebody's got to do it.
My only question, I guess I would pose to you guys is, we're talking more on a larger scale here. So you have large scale, you know, utility company or large scale excavation company or, you know, land developer or something. But where does that trickle down to like a plumber? Like, he's not going to be able to put, if he needs to run a water service to a house, like, he's not going to be able to put a location into his bid or have the technology or the wherewithal or any of that to be doing that. So there's still going to be kind of a gap in the system there. And I guess I'm asking you guys, how would you guys?
It gets cheaper every day, right? Like, I think 5 years ago, in order for a plumber to access that sort of data and information, you know, he might have to spend $3,000 on a Microsoft HoloLens and, you know, access data that was secured or difficult to obtain. But like, every iPhone that comes out, every new Galaxy or what, I mean, the technology just keeps getting better and less expensive. And that bodes well for our industry, because it may not be there this second, but I think eventually it'll be something that he can access on his phone. Pull up the camera, overlay the map, and there's the line ready to dig.
I think there's very practical things we can do. And, you know, obviously this roundtable's topic of conversation is getting to zero damages. And like, one of the things that isn't widely discussed is something like, you know, someone's going to build a fence in their backyard. Okay, they can just go and rent a piece of equipment. They may not know how to operate that piece of equipment well. They may not know to call 811. You know, there's a lot of things at play here. You know, there's very practical things that could be done to basically not release that piece of equipment unless a given document is submitted to an 811 and they can't access it until it's been located. So yes, that would cause some annoyance to homeowners because they want to rent that piece of equipment on a given day because they're free to do the job. But if that becomes the expectation, you know, the number one cause of damages is pretty much in them situations. It's homeowners that are kind of doing work and they haven't called 811 and they may not have known to do that. So I think there's like two things that need to be taken into consideration really are the message that's been given by the 811s to make sure that that's continuously being revisited to make sure that resonates with the actual target market, the homeowners, and then having another layer there that allows some way for the equipment to not be released to a given homeowner that might ultimately cause a damage. I think that's kind of a very basic thing that could be done.
That's good stuff. We have a question from the audience. You guys ready to take one? All right.
Somebody else? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. You want to introduce yourself, Misty?
Hi, I'm Misty Wise, I'm Executive Director of South Carolina 811. And I think you brought up actually a really interesting question regarding homeowners, because I do think they're an anomaly that's a little bit different, even in perspective to what my question is. And it goes along with what I know Chris is passionate about in trying to figure out if we provide additional information outside of putting paint on the ground physically, would you guys, from an excavator standpoint, be comfortable with that? Because I do think a mechanism is there. When you look at telecom and water sewer groups specifically, you know, a lot of what they have and what you know is already out there isn't physically needing to be marked per se, and maybe a print would be viable based on the depth and where they are. And then from a telecom perspective, you know, they're always looking to save money anyway at the end of the day, right? So if they have an opportunity to provide a print and give you the estimated, you know, space in which that multiple facilities may exist, how would you feel about that? Because I think what's going to happen at the end of the day is water and sewer and maybe telecom would want to choose this outlet because it's inexpensive, right? And it saves them an enormous amount of money and locates and physically going to the field by providing you where those vicinities are for those facilities. You know, is that something I think that would take off, right? When somebody figures out what the cost savings would be on that, are you guys going to be comfortable from an excavator standpoint just allowing multiple facilities? Because electric and gas may be the only ones that choose not to do that. What would your comfort level be at that point?
Again, it all comes back to the information you're given. If you're given strong information and a platform that can be used, you know, and not slow the process down, or that it's included in the world, like we said, through standardization of the rules, to include it in the work, then I don't think we're incapable of doing that. And I think the key to me is you want to make that information as accessible as possible. So to your point with the homeowners, rather than signing a paper, like everybody has an iPhone, right? Like if that GIS mapping or that mapping system was available on something as simple as an app, and it's like, hey, make sure you download this app. The rental company, hey, make sure you download this app so you know where the utilities are in your house. You don't go blowing up your house. Oh, geez, I didn't even know that. And they download the map. I mean, a homeowner could do it.
We could even call it an 811 app.
There you go. But and it would have to be accurate. So it all comes down to what level of accuracy we can get to. Now, can we get to a level where an iPhone can tell you exactly where our utility is? Absolutely. Like think about where we've come with cell phones in the last 15 years. It's unbelievable. We went from flip phones and hitting number three times to get to the letter C, and now people are firing off emails in 30 seconds with them. So the technology's definitely there, and if you can make it as simple that everybody could use it, then again, that gets you one step closer to the zero damage.
Something that I want to bring up that we haven't actually discussed yet, but it's been very beneficial for us, and I thought I was going to get the question for us, like, when will we get there, right? Like, well...
That was a question coming, so go ahead.
So you want me to not answer it yet? I can wait.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go down that.
What's your next question, sir? When will we get?
When do you think we can get there? And
today.
Well, there's a number of different folks that look at this from a different perspective. So I think each person would be good on what's your perspective on when, from the call center side of things, locators, construction, and as well as equipment.
So when? I say today. I know that's kind of like weird to hear. Like we talked about this being a lofty goal, but we've actually experienced this in the center. We have, our normal business. We take an excavation request from somebody who's getting ready to dig. We look for conflict, and then we send out a notice to those who have conflict. Then they go out and mark. Well, we've put in another piece to that, which you guys probably are familiar with or have at least heard about. We do a risk analysis. We have a lot of data. That's one thing our industry has, is a lot of data. So we actually do an assessment on the excavation for certain of our utility operators. And if it's high risk, then we take an action on their behalf, and we call the excavator. At first, I wasn't sure how this would go over, like, why are you calling me, what's going on? But they were very appreciative. We actually had data to say, here's why this is a high-risk excavation. Based on the geographic location, the type of equipment that you're using, the facilities that are involved. This was identified as high risk. The excavator appreciates the information. Okay, we'll dig carefully. We had 3 customers in 2020 experience 0 damages for the entire year. Now they weren't huge. We're not talking about the giant utilities nationally, but it was a big deal. Like from damages previous year to 0 in 2020 through analytics.
Can I ask you a question? Where does that information come from? Like where does all the data points come from?
So you mentioned the massive amount of volume, right? Like nationally in Texas, we're doing about 20,000 excavations a day, every single day, and we're capturing who's doing the digging, what type of equipment they're doing, what they're using, what type of work that they're doing, the depth that they're digging, the utilities involved that are located nearby. So we use all of those data points. And then we also cross-reference it with historical damages. So we also collect damage data from the 811 Center. And then some of the regulatory agencies get reporting for damages as well. So we use a third party to their algorithm to pull the risk score on that data, and then we feed it back into our center, and then our center takes action on that. And seeing some serious damage reduction in that area. I kind of like if you're driving down the road and you see the sign that shows you how fast you're going and what the speed limit is. Like if you're like me, you're tapping on your brakes because you were going too fast. It's just that awareness, right? Like knowledge that, okay, this is a risky activity that I'm engaging in here.
And that's just basically a phone call to whoever put the ticket in that says, hey, just a heads up.
That's right.
What you're doing tomorrow is a little risky. Be careful.
And here's why.
Yes.
Why. And it's based off of the data. So 90% of the tickets aren't risky. Yep. We're just focusing on the riskiest ones.
So I'll go ahead next. So good. I'm going to still revert back to a lot of what I mentioned early on, which is the whole idea of a standardized process. So I think you kind of alluded to this a few minutes ago in that when you're talking about like a residential customer who might want to do something at their house, it's not a regulated service. So, you could go out tomorrow, anybody here could go out tomorrow and purchase locating equipment on the internet and call themselves an expert in the industry and start doing it. The issue with that is there is no standardized process or training that needs to be adhered to in order to make sure that the locates are accurate. So by doing that, not only can we limit damages, okay, but then again requiring some sort of deliverables that come afterwards. Okay, so an initiative that is currently being worked on, I know that we're pouring a lot of energy into, is every time a locate is completed, that information goes into a database. And we will at one point be able to provide people with information from locates that we've done in years past that can be accessed. Now, like the question is, I know this came up earlier because we would talk about giving this information out just freely so anybody has access to it. But is it information that should just be free to everybody? Should it be sold? Like what does that look like?
Yeah, I think that I don't think we're going to get there today. Like I would say, we're not there yet. I don't think that's safe to say. I think if you look at the stats for the last number of years, the damages have been increasing year over year for the past 5 consecutive years. That's partly probably because there's more reporting now than there used to be. There's more enforcement of that. Damages are being reported, but realistically, I think it's going to be a while before we really see anything close to zero damages. And there's a lot of factors at play insofar as people are variables, and the one locator that's got the same training as another technician, they might not be the same. They might have an off day. They might have, it's been discussed earlier that they might have had a rough day or a long weekend or something that they weren't in the right frame of mind. They made a mistake. So I think the more we can abstract that type of variable situation from the equation and interject technology, I think that's probably our best possible hope.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I agree. It's not going to happen today, unfortunately, forever. But I think that like you said, the number of damages has gone up year after year for the last 5 years. But I know from Pennsylvania's standpoint, like we didn't have required reporting. It was all kind of like volunteered for a long time, and then the last few years it's become required. So. We saw the shift that, just in the numbers that way. So, I can tell you just from being in the business, like if we found a water service off the mark by 5 feet and we didn't hit it, we didn't break it, we found it, like we're not reporting that. Like I'm not going to spend another 45 minutes of my time to report that to the proper people, filling out the proper documentation and all that stuff. It's not feasible. So. I agree that the numbers are going up, but I think that that's just kind of the numbers. It might not necessarily be the reality of what's going on. I think that we could, utilizing technology in the next 10 years, if everybody committed to it and really committed to the technology piece of it versus just everybody trying to get through the day of I got 100 locates or I'm trying to dig in 15 spots or whatever, and everybody committed to that technology. I mean, in the next think about where we were with technology 10 years ago to try and have a goal to be in 10 years to get to a point where there's a system that's readily available to all the people it needs to be, that's accurate.
You can't prove what you can't measure.
Yeah, so. Exactly. And if you have that same thing, it goes in the reverse. Not only are you giving me that technology in my hand, but then when I find something in the field, like I can locate it. Here's the water main. It's right here.
I mean, what's the definition of insanity? Just doing the same thing and expecting a different result?
Yep.
I feel like we have to continue to evolve how we think about these things.
I think another piece that kind of gets lost when we start digging really deep into the technology piece is the value of human to human interaction in this, right? So if you're an excavator out on a job site, while it's phenomenal to have technology that can provide this information or to have a database of information where you can just access it from your iPhone, there's always going to be value in human-to-human interaction or communication as well. So if there's somebody who comes out and puts marks on the ground, at the end of the day, a manufactured technology or a person utilizing a technology, neither of those are ever going to be perfect. So being able to have somebody there while you're on site getting ready to dig who can tell you, hey, we utilize this great technology, we've been highly trained, however, we experienced some limitations trying to locate utilities in this specific area. We would really be careful here. We might hand dig in this area before you put a bucket in the ground to make sure, or we might daylight it with a hydro excavation truck, to make sure that you're not going to come across something you don't want to run into. Because if we're just relying on technology and nothing else, it's never going to be perfect to the point where it can communicate limitations with you, or it can overcome variables that might exist. So I think there's always going to be real value in having somebody, if I come out to the job site and locate, and I can stand there and tell you, here's what I found, here's the markings, here's what all this means. I'm sending you a map as well, but I do want you to know that this is what I experienced in these specific areas. Like, you can't account for that with some stuff.
So we have about 4 minutes left. Okay, so good transition. So it sounds like we've been talking about processes, we've been talking about finances, technology. So with all things being equal, where does the burden of preventing a damage lie on? Is it equipment, technology, processes, or people?
I think it has to be all of them.
The one thing that I think we can all agree on, we come from different areas of the industry. Not a single one of us up here would say that we want someone to not go home safe to their family at the end of the day.
Correct. Yeah.
What we do is a big deal. Like, people's safety is on the line. And the infrastructure that's being protected is worth billions to our nation. The industry that we're in is a big deal. I think we can all agree on that. And so I don't think the burden lies in any one place. It's on all of us, because it is the one thing that we all agree on. Like, money aside, we want people to go home safe to their families every day. We want to keep the nation's infrastructure running, because what we do is a big deal.
I would second that. I would say it's important for every stakeholder to take some level of ownership and think about what they can do to improve the situation.
Exactly. It really comes down to making a commitment to embrace the fact that none of us up here or anybody who's out here can do it alone. No one company can do it, no one person can do it. So, if his company is manufacturing great equipment, that a locator like us can use, and then you have people that are providing a great service here and facilitating great things that are ultimately providing Steve with phenomenal information that he can then use to do his work safely, it's a full circle, right? It's not going to happen with just one person, but it is going to require a real commitment from everybody who's involved, for sure, to do that.
And I obviously am in agreement, but I would ultimately say that the people are the driving factor. If the people are going to put the finances over the technology, or the technology over the information they want to give out freely to people, those are all going to be decisions that are made by people. So if people want to be people, you have to. It's got to be more than just lip service. Everybody always says, "Oh, we want everybody to go home safe," and and being boots on the field, like we've seen. I'm sure you guys have seen too. Like, you see what happens when things go wrong. It's nobody wants to make that phone call to somebody's wife or whoever. So you got to have people that truly believe that what they're doing is for the betterment of the community and not just for the betterment of their own company. Sure. Whichever company that is.
I think it's crucial to make.
We're out of time. So
Thank you very much.
Great discussion, and thank you, Misty, for asking a question from the audience, and appreciate your time.
Yeah,
thank you
guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, good conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it.
what's going to be really good about this learning management system and the use and the way we use video, the way we use drone footage, GoPro footage, multiple camera angles. It's going to be very different than just learning it in a classroom. The hope is that you can go back and watch all this stuff multiple times if need be, so it'll help you retain the information. It'll give you really more than a hands-on experience actually when you're watching this through video.
That's where this video training kind of gets a little better than the hands-on training in some aspect, because while you can sit in a classroom and explain how signal comes out and how it works and the science of it, we can actually show graphics and animate, how the fields come off the line and how the signal repels out and comes back in, and other information that's happening during the locate through video.
If you were to complete the training material and then come out here and locate them yourselves, they would be exactly where you saw them in the videos. But the program is also good for people who aren't in the field but are, say, still in the industry. I mean, there are other training programs out there for people to use, but in terms of something like that we've produced here, no one's ever done that before.
So let's take a look at another intersection, North Grove at South Diversitech Drive. The extent, locate the northeast corner of the intersection, 25 foot north of the center line of South Diversitech Drive. 2, 50 foot east of the center line of North Grove Street. There's the Google map, which does show the difference between North Diversitech and South Diversitech Drive. You can see the intersection with North Grove is right here. Again, the aerial view. All our work is going to take place within what is photographed here. But we're going to ask you to find the intersection. This is intersection 10, and you'll need to press the 10 square to move on. Here's the electric map. And by looking at the map, it would appear that nothing would have to be located with the extent, which was 25 foot north of the center and 50 foot east of this center. But that's according to the map. Let's show you the actual location. Sure enough, the only electric is on the south side of South Diversitech Drive. It would not be included in the locate extent. But with a small change in the extent, then the electric would be in conflict with the excavation, because the extent has now changed just one word. Instead of north of the center line, it is now south of the center line. So you can see we can come back to the same intersection many, many times, and by changing the extent, it will change what you need to know about where you need to locate.
Let's first start off looking at the prints, looking at what we need to locate, looking at how many marks are on the ground. Does that match with what should be on the ground? And then at that point, once you see you have the marks or not, start hooking up, verifying all the paint, correcting as needed.
An auditor will actually take the exact same steps that the locator should have taken to complete the locate. As we did out here today, our auditor came out, reviewed the scope of the locate request to determine the extent of excavation, and at that point he should be following the same processes and procedures as the locator did, and in this case went ahead and hooked up at the electric transformer, and at that point again making the complete sweep to identify all utilities in the area, and then he should be following those out and monitoring those marks to check for accuracy, and then ensuring those are marked complete and accurately all the way through the scope of the locate request. Where he does find deviations, he will go ahead and make those corrections at that time, but essentially we're looking for not only the accuracy of marks, but we also want to challenge all of our auditors to double check to make sure that the locator followed all those processes and procedures. Did we hook up at the right spot? What is that error rate that we're finding on those locates, and can we narrow that? What opportunities can we feed back to the locator in order to make those improvements? Each of our locators, we want to touch their work at least once a month, but we do maintain what we call a scorecard with our locators. We will track their event history, and obviously we're going to be targeting those folks that might be somewhat on the lower spectrum there. They might get some increased visual attention for those audits, but for the most part, we have both an random audit program, and then there will be those targeted audits that happen on the folks that seem to be struggling a little more. We will try to find coaching opportunities in order to improve folks, because we don't want someone working out of the system. We'd rather bring them up through the system. Right. So those opportunities of improvement, we want to try and make a positive experience. We want that correction. It's painful to have to bring someone else in to replace someone, so we'd rather keep the folks we have and make them better. No substitute for experience. So we definitely want to make sure we bring them up, not work them out whenever possible. Instances where we have either a utility or we'll have a third-party contractor that's conducting audits on our work. We'll work with those folks. When they find deviations, we'll meet them at the site and we can determine what corrections need to be made so they see our interaction on those corrections. We also do have some reporting mechanisms in place where either on a weekly or a monthly basis, we'll feed that data back to the customer so they can see what we're finding, and then we can share with them any trend data that we have. So for excavator tickets, we do have what we call high-risk excavations, and maybe not so much as excavator-centric as it is excavation-centric. So things like fence jobs, which are going to be high-risk tickets where there's a high incidence of damages. Those will be the kind of locates that we might want to look at more so than maybe, say, a drop installation. So where we do have that higher incidence of potential damage, those are some of the audits that we will be targeting to try and avoid those damages. The quality audit process really is a twofold event for us, meaning we want to make sure that it's not just the accuracy, it's challenging those auditors and some of those folks, be they dedicated, be they supervisor, making sure that those folks really follow all the processes and procedures, not simply ensuring the marks are on the ground. Because missing one of those steps through the process could lead later on to a locate damage, and we want to prevent that on the front end by ensuring they follow all those process steps.
That one is 100% correct.
Welcome back to the Roundtable by Planet Underground. I'm Jimmy Wang with the Creative Partners, and my co-moderator is Brian Harris with USA North 811. The topic for this roundtable, and it's the last one of the event, so we saved the best for last, is who really wants underground utility location data today and why? We're going to take questions from the audience after about 25 minutes, so please come up and wait your turn. And we're going to have the participants briefly introduce yourself and your company, and then we'll proceed with the roundtable. So, Misty, let's start over here.
I'm Misty Wise, Executive Director of South Carolina 811.
I'm John Smith. I'm the CEO of Hydromax USA.
I'm H.A. Clark. I'm the Locate Solutions Manager for Badger.
And I'm Shakheana Harrison. I'm the Director of Marketing Communications at Texas 811.
Thank you. So again, the topic here is who really wants underground utility location data today and why. So please, someone feel free.
Well,
who wants to go first?
No, I'll go first. I think ultimately, if you think about damage prevention, at the crux of what we do is sharing data with an excavator to not strike something, right? So even if it's a weird thing when we say data, I mean surface marks are data, positional information is data, like all that stuff is information, right? So I think at the very simplest form, what are we all doing? Our goal is to give information or data to an excavator so that they don't strike something when they excavate, right? I mean, that's the big picture, right? So
yeah, I mean, it's the big picture. It's also, I think it's also for the future too. With electrification, with the things that are going on, moving into the subsurface arena right now, it's getting crowded. It's crowded already, and it's even more of an issue if you don't know where things are, whether it be water, gas, or wastewater. You can't assume everything's just nice and level under there. You've got to know where things are, because it's not only going to serve us now to prevent exactly what you said, that damage right now, but it's also going to help us to install more capable methods, installed by more capable methods in the future into that environment.
Yeah, I think one of the other gentlemen that was up here earlier in one of the previous roundtables talked a lot about what their locate group does and how they're taking in some of that subsurface information, and then who do they want to provide it to, right? So there's a ton of information even beyond what a utility company has about their infrastructure, but when a locator goes out there and actually marks an area, being able to retain that information when we look forward into the future, I think that's kind of where our industry needs to go, and getting not just what our baseline prints and as-builts look like, but what actually is in the ground when they go out there to do the actual utility locates, and how can we better utilize that information as an industry.
And then shifting gears away from just for locating purposes, there are a lot of cities that want that data just for permit purposes or for new build purposes. So just getting away from the traditional reason why we have this utility data, just thinking beyond that for future construction projects, even homeowners, they want to know where the data is or where the lines are on their property. So it's beyond, the safe digging aspect and just being aware of what's around you and knowing the safety methods that are in place around those utility lines and so forth. So.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. I mean, just to add one point to what you just said, knowing the condition even of some of what's buried in the ground today, as you do new road projects, as you do new infrastructure projects that are supposedly coming here as we talk the next couple of years, you don't want to put a brand new road or a brand new highway in and then 3 months after have a water main that separates and flushes everything out, and now you got to dig everything up.
Yep.
So we can better and more effectively use the dollars that are being given in other areas to ensure that it's there for a long time, not just till the next incident.
Yeah, just to tie on to that, I think during I think what you're saying is during the design phase of construction, there's to me a bit of a gap in the industry, right, where they could be getting some good information and maybe they always aren't. So you run into situations like you're putting stuff in places that you really shouldn't, because you just don't have information. That's why, we have a locating division, and we do collect data when we locate, and just for that exact reason, like we have it. This is what we have.
So how does that work with an operator? Like you're providing that information back to the operator or the excavator? Like
that's a really great question.
Both?
So what we do is we collect with a locate machine typically. Right. Okay, and we collect GPS data, and what we do best is we're able to quickly share that data with the excavator or the engineering firm, whomever, and that's been really our main drive is to just gather it quickly, share it quickly, to whoever the stakeholder is that needs it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I mean, I've heard a lot about the different mechanisms with subsurface and people going through their entire layer of infrastructure. Obviously, it's easier when it's a smaller municipal group or someone like that, and just kind of lining out where those prints are and maybe looking back at what those previous as-builts look like and actually seeing what's in the ground now. Maybe GPRing their entire infrastructure all over again just to ensure that maybe what is abandoned, what is live, what issues did they have with previous records and that sort of thing. I mean, I think those things can be extremely beneficial. I think that where we're missing as an industry is obviously there's a need to keep that information proprietary to some degree, but how can we put it in the hands of the right people to what you guys are alluding to and figuring out a way to make it better for damage prevention as a whole while still maintaining the integrity of what that looks like, giving it to the right people for the right cause. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say that's one of the big challenges I think we've got. Standardization would be a great thing if we could actually have it. And because everybody's got different systems, how does all that overlay and how do you know? Because you're right, it's as important to do legacy as it is new construction. I mean, we talked about new construction, but 80% of what we see is whether it's water, gas, or wastewater is legacy inspection and checking those 3-axis data points and the quality of that and correcting maps.
Right.
And that's the largest thing is that when you get into as we call it, intelligent prevention of damage, you've got to have good data, you've got to have good maps, and that's got to be the starting point right there.
Most definitely. I mean, if companies are willing to invest in doing some of this subsurface stuff and rewriting the wheel essentially and saying, hey, we know we got some issues with the integrity of our data, we want to go back and GIS it, GPR it, whatever, and get good infrastructure records, how can we better that process and what we provide to an excavator while still, maintaining that level of security around it. I think technology takes us only so far. People have to be willing to change their mindset and do what's best for, everyone to be able to go home safe, as was earlier discussed in some of the other discussions.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is you mentioned we might have some issues with things being proprietary or people being afraid to share data, and I think we get hung up on that. The most important thing is where something is, not what it is. So if you just knew something was there, you didn't know if it was a gas line or a cable line or fiber optic line, whatever, just knowing that something was there would be a huge advantage than not knowing anything at all was there. You know what I mean?
So you're alluding to maybe even showing down to the more granular level. So right now, and pretty much traditionally most states, it's going to give you the basic premise of where that facility is until they come out to do the marks, and then obviously get tolerance zone and other things. Your thought process is along the lines of it doesn't matter what color that thing is, so to speak, right? So yellow, blue, red, green, doesn't matter. You would be willing to say that it's more of a benefit for folks to know that something's there regardless of the color or stakeholder group that it alludes to.
I mean, just the presence of is a really good thing to know.
Interesting.
And I mean, if I had my way about it, we would give color and we'd give where, and then we'd be like, okay, that's enough, right? Because I can't say, but please.
Yeah.
That's actually a good idea.
When it comes to raising awareness, people don't know because they don't see it. So just knowing that there is something there will raise awareness, and they're more mindful of any work they're going to do or any work they're going to get done because they're concerned about what's underground. So,
and I think one of the areas you've got to address is also the excavators that you hope are in the minority that are not calling 811, that are out there doing work. That's where a lot of the damage comes from, right?
Yep.
And so where we see it kind of moving and partnering with some of the companies we've been partnering with is moving towards real-time awareness in the cab, using that GPS and the datas to be able to give the operator a signal that you're there. You're about to hit something. Because whether they called it or not, if that's in there, they're going to have an awareness right then.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's definitely technology is moving faster than we can, evolve to. I mean, I was talking to Jimmy earlier about just state laws and I think a lot of folks have talked about it. Unfortunately, they're a little bit antiquated. A lot of them haven't been updated, and the ones that have, either way, technology is evolving faster than we can change the law to make it fit the scope. So, as we look forward to future, possibilities or processes, I really think it's a better premise to look at maybe generalizing our law a little bit more. I think positive response, tolerant zone, all of these things are benefits to each state and the safety around that. But if we could maybe broaden the scope a little bit, we could integrate some of these technologies on the fly a little faster, a little more effectively across the board. So we look at, my state's one state, your one state, you guys are operating in different states that are all independent, and each one of those states' law is different. So if we look at it holistically and figuring out how to move the needle from a national standpoint or even North American standpoint, how do we get to that point where states can start to generalize those processes so that we can capitalize on what the options are in the flow for technology that we can utilize better?
Yeah, that's really interesting because when a lot of times we work in like congested areas, like a terminal or somewhere like that, or substation, right? There's just a bunch of stuff underground, and we collect all this data and give it to the operator,
Right.
which then ends up in theory getting to you, right? That's like a one layer
Theoretically,
installation.
we hope so.
Correct, right? But it's just that's kind of the flow, right? Like
Right.
how the data flows, and the one problem with that is that it obviously doesn't cover private or abandoned or utilities that don't have an owner and operator, right? And so that data is data that sits. I mean, if we found it, we have it, but there's no way that we could possibly share that with anyone that was digging in that geographical area in the future at this time.
What if it was shared with the one-call center?
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would be great.
I mean,
yeah.
I would definitely be receptive of that in my state, to figure
Just
out
make
if
a buffer.
most definitely. I mean, I think that when you look at talking about homeowners and talking about folks that aren't general everyday excavators, but even the ones that are, I think they are ultimately trying not to impact customers that they pass, no matter who they're doing work for.
Right.
I think that's extremely valuable information that, to your point, is going to the wayside.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely about finding a way to incorporate that into our process, and would love if you guys are doing operations in our state to figure out, how can we integrate that better.
Yeah.
So, Misty, I'm glad you brought up that point. I was just going to ask to the two ladies in front, because you're at 2 1-calls.
Yes.
Do the 1-calls in general right now, maybe not even specifically the 2 1-calls you're at, but do the 1-calls in general right now want this data? If so, why? If not, why not? And going forward, should they want this data? And how might we make that happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a liability potential there in taking in data that doesn't belong to anyone per se, right, of the stakeholder groups. But in the interest of damage prevention, I do think that that's something that is something that we can utilize and obviously deal with our homeowners. I think it impacts them the most, but even general operators in an easement, depending on how a property is laid out, when you look at the safety element, let's just take power lines, private power lines that are running to sheds and other, maybe something that the previous homeowner owned or put in that the new one doesn't know about. I still think there's a safety element there that just in general knowing and figuring out how to write off liability effectively to provide that information on a ticket, those are things that we can put out. We're in the process of putting out the actual dig site information. We would be able to easily integrate that into the technology that's on the output of the ticket so a homeowner could see that. But again, it's a general premise. We don't currently show, even on operator records, down to the inch or foot level of where an infrastructure is, depending on the stakeholder. We might not even have that information that's being provided. I think that's where things need to start to get to because of all the different types of technology that are out there. So yes, we would take that in. I'd just find a way to be effective at getting it out.
Yeah, and that's kind of where we stand too. So we would love to have abandoned line data, because then we can let people know that there are abandoned lines out there. And to me, that's something you can provide a visual for, because no one's going to probably go out and locate, no one owns it, but it shows them where that is so that if they do come across that, they know, okay, this is an abandoned line, I'm not in danger, my family isn't in danger, or my employees are not in danger. So it would be beneficial to have it.
We offer a lot of private locator options in our state, but we don't do a good job of figuring out how do we leverage that information once it's already, somebody's gone out there to do that activity per se, right? So there's no record keeping at that point that says, okay, here's where these facilities were, we did a locate here. Again, it's about money and another company having to step in and find that, private line that an operator's not going to find, so.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, we get a lot of homeowners who call us and they want those privately owned lines located. We're marketing call before you dig, and where they actually want to do the work, no one's locating those lines. They typically find out about it after the wait period, and so then they're upset. They lose faith in the system. Yep. So being able to provide that data in some way would be helpful for sure. It would help, I think, with just word of mouth marketing and letting people know this is a good service. It actually does help you.
The reality is that a lot of those, so when you look at plumbing lines specifically, because it's one of the ones that's a catch-22 at this point, you've got folks boring through those, and those seem to be issues, and they're installed by the plumber, so the water sewer group doesn't know where it is once it hits private property. I mean, from a permitting standpoint, I don't know how every state operates, but from a permitting standpoint, that has to be in records somewhere, right? Like, they had to get a permit to put that in when that house was built, regardless of what timeline that looks like. If there was a way to even tie into those groups to figure out how we could provide that information to a homeowner even when they purchase a home, what a benefit that is. I mean, there's got to be a mechanism there at some point that we can start tying into data elements we know exist. It's just how do we put the two together?
Well, and that's where we get into a lot of those cross-board inspections, looking for those Boers, because the records aren't necessarily the best, or people don't trust them. But if I could, you had a really good point just a second ago, and that is affecting change, and how you asked question of how we're going to affect change to get a lot of these capabilities in. My opinion, there's three parts of it. The first is regulation. Regulation has always been the driver of a lot of the improvements we've made as an industry. And regulators have to get really up to speed on what the latest technology and what we can do in the industry. The second is, I think you're seeing, and we're already seeing from my conversations with a lot of boardrooms, a lot of input and, I would say not pressure, but refocus on ESG. And when you figure the damage prevention, I heard a stat recently where one of our gas utilities said about 60% of the methane release they figure comes in a system comes from damage. And you think about that, there's some money there to fund some of the technology if you think about putting it towards safety and environmental purposes. The last part, I think, is that when we get the new technologies in industry, we can't test it for 5 years. I mean, we do that. We tend to, and granted, we got to be safe, especially if you're in gas or anything else, you've got to absolutely be safe. But we tend to test, there's technology out there that can stop a gas line that's been hit like that and notify us. But we've tested, I think it's been testing for like 3 years right now. By the time it's going to be accepted,
there'll be new technology.
And then we're going to retest that.
Right.
So we've got to kind of figure out how to be more agile and safe at the same time as an industry to bring this stuff to where it really affects change.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, you kind of hit it upon a little bit, but we kind of get stuck, like you said, you said permits, right? We kind of limit ourselves in these sources of this data, right? Like, obviously, I work for a hydrovac company. That's a wonderful source of data. I mean, are you kidding me? There's not a better time. I mean, and that, it's crazy, I mean, and the other one is, like you said, when you do permits or like all this stuff, there's all these different sources of information. There's not just simply the process of locating. There's design, there's all this stuff, and that if we could somehow feed all, you know what I mean? It's just how do you get all of it, right?
Well, and I think about what you're saying, and like permit-wise, I think it would be an easier tie-in, but even when I look at what you're doing, like, so when you guys set up a contract with an operator, I'm fairly certain that somewhere in the small print in that contract, it says that you're not going to share this information with anybody else. And that right there, in and of itself, prevents any of these processes from happening. So at what point, do companies like yours or even operator groups that are doing this work say, hey, somebody else might actually benefit from this, and not from a proprietary or from a funding or sourcing of making money off of it, but from keeping people safe. Where does that start and end?
It's so funny because I spend my entire career has been telling people where stuff is, and then there's an entire group of people that say you can't tell anyone where that stuff is. Right. So and I think that needs to be an industry change because, like I said, I think the fear is like, say a telecommunications company another one might gain a competitive advantage over another one because they know where this stuff is, right? So I think again, focusing on the where and not being specific about the what might alleviate, some of those fears that owner-operators have. It's not an easy thing, but we have, if we're going to do this, we have to convince them because they have to be on board. Because if they're not, then we can't do it, right?
And I think a lot of that, what you were just saying, probably the genesis of that was because of inaccuracy within our industry, within locating or whether in the sewers or in the cross-bore trying to find, or locating leaks. It was inaccuracy, but technology has evolved, and there have been technology adopters in our industry who have evolved to a point where that accuracy, we need to kind of, like to your point, evolve the regulation a little bit to reflect that we're getting better data now, more reliable, and that liability can kind of be mediated a little bit.
Yeah, like the macro trend of like being able to collect accurate GPS data is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at like right now, I have a backpack unit out there, I can get within an inch that quickly, right? Whereas 10 years ago, that would have been just, a base, an entire process, right? So that's one thing that's working in our favor is just the technology evolving there.
And I can't even speak for the fact that of the folks that are doing, let's just say operators in my state, they're doing a lot of this subsurface work and going back and cleaning up their records. I couldn't tell you how many people are even doing that at this point, right? I know on what interval and what timeline what operators are updating their records, but I couldn't tell you if it's a result of that sort of work. I think that's beneficial, and having those conversations with your operator at the state and national level and trying to get to a point where, how can we share maybe some best practices and even what they've learned on going from their long-term records to where they are now to what's actually in the field. And figuring out a better way to use that. I worked in telecom for about 20 years, and I learned a lot about the proprietary nature of that and trying to figure out how you're competing with all these other groups. But at the end of the day, those groups are the ones we struggle with the most, that maybe have some poor records because they put a lot of different stuff in the ground over given timelines. But they're also some of the folks that may actually, when you look at what they could be spending their time and resources on, if they were able to do some of these other things and providing maps rather than sending locators to the field, there's other ways that we could be spending those dollars more effectively, and maybe they wouldn't have to worry about competition as much because they could spend those dollars differently than maybe the millions they spend on locate. So there's some opportunity there.
Going back to what you said earlier about the law not catching up to technology, we have the ability to do that right now, but we are restricted, specifically in Texas, with sharing data. We can't, as a one call center, share any mapping data. So even if we wanted to, we're restricted on that. And I think you alluded to this earlier too. We can't keep up with the work that's being done in the same way that we're operating today. And so we have to evolve.
But you actually do kind of share data in a way, though, because on a one-call ticket, it lists all the operators, right?
Right.
So if someone has any sense,
right. Well, I'll give you an example. I know that I am understanding of what an operator is trying to deal with when you talk about terrorist attacks and things of that nature. Those are real life problems, unfortunately, that we're having to deal with here. So I understand the integrity of their infrastructure, but I'll give you one example of ways that we're thinking outside of the box in South Carolina. Is we're working with our 911 operators, right? They wanted infrastructure records. I'm like, guys, can't give them to you. The operators don't want to do it. But what I can do is provide you a channel that I'm able to actually notify an operator when somebody goes out and runs into a telephone pole. I have those records. I can tell you who those people are without you having to figure out, how do I find this phone number or that phone number or this guy left? And you don't even have all the appropriate records and knowing exactly which operator's there. We do. So we are already working on approaches like that. I think that if we look at this holistically, with all the different ways that we can do that, there is a way to do that through the one call center. But that center has obviously got to be willing to look at the new technologies and just think outside of the box a little bit by, while they're still maintaining the integrity of the infrastructure, how can we make that system work on both sides of that? It doesn't have to just be one call.
Yeah, with the topic being who wants the data, a 911 operator, someone that wants the data that I honestly hadn't really thought of before.
All they really want is a response from the utility operator.
Even firefighters. Just imagine.
We did the same thing for forest fires. I mean, to me, that's in the best interest of the operator and getting a quick response to get their customers back in service. And it's in the best interest of 911. So we're partnering on something like that now. Just think about what happens in a catastrophic event, a hurricane. We deal with those. So,
I did do that for a pipeline operator. We did collect their positional data and did share it with the local emergency services. That was just, and they just did that out of their. Just because they did it, because it was a smart thing to do, right? There wasn't any regulation.
It's just scary how different state agencies are so disconnected with one another. These are ways that we can work together more collectively and still maintain the record's proprietary nature.
We run into that. Our company's in over 35 states. So we're dealing with all the local regulation, local regulators, 811. We're dealing with everyone to try and make sure we're complying in every way possible and giving still our partner what they need and 811 that they need. But it gets very challenging because of how disconnected some are.
Yeah, like the design tickets, right? So if you put a design ticket in and no one has to share any information, or they're supposed to but they won't, you're not really getting a lot out of that, right? You're just not. If you're an engineering firm, whenever you put in a design ticket, and then it leads to one call abuse because they're like, well, I'm just gonna put in a real ticket because I need the information, right? And that's another
I feel like the same way about emergency tickets. They perpetually create problems in the system, but when an excavator doesn't get what he wants, they're going to find a way to figure out how to get that done more effectively. And I think that when the integrity of the system is broken, they're going to find other means to either abuse the system or find a way around it. And that's really not what we want, right? It's unproductive to do that, but it's a reality, unfortunately.
Whenever I'm on hold, I just hit 0 until someone answers the phone, right? That's what you do, right? That's how do I get out of this, right? So.
Let me ask you a question. In terms of those who actually want this location data, let's take homeowners, for example. They would love to know the private lines, right? What's going on in their backyard. talking about what you had mentioned earlier regarding data standardization, where does that start? Is that a legislation action? Is it a cultural shift? Does it start on a macro federal level? Is it more of a local? How do we start that process and getting some sort of data standardization in place?
Well, it's a combination. It's a combination of what we set up here. I'm not always the biggest fan of when the federal government starts telling you how to do things, because what you have to start doing is really building it from the industry. As an industry, we have to agree, first of all, that there needs to be standardization. And then you get organizations and some of our professional and our industry organizations that then bring, I think I heard best practices a couple times, bring best practices to their central committees and then enact white papers and get that out. That can then go to regulation, and now you have a common source of idea for regulation. You begin that standardization process. Yeah. And then eventually that can lead up to legal, or federal law and all that, but you build it, I think, from the local and association level, but you've got to start listening to the best practices, and you've got to be willing to change. That's all of us, nobody likes change. But I think that's the hardest thing sometimes. I actually do too. Yeah. But you have to be willing to change what you've been doing for 30 years and realize the benefit of it as things have evolved.
Yeah, and I think to your point about Homeland Security earlier, and this is just my opinion, I think the risk of a Homeland Security event happening is outweighed by the risk of strikes and things that happen on utilities by not sharing their information. That's my opinion. I don't know if it's a controversial take, but I've had this discussion with many, many people. And I mean, the truth is, if someone wanted to do something bad, they could place a one-call ticket. Yes. In fact, they could even place an explosives one-call ticket, right? I mean, come on. And they could go on, there's a number of ways you get that information.
And some of it is out there.
Yeah,
it's public information. So if they really want
look on Google Earth, there's a giant scar. I mean, come on. It's not.
Well, I would say to your point, Jimmy, one of the things that I struggle with in our state, and again, South Carolina is probably an anomaly to a lot of states. They don't work together cohesively at the state level. I'll give you an example. And a lot of states use third parties to provide base layer maps, meaning not where the infrastructure is per se, but actually where your streets, points, parcels, those sorts of things that are integrated into the one-call process. Mm-hmm. Our state has a council that actually is doing their best to standardize that, but it's very difficult. So each municipal group, all the way down to the city level and county, depending on how they're laid out, has the autonomy to decide how that works, right? Each one of them. And so from a holistic, national, state, what have you, that is extremely complex at the very bottom layer, if that makes sense to me. That's broken there. So looking at it as we move up the channels, I think you make a great point from a utility standpoint. I think we have a much better mechanism at becoming more cohesive. But when you look at it at the state municipal level, that's where things get all kind of sketchy with working with legislative groups, working with state agencies, and down to the city and county level.
So I think it was Misty who brought up sharing data and giving data and all that. So this came up in an earlier session as well. Is part of the barrier right now the fact that we use the word share a lot? So if I have something and you want to share it, you're essentially saying I should let you use it for free,
right?
And then you're going to give it back to me, or maybe not. But maybe the word should not be share, but buy and sell data, so that there's some compensation, some consideration to the party who owns that data, right? And there's some motivation. I mean, let's be honest. There's some motivation for the party who owns the data to quote unquote then share it. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, so that's a good point. I actually was talking about that earlier. And then the resources that the company uses to go out and obtain that data, giving it away for free doesn't feel good. But if you have something that you get in return for that
the
data,
sharer does not feel great. The recipient of the share feels great.
Oh, they feel amazing because they're getting what they want for free. So I think if you put a dollar figure on it, then the person who's giving it away feels better, but then the person who's receiving it, then they feel like they are at a disadvantage sometimes.
If they value it, they'll pay it. Right?
But this is where I from experience that we actually run into, this is where the big word liability starts creeping in. Okay, and I mean, unfortunately, it's unfortunate. It's part of the thought process. It pulls us back in some ways from this, because we go in and we'll go into a water or wastewater stream, and we're searching for crossbores. We're searching for any type of intrusion. Well, we're already there, and if we see one, why shouldn't we be able to sell that data to the gas company or to somebody else who wants it? But a lot of times it's just held within the municipality, and it's their proprietary data. And so that's one of the things that has to really change, is we have to get away from this liability mindset. And while we have to be conscious of that, obviously, the accuracy and everything else that you're getting from it is actually reducing your liability, because you're seeing things you didn't see before.
And just to add on to that, maybe
sorry, can I quickly? I think that's a really interesting point. Isn't the scenario you're describing, John, one lawsuit away from you knew about this? I don't want to pick on you, but just you, the collector of this data, knew about it. You knew that it could blow this building up. You did not notify the proper party. The building did blow up. Now it's
it actually goes back to that municipality, because they're notified of anything. They in fact, they have access to all of it. But it is one away from them that if you had a gas intrusion or something horrific happen, the municipality actually has some liability there, because they've already done work that showed maybe that defect was there. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, like that's kind of an interesting idea. It's almost like a bounty. Like you're just like, I found something. You want it?
Because we always turn over everything to our customer, which may be the municipality who owns the water system, whatever. But then, and it's been something we've talked about, is why can't we get this in the hands of the gas company or someone else who would like to have it? And we're always told we don't need it. We've actually been told we don't need that data.
Can we reach maybe a level of standardization in a sense to by showing transparency on the origin, the quality, if you will, of the data, being clear that this came from this type of location data, sourced by this company and purchased, and it's a year old or whatever. Adding labels and some transparency on how the data is collected, would that help?
I tell you,
the overall standard?
So we've talked about a lot of the things that are not working the way we want them. I'm very optimistic about the future, because when I sit down, or my team sits down with either executives or operators or whoever it is, and shows what's possible, shows some of the technology advances, shows how we do it, we get into very different discussions about, sometimes how soon can we do this. So I'm really optimistic, because as we as an industry, I think we need to tell our story better and tell what we're doing better to advance things, because you don't know what you don't know. And if I'm sitting in a boardroom someplace or something like that, I may not have those dollars set aside until I know that, hey, this already exists. That's the other thing we do as an industry. We try to recreate the wheel every time. And that just fights against standardization. To know there's platforms out there that are customizable into your system of record or into your database is huge, but they exist. And that I think is the transformation that this industry is just on the cusp of right now, as a utility industry.
We've talked a lot about making money, right? I think that what a lot of it comes down to, I think you make a great point, and I'm also obviously optimistic, or I wouldn't be in this industry and as passionate about it as I am. When you look at the dollar amounts, I feel like when we find a better way to do something, like maybe sharing that information effectively and letting those gas operators know about what you have and what the subsurface looks like, and providing that to the one call center, what it does is it breaks somebody else's revenue stream in their business model. So it might not break yours, and it might not break yours, but it breaks someone else's, maybe a locator, maybe a different stakeholder within the process. And we all talk about wanting to do damage prevention, but the elephant in the room is that how do we do it in a way that we focus on revenue last and focus on damage prevention first? And until every stakeholder group does that effectively, we're going to continue to fight some of these battles that the business models need to change at the end of the day.
Misty, that's an extremely important point. I mean, we all care about damage prevention until you start taking away my kid's lunch.
Right.
And then my kid's lunch is a lot more important.
Right. Yeah. I think that just being, even when you look at your business model and just thinking differently, like, there are other ways to make money and still be safe and still make revenue, and it's just the process and mindset needs to change.
I think there's one mindset that I see in this part that I like to see change, and I think that my team's pretty good about it, is that you try to stick to your core competency. But as things evolve on the other side, we should be able to have more partnerships.
Agreed. Yes.
And then kind of complete our service offering through partnerships rather than competition sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
And if someone's got a great technology platform or software platform that we could bolt onto an operation, there's no reason that company has to go develop a technology operation. We should look for ways to partner in this industry to provide the better service. And in the end, your business is probably going to grow anyway.
Right.
So just through that.
I just want to add one thing. Earlier we talked about maybe a way to make revenue or something like that. But I think another way to do it to get buy-in from operators, and for lack of a better term, pardon this, but it's I'll show you yours if you show me, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Right? So if you want to be in the club, you say, well, we don't want to share. Okay, don't share. But everyone else is sharing, and now they have less chance of damages because you have access to this map. In order to get access to this map, you have to share. So that's another way to do it, right? Is to create that gate there where the barrier of entry is sharing.
Well, and I'll give you an example. That GIS council that I belong to in South Carolina, we're not a state agency. We thought about it as a state agency, but we're not, and we're theoretically weren't supposed to be members of that without being a state agency. They've vetted us and allowed us to come in outside of that scope, and it was again the same concept. You show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Right,
What can you share with us that we can share with you? So we were able to do that, but we did it in a way, again, preserving the proprietary nature of stuff, but we can show them a lot of different things from a state level. We're actually touching that state map for each of those county and municipal agencies more than any other group, and we're able to provide data and analytics back to them that show anomalies in the maps from area to area, as well as just volumes. I mean, all the different, we have a ton of analytics in South Carolina, but the ones I can provide, I provide back to that group, and in return, in addition to those maps, what I'm getting are also, now have a live API tie into forest fires, so I can notify my operators when a forest fire is happening live when it's happening, as well as a number of other DOT pieces and other GIS elements that maybe other states don't have.
So I put the ladies on a hot seat earlier today, earlier in the session. I'm going to ask the guys, because your companies are out there finding things and investigating things and learning information about where facilities are at. So what would have to happen for your two companies, and companies like yours, to start, and we've kind of touched upon some of this, but let's just get down to the brass tacks. What would have to happen for your two companies to start sharing data, selling data, whatever, just dispersing the data that you're collecting daily?
Okay, change your contract.
Well, that's just it, right? If the industry and our customers want that, we do that.
But it seems like they do. It seems like people, but you're not doing it. I mean
well, I would say the part that I would say is I'm in those talks all the time. I'm in those talks within the industry and with customers. So there is movement that way towards that, and we do partner in quite a few ways to complete solutions. I think things are going to change rapidly over the next 3 to 5 years. And
what's the trigger? What's going to?
For me, I think it's the people.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about the people in my company and the passions that they have. They're passionate about safety. They're passionate about the environment. They're passionate about everything that we've talked about this data touches and makes better. And when we think about the culture within us as an industry or as a company, it's really about those points. So when I go out to operations and I'm out there with them at the manhole or whatever, we've got a common alliance of what we're trying to do there. Those people are going to rise up in leadership, and they are going to be able to affect even greater change, I think, in the next 3 to 5 years as our industry evolves.
Yeah.
This isn't a stagnant body of water right now. This is a free-flowing stream, and quite frankly, I talk about with my team sometimes. It's everything we can do just to keep up with the amount of opportunities that are out there to either partner or to share to make things better.
Yeah, and just the other trigger I think is we touched upon it a little bit earlier, but just the ease to collect and share data. I mean, it is so much easier now, right? I mean, you can do all this stuff from your phone with the GPS. I mean, it is just so much easier to collect and share. And there's that is a big thing. I mean, it used to have to use literally a drawing, a literal drawing. I mean, now that would just be, that just wouldn't do it. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's another trigger as well, right? I mean.
Your point, I'd be happy to work with either one of you in my state if you'd like to run a model.
Oh, absolutely. That'd be great.
I'd be happy to try something and step outside the box, because I'm not scared to do that, and I don't think my stakeholders are in my state either.
Fantastic.
And I say it a lot, but again, you have a hydrovac open. There's never going to be a better time to get data, right? That is the best time there ever is. Yeah.
So it sounds like technologically, it's getting easier and less expensive to collect and upload the data, and people value it, and there are companies two of which are on this roundtable, collecting it all the time, daily. And it's just a matter of change management.
Yes.
Is that the consensus of the group?
Yes.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, being willing to step outside the box a little bit and let's stop doing it the way we've done it for 25 years and start evolving with what's coming and what's here now.
Get out of the siloed mentality too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does this change management need to be pushed, nudged along by regulations or anything like that, or is it just turnover among the?
Yeah, I mean,
what you're saying, John, turnover.
Yeah, I think it's regulation. But I think there's also tremendous societal pressure to change things, and I think that's a very important part that will cause top-down change in a lot of the organizations we've talked about. Because there is the boardrooms are concerned today about how they're affecting the environment. They're concerned about public safety. No one in this industry is. I'm convinced of that, or they shouldn't be there.
Right.
But today, there's more awareness and I would say attention to it, and access to data from their customers, that their customers can go research all that data as well. White papers and all kinds of statistics. That you have a more educated consumer today who's requiring more of us as an industry.
So it sounds like the consumers and even people inside the industry are more and more concerned about waste of not sharing the data, but also waste of environmental waste. And you mentioned a stat about
how to make
methane.
it better through that. That's kind of I would say it's kind of a secondary idea there that people had for a long time, but it's becoming front line now. That your DEMP program, your damage prevention program, directly affects your environmental rating or your environmental perception even within the customer or investment markets.
Yep.
Okay.
I hate to think about having to change legislation to be better. Like that makes me a little bit nauseous, honestly, because of all the red tape that goes into that. And again, this industry is evolving so quickly. Legislative change and just the process of doing it and the timeline that goes into that, it doesn't fix what we have here and how we could effectively move quicker and better and more efficiently. So it's unfortunate that certain industry groups may only do that if they're forced to, versus joining the party and let's talk about it. Let's figure out a way around it.
That's why I said my optimism. One of the big sources of my optimism is the people I see every day. The people in this industry that are coming up and are a part of it every day. That's what makes me really optimistic that we'll get change.
I don't think the legislation is the biggest challenge, though, right? I think it's the owner-operators. I mean, that's it. Because we're a business. Our first is our customer. That is it. Period. Right. So if we can convince our customers they think it's a good idea, then the rest will fall into place, right? Because to us, I understand the importance of legislation. I'm not saying it's not important, but if we can change the customers, the owner-operators' mind, the legislation will change after that. Like that will. It's how do you drive it, right?
I don't want to force people to do it,
But that change coming first also restricts what you can do. If you give them the ability to draw out that map for you, then it limits the ability of what we can do. So that's why it should start at this table.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, remove the politics from it.
Yes.
And get down to what actually can be done, and where we need to go. What's the future vision of what that looks like?
Yeah, and we know we can collect the data. We can't share it. That's our problem, right? Honestly, we can collect it. That's not that hard.
Thank you. That's going to have to be a last word, and we did save the best roundtable for last. And thank you, everyone on this roundtable. Thanks for everyone who was on the other roundtables. Can we give participants a
thank you, everybody.
Quick applause? Thanks to everyone who tuned in over the live stream. See you at the next roundtable.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good.
All right.
I love your card.
I really wish
Before
I
you
would have
leave
clapped
here.
my hands at the end there.
I got it for you. Don't worry. Actually, what's funny is my CTO.
I was so nervous. I hate that.